There are moments in history that split time itself, moments so profound that everything before them fades into shadow and everything after them burns with new meaning. This is the story of such a moment, a night when the sky trembled with divine purpose, a night when shepherds abandoned their flocks, a night when the fabric between heaven and earth grew impossibly thin. This is not a fairy tale, this is not mythology. For billions of people across 2,000 years, this is the most important night in human history. This is the night that changed the world, a world waiting in silence. The world was drowning in darkness. For 400 years the heavens had been silent. 4 centuries had passed since the last prophet walked among the people of Israel. 400 years without a word from God. 400 years of occupation, oppression, and overwhelming silence. The Roman Empire stretched across the known world like an iron fist, crushing everything beneath its weight. From the Atlantic coasts of Hispania to the deserts of Syria, from the forests of Germania to the sands of Egypt, Rome ruled with absolute authority. The eagle standards of the legions cast shadows across continents. Where Rome marched, resistance crumbled. In the heart of this empire, in a small province called Judea, the Jewish people lived under constant surveillance. Roman soldiers patrolled the streets of Jerusalem. Roman tax collectors bled families dry. Roman governors made mockeries of justice. The temple still stood, magnificent and holy, but even there, the presence of Rome lurked like a stain that wouldn't wash clean. The people remembered the promises. They remembered the prophecies spoken by Isaiah, by Micah, by Daniel. They remembered the covenant made with Abraham, with Moses, with David. They remembered that God had promised a deliverer, a Messiah, an anointed one who would restore the kingdom, who would break the chains of oppression, who would make Israel great again. But where was he? Taxes grew heavier every year. Roman census officials appeared without warning, demanding registration, demanding tribute, demanding submission. Young men were conscripted to build roads for the empire. Farmers watched Roman soldiers take their grain, their wine, their oil. The wealthy collaborated with the occupation, growing fat on the suffering of their own people. In synagogues across Judea, scribes and Pharisees argued endlessly about the law, about ritual purity, about proper observance. They built walls of regulation around the Torah, creating impossible standards for ordinary people to follow. Religion had become a burden rather than a comfort. Faith felt like another form of taxation, and still, heaven remained silent. Some lost hope entirely. They stopped attending synagogue. They stopped observing the festivals. They stopped teaching their children the stories of Moses and the prophets. What was the point? God had abandoned them to Rome. The promises were empty. The covenant was broken. Others clung to hope with desperate intensity. They gathered in secret, whispering about revolution. They sharpened swords in hidden places. They waited for a signal, for a leader, for the moment when God would finally act. Their Messiah would come with fire and sword, they believed. He would drive Rome into the sea. He would restore the throne of David. He would make their enemies bow before them. They imagined glory. They imagined conquest. They imagined vindication. They never imagined a stable. The spiritual atmosphere was suffocating. Sin had become normalized. Corruption had become expected. Violence had become commonplace. The world was waiting, but it didn't truly know what it was waiting for. In the city of Rome, far from the dusty roads of Judea, Caesar Augustus sat on his throne and believed himself to be the most powerful man who had ever lived. His word was law from the Pillars of Hercules to the Euphrates River. Kings and queens came to him with tribute and trembling. The Roman Senate existed to serve his will. He had brought peace to the empire through overwhelming military force, and that peace bore his name, the Pax Romana. Augustus had no idea that he was about to play a role in the greatest story ever told. He had no idea that a decision he would make for purely administrative purposes would set in motion the fulfillment of prophecies older than Rome itself. He had no idea that his empire, for all its marble and military might, was about to be confronted with a kingdom that would outlast it by millennia. The stage was set. The world was waiting, and in a small town called Nazareth, in a house no different from 1,000 others, a young woman was about to receive a visit that would echo through eternity. Chapter 1. The Roman Decree. Caesar Augustus was obsessed with order. He had inherited an empire torn by civil war, bleeding from decades of political violence and military chaos. He had transformed it into the most efficiently governed territory in human history. Roads connected every province. Aqueducts brought water to cities across 3 continents. A postal system carried messages faster than ever before. Legal codes standardized justice from Britannia to Syria. But efficiency required information. Information required documentation. Documentation required a census. In the year historians would later mark as somewhere between 6 and 4 years before the traditional date assigned to the birth of Christ, Augustus issued a decree. Every person living under Roman authority must return to their ancestral hometown to be registered. Names would be recorded. Property would be documented. Families would be catalogued. The empire would know exactly who lived where, who owned what, and most importantly, who owed taxes. To Augustus, this was simply good governance. To the bureaucrats who implemented the decree across the provinces, it was an administrative challenge. To the millions of ordinary people who would be forced to travel during winter, abandoning their work and their homes, it was another burden added to an already crushing load. But to the architects of eternity, it was the key that would unlock ancient prophecies. 700 years earlier, the prophet Micah had declared a mystery. The Messiah, the promised deliverer, would be born in Bethlehem, not in Jerusalem, the city of the temple, not in any of the major cities of Israel, but in Bethlehem, a small town barely worth mentioning. Bethlehem, where David had been born. Bethlehem, where Ruth had found redemption. Bethlehem, whose name meant house of bread. The problem was that the family God had chosen lived in Nazareth, nearly 90 miles north of Bethlehem. Nazareth was a nowhere town, a place of poor reputation, so insignificant that it barely appeared on maps. When people later heard that the Messiah came from Nazareth, they would ask mockingly, "Can anything good come from Nazareth?" But God does not share humanity's obsession with reputation and status. God does not measure worth by geography or social standing. And God can use the decrees of emperors to fulfill promises made before those emperors' ancestors drew breath. The census decree reached every corner of the empire. In Judea, Roman officials began organizing the registration. Announcements were made in marketplaces and synagogues. The decree was absolute. Everyone must comply. Anyone who attempted to avoid registration would face severe penalties. The timing seemed almost cruel. Winter was approaching. Travel was difficult. Roads turned to mud. Cold nights could kill the unprepared. But Rome did not negotiate. Rome did not show mercy. Rome commanded, and subjects obeyed. In Nazareth, a carpenter named Joseph received the news with a sinking heart. He would have to travel to Bethlehem. His lineage traced back to David, which meant Bethlehem was his ancestral home. Under other circumstances, the journey would have been difficult but manageable. But these were not ordinary circumstances. The young woman he was engaged to marry was pregnant. Visibly, undeniably pregnant. And the child was not his. Chapter 2. Joseph and Mary of Nazareth. Joseph was a good man in a world that didn't reward goodness. He worked with his hands, shaping wood into useful things. Tables, doors, yokes for oxen, ploughs for farmers. His work was honest, his prices fair, his craftsmanship reliable. In a world built on exploitation, Joseph made his living through simple integrity. He was descended from King David, but that lineage meant nothing in practical terms. 1,000 years had passed since David ruled Israel. The royal line had fractured and scattered. Being descended from David made Joseph exactly as poor as everyone else in Nazareth. It gave him no advantages, no special status, no wealth. What it did give him was a requirement to travel to Bethlehem for the census. Mary was everything that made life worth living in a dark world. Young, perhaps 15 or 16 years old by modern reckoning, though that was normal for the time. Engaged to Joseph in a formal betrothal that carried the legal weight of marriage. pure, faithful, devoted to God with an intensity that set her apart even in a religious culture. Then the impossible happened. An angel appeared to her, not in a dream, not in a vision. The angel Gabriel, a being of terrible beauty and power, appeared in her presence and spoke words that shattered her understanding of reality. She had been chosen to bear the Son of God, chosen to bring the Messiah into the world, chosen to participate in the redemption of humanity. The Holy Spirit would overshadow her. She would conceive without human contact. The child would be called the Son of the Most High. He would inherit the throne of David. His kingdom would have no end. Mary's response was not hysteria or disbelief. It was surrender. I am the servant of the Lord. Let it be to me according to your word. But surrender to God did not mean immunity from human judgment. When Mary began to show signs of pregnancy, the whispers started immediately. Engaged but not yet married, and already pregnant. The explanation was obvious to everyone who saw her. She had been unfaithful. She had violated her betrothal. She had brought shame on herself, on Joseph, on both their families. Under Jewish law, the penalty for adultery was death by stoning. Even if that ultimate punishment wasn't enforced, Mary would face social destruction. She would be unmarried with a child, unemployable, unmarriageable, cast out from respectable society. Her family would be tainted by association. Joseph faced an impossible choice. He knew he was not the father, but he also knew that Mary was not the type of person to commit adultery. She was too devoted, too pure, too committed to God. Yet the evidence was undeniable. She was pregnant. Joseph could have exposed her publicly. He could have demanded the full weight of the law. He could have protected his own reputation by destroying hers. But Joseph was, as the ancient text says, a righteous man. He decided to divorce her quietly, to release her from the betrothal without public shame. Then he had a dream. In that dream an angel appeared to him. The same message that had been given to Mary was now given to Joseph. Do not be afraid to take Mary as your wife. What is conceived in her is from the Holy Spirit. She will bear a son. You will name him Jesus, which means the Lord saves, because he will save his people from their sins. Joseph woke from that dream and made a choice that would cost him everything. He chose obedience. He chose to believe the impossible. He chose to protect Mary, to marry her, to raise a child that was not biologically his own. He chose to become the earthly father of God. The social cost was immediate. Neighbours looked at him with pity or contempt. Some assumed he was a fool. Others assumed he was the real father and had simply given in to lust before the wedding. Either way, his reputation was damaged. In a small town like Nazareth, reputation was everything. But Joseph had made his choice. He would stand with Mary. He would protect the child. He would do what God had asked him to do, regardless of the cost. Then the census decree arrived, and Joseph realized that God's plan was far larger than he had imagined. Chapter 3, The Journey to Bethlehem. The journey from Nazareth to Bethlehem covered approximately 90 miles of difficult terrain. Today, that journey could be completed in less than 2 hours by car. In the first century, it took 4 to 5 days of hard travel, longer if you were travelling with a woman in the final stages of pregnancy. Joseph and Mary likely travelled with a small caravan of others from Nazareth, who also needed to register in towns along the route to Bethlehem. There was safety in numbers. Bandits prowled the roads, targeting solitary travellers. Roman patrols maintained order on major routes, but the secondary paths were dangerous. They probably had a donkey. Joseph was a carpenter, not wealthy but not destitute. A donkey would have been within his means, and it would have been essential for Mary to ride rather than walk the entire distance. The route took them south through Samaria, a region where tensions between Jews and Samaritans ran deep. Mutual hatred stretched back centuries. Jews travelling through Samaria faced harassment, discrimination, sometimes violence. Joseph would have kept his head down, avoided unnecessary interactions, and moved through as quickly as possible. The roads were crowded. Everyone was travelling for the census. Families moved in groups, carrying their possessions, driving their animals, searching for places to stay each night. The decree had created a mass migration, and the infrastructure of the ancient world was not designed to handle it. Mary was in the final days of her pregnancy. Every mile must have been agony. The discomfort of riding a donkey hour after hour, the constant jolting on rough roads, the cold nights when they stopped to rest, the uncertainty about when the baby would come. She knew the prophecies. She knew that the Messiah was supposed to be born in Bethlehem. But did she understand how it would happen? Did she know that this Roman census, this bureaucratic decree from a pagan emperor, was the mechanism God was using to fulfill promises made by prophets long dead? Joseph worried constantly, worried about Mary's health, worried about the baby, worried about finding shelter, worried about money. The journey was costing them. Every night at an inn cost money. Every meal purchased on the road cost money. And when they reached Bethlehem, they would need to find a place to stay, possibly for weeks. They passed through villages where people stared at them. A pregnant woman, obviously about to give birth, travelling on a donkey. An older man walking beside her, his face lined with worry. Where were they going? Why were they travelling in her condition? Didn't they have family who could help? They passed other travellers, families heading to different destinations, merchants moving goods despite the chaos, Roman soldiers maintaining the roads, their armour gleaming, their faces cold with indifference to the suffering around them. The terrain grew more rugged as they approached Judea. Hills rose and fell, valleys cut through limestone cliffs. The landscape was beautiful in a harsh, unforgiving way. Olive trees dotted the hillsides. Sheep grazed in rocky fields. Ancient stones marked the boundaries of properties claimed and fought over for generations. Finally, after days of exhausting travel, they saw it in the distance. Bethlehem, the city of David, the place where ancient prophecy had declared the Messiah would be born. It looked like chaos. Chapter 4. No room at the inn. Bethlehem was overflowing. The small town had probably never seen so many people at once. Every family descended from David had to register there. The streets were packed with travellers. The noise was overwhelming. Children crying, animals bleating, men arguing, women trying to organise sleeping arrangements for their families. Every public building was full. Every available room had been claimed. Extended families crammed into houses meant for half as many people. The wealthier visitors had secured the best accommodations days earlier. Those arriving late, like Joseph and Mary, faced a desperate situation. Joseph went from place to place, knocking on doors, asking innkeepers, pleading with anyone who would listen. His wife was about to give birth. They needed shelter, they needed privacy, they needed help. The answers were all the same: no room, already full, try somewhere else, check the next street, maybe someone has space in their courtyard. The desperation must have been crushing. Mary was in labour or very close to it. She needed to lie down. She needed warmth. She needed safety. And Joseph could not provide any of those things. Imagine the fear. Imagine the sense of failure. Joseph had taken on the responsibility of protecting Mary and the child. He had accepted a divine mission. And now, at the moment when protection mattered most, he was failing. His wife was about to give birth in the street. Finally, someone took pity on them. The details are not recorded precisely, but the traditional understanding is that an innkeeper or property owner offered them shelter where the animals were kept. Not a barn in the modern sense, but more likely a cave or a lower level of a house, where livestock were brought in at night for warmth and security. It was better than the street. Barely. The space smelled of animals, sheep, goats, maybe a cow or two. The floor was dirt or rough stone. The air was cold. There was no privacy, no comfort, no dignity. This was where the King of Kings would make his entrance into the world. The contrast is almost unbearable. Every expectation shattered. Every assumption about how God works completely overturned. The Messiah, the promised deliverer, the one who would save his people and establish an eternal kingdom, was about to be born in a place where animals slept. No palace, no attendants, no physicians, no royal announcement, no ceremony, No witnesses except a terrified carpenter and a young woman in the worst pain of her life. If you had been alive in that moment and someone had told you that the salvation of the world was taking place in that stable, you would have laughed. If someone had told you that the baby about to be born in those conditions would change history more than Caesar Augustus, more than any emperor or king or conqueror, you would have dismissed them as insane. But that is exactly what was about to happen. Mary's labour progressed. Joseph did what he could to help, though he must have felt utterly helpless. There were no midwives, no experienced women to guide the process. Just a young mother giving birth for the first time in the most difficult circumstances imaginable. And then, in the darkness of that stable, in the poverty and the pain and the absolute humility of that moment, Jesus Christ entered the world. Chapter 5. The Birth of Jesus. The baby's cry pierced the cold night air. Jesus was born, fully God and fully human, the eternal Word made flesh, the one through whom all things were created, now entering his own creation as a helpless infant. The cosmic scope of this moment is beyond human comprehension. Mary held him for the first time, her son, her saviour, her God, the weight of it all crushing and beautiful at the same time. She had carried him for 9 months, feeling him move inside her, knowing that he was special but unable to fully grasp what that meant. Now he was here, small and fragile and completely dependent on her. She wrapped him in swaddling cloths, long strips of cloth wound tightly around his tiny body. This was standard practice for newborns in that culture, believed to help the baby feel secure and develop properly. But even this simple act carried symbolic weight. Wrapped in cloths like a human child, completely vulnerable, completely dependent. Joseph watched, overwhelmed by emotions he couldn't name, relief that Mary had survived, wonder at the baby, fear about what came next, responsibility pressing down on him like a physical weight. They needed somewhere to lay the baby. In a normal house there would have been a cradle, a bed, somewhere safe and soft. Here there was nothing designed for a human infant. They used a manger, a feeding trough for animals, a box or carved-out space where hay and grain were placed for sheep and cattle to eat. Someone, probably Joseph, cleaned it out as best he could, filled it with fresh straw, and created a makeshift bed. The Son of God lay in a feeding trough surrounded by animals, in a stable in Bethlehem. The humility of it is staggering. God did not arrive with fanfare. He did not announce himself to the powerful. He did not demand recognition or proper treatment. He simply came, in the most vulnerable form possible, into the darkest and poorest circumstances imaginable. This was intentional. This was the point. God was demonstrating something that would define everything Jesus would later teach. The kingdom of God does not operate according to human values. Power comes through weakness. Greatness comes through service. Glory comes through humility. The world expected a Messiah who would arrive in strength, who would command armies, who would overthrow Rome and establish Israel as the dominant world power. Instead, God sent a baby, born in poverty, laid in a feeding trough, completely dependent on the love and care of 2 ordinary people. In the silence of that stable, as Mary and Joseph looked at the baby, the world did not know that everything had just changed. Rome continued its business. Herod continued his paranoid rule in Jerusalem. The priests continued their temple duties. Life went on exactly as before, but nothing would ever be the same. The light had entered the darkness. The Word had become flesh. The promise had been fulfilled. The waiting was over, and the only witnesses to this cosmic event were 2 exhausted parents and some confused animals trying to sleep. God was making a statement about what matters, about who matters, about how salvation would come, not through military conquest, not through political manoeuvring, not through wealth or power or human wisdom, through love, through sacrifice, through humility, through a baby in a manger. But the announcement was about to expand. The circle of witnesses was about to grow, and the first people to receive the news were not kings or priests or scholars. They were shepherds. Chapter 6. Shepherds in the Fields. The shepherds were watching their flocks in the fields outside Bethlehem. These were not respected members of society. Shepherding was dirty work. It required living outdoors for weeks at a time. It meant sleeping on the ground, enduring harsh weather, fighting off predators. Shepherds smelled like sheep. They were often illiterate. They couldn't maintain ritual purity because their work kept them constantly in contact with animals and the outdoors. Religious leaders looked down on shepherds. They were considered untrustworthy, too unreliable to serve as witnesses in legal proceedings. They existed on the margins of society, necessary for the economy but excluded from respectability. These particular shepherds were probably watching flocks designated for temple sacrifice. Bethlehem was close to Jerusalem, and many of the lambs used in the temple rituals came from flocks kept in the surrounding fields. The irony is beautiful. These men were watching over lambs that would be sacrificed for sin, and they were about to be told about the Lamb of God who would take away the sins of the world. The night was cold. The sky was clear, filled with more stars than modern people in light-polluted cities can imagine. The shepherds huddled around a small fire, taking turns staying awake to watch for predators or thieves. Then the sky exploded with light. An angel appeared. Not a distant vision, not a dream. An actual angel standing before them, radiating the glory of God. The light was blinding. The presence was overwhelming. The shepherds fell to the ground in absolute terror. The angel spoke, "Do not be afraid." But how could they not be afraid? They were ordinary men, sinful and flawed and completely unprepared for a direct encounter with the divine. The gap between the holy and the profane had just disappeared, and they were on the wrong side of that gap. The angel continued, "I bring you good news of great joy that will be for all people. Today in the town of David a Saviour has been born to you. He is the Messiah, the Lord, the Messiah, born today in Bethlehem. The promise fulfilled, the waiting ended, the deliverer arrived." But how would they find him? Bethlehem was full of people. There had to be dozens of babies in town. The angel gave them a sign. "You will find a baby wrapped in cloths and lying in a manger." A manger! The Messiah would be in a manger, not a palace. Not even a proper house, a feeding trough for animals. This sign was itself a message. The Messiah had come for people like them, for the poor, for the marginalized, for the excluded. Not for the powerful and prestigious, but for shepherds watching flocks in the middle of the night. Then the sky filled with angels, multitudes of them, more than could be counted. The entire heavenly host, praising God with voices that shook the earth. Glory to God in the highest heaven, and on earth peace to those on whom his favour rests. The shepherds lay on the ground, unable to process what they were experiencing. The boundary between heaven and earth had dissolved. The divine realm had broken through into the physical world. The angels were singing, and the sound was like nothing they had ever heard. Beautiful and terrible, overwhelming and glorious. Then, as suddenly as it had begun, it ended. The angels disappeared. The light faded. The sky returned to normal. The night was dark again. The stars shone as they had before. The sheep stood nervously, disturbed by the commotion. The shepherds looked at each other, their faces pale, their hands shaking. What had just happened? Had they all seen the same thing? Was it real? They made a decision. They had to go to Bethlehem. They had to find this baby. They had to see if the angel's message was true. They left their flocks. This was not a small decision. Leaving sheep unguarded could mean losing them to predators or thieves. Their livelihood was at risk, but the message was too important. They had to know. They ran toward Bethlehem, their hearts pounding, their minds racing. They had received a message from God. They, the lowest of the low, had been chosen to hear the announcement of the Messiah's birth. Not the priests, not the scholars, not the wealthy. Them. Chapter 7. The shepherds visit the child. Finding the baby was easier than they expected. How many infants in Bethlehem would be lying in a manger? The sign the angel had given them was specific and unusual. They searched the lower levels of houses, the caves where animals were kept, the rough shelters where overflow visitors had been forced to stay. And then they found them, Mary and Joseph. the baby wrapped in cloths, lying in a manger, exactly as the angel had said. The shepherds stood in the doorway uncertain. They were filthy from their work. They smelled of sheep and smoke. They had no gifts to bring, no credentials to present. They were nobody. But they had a message. They told Mary and Joseph everything. The angel appearing in the field, the blinding light, the announcement of the Saviour's birth, the multitude of angels singing, the specific sign about the manger. Mary listened to every word. Her heart must have been overflowing, confirmation, validation, proof that this was real, that her son was who the angel had told her he would be. She treasured these things in her heart, the text says. She pondered them, she held on to them. Joseph must have felt relief washing over him. He had taken so much on faith. The dream, the angel's message, the decision to marry Mary despite the scandal, the journey to Bethlehem, the humiliating search for shelter, the birth in a stable. All of it had required trust in things he couldn't see or prove. And now here were shepherds, rough men from the fields, confirming that heaven itself had announced this child's importance. Joseph wasn't crazy. Mary hadn't been unfaithful. This baby was special. This baby was the Messiah. The shepherds looked at the baby in the manger. He looked like any other newborn, tiny, fragile, helpless. But they had heard the angels. They had received the message. This child was the Saviour. This child was the Lord. They worshipped. These rough, unrefined men who were not allowed to participate fully in temple worship. They worshipped. They praised God. They gave thanks. They recognized that they were in the presence of something holy. Then they left. They returned to their fields, to their flocks, to their ordinary lives. But they were not the same. They could not keep silent. They told everyone they met. They spread the news throughout the region. A Saviour had been born. The Messiah had arrived. And they had seen him with their own eyes. People were amazed when they heard the shepherd's story. Some believed, some were sceptical. Some dismissed it as the ravings of uneducated men who had probably hallucinated from exhaustion or too much wine. But the shepherds knew what they had experienced. They had seen angels. They had heard the announcement. They had found the baby exactly where the angel said he would be. Their lives were forever changed. They would remember that night for the rest of their lives, the night heaven broke through, the night God spoke to them, the night they became the first evangelists, the first witnesses, the first to spread the good news of Jesus Christ. Mary and Joseph stayed in Bethlehem. They could not return to Nazareth immediately. Mary needed time to recover from childbirth. They needed to complete the census registration, and they needed to follow Jewish law regarding purification after birth. Days turned into weeks. They found better accommodations, though still modest. Joseph worked when he could, earning money to support his new family. Mary cared for Jesus, nursing him, watching him grow, marvelling at this child who was both her son and her God. The story could have ended there. A quiet life in Bethlehem, a carpenter's family living in obscurity. But God was not finished revealing his son to the world. The next visitors would come from much farther away, and they would bring gifts fit for a king. Chapter 8. The Visit of the Magi. Far to the east, beyond the borders of the Roman Empire, wise men studied the stars. These were not simple astrologers or fortune-tellers. They were scholars, possibly from Persia or Babylon. They studied astronomy, mathematics, ancient texts, and prophecies. They were educated, wealthy, and respected in their own lands. They observed something unusual in the sky, a star, or perhaps a planetary conjunction, that appeared at a significant time and in a significant position. To them, this celestial event signalled the birth of a king. A great king, perhaps the greatest king ever born. They knew about the prophecies. Jewish communities existed throughout the East, exiled there centuries earlier by the Babylonians and Persians. The Hebrew scriptures had been translated into other languages. The prophecies about a Messiah, a king who would rule not just Israel but all nations, were known to scholars who studied such things. The Magi made a decision. They would travel to Judea, they would find this king, they would pay him homage. This was not a short journey. It likely took months. They travelled with servants, guards, supplies. They brought expensive gifts appropriate for royalty. Their arrival in Jerusalem created a stir. Wealthy foreigners asking about a newborn king. This was news. This was potentially dangerous news. They went to the obvious place, the palace of Herod the Great. Herod was old, paranoid, and ruthless. He had murdered members of his own family when he suspected them of plotting against him. He had built magnificent structures, including the expansion of the Jewish temple, but he had also crushed any hint of rebellion with extreme violence. He was king of Judea by permission of Rome, and he was determined to keep that position at any cost. The Magi's question terrified him. Where is the one who has been born king of the Jews? We saw his star when it rose and have come to worship him. Born king of the Jews, not appointed king, not made king, born king. This was a direct threat to Herod's authority. If there was a legitimate claimant to the throne, someone with royal bloodline, Herod's position was in danger. He called his chief priests and scribes. Where was the Messiah supposed to be born? They knew the answer immediately. The prophecy from Micah was clear. Bethlehem. But you, Bethlehem, in the land of Judah, are by no means least among the rulers of Judah, for out of you will come a ruler who will shepherd my people Israel. Herod kept his rage hidden. He met with the Magi privately. He asked them exactly when the star had appeared. He was calculating, determining the child's age, planning. He told them to go to Bethlehem, to search carefully for the child, and when they found him, to report back so that Herod could also go and worship. It was a lie. Herod had no intention of worshipping anyone. He intended to kill this potential rival, but the Magi didn't know that. They thanked Herod and continued their journey. The star they had seen appeared again, leading them from Jerusalem to Bethlehem, a distance of only about 6 miles. The star moved, or seemed to move, stopping over the place where the child was. They were overjoyed. After months of travel, after uncertainty and questions, they had found him. Chapter 9. Gifts for a King. The Magi entered the house where Mary and Joseph were staying. Time had passed since the birth. Jesus was no longer a newborn. He might have been several months old, perhaps even approaching his 2nd year based on Herod's later actions. The family had moved from the stable into better accommodations. When the Magi saw the child with Mary, they bowed down and worshipped. These were important men, educated and wealthy. They had no obligation to honour a child from a poor family in an insignificant town. But they recognised something. They saw beyond the poverty and the humble circumstances. They saw a king. They presented their gifts: gold, frankincense, myrrh. Each gift carried layers of meaning. Gold was the gift for a king. It represented royalty, wealth, and power. By giving gold, the Magi acknowledged Jesus' kingship. This child would rule. This child deserved the honour given to the greatest monarchs. The gold was also practical. Mary and Joseph were poor. This gift would provide financial security for years. It would allow them to survive the difficult times ahead. Frankincense was the gift for a priest. It was used in temple worship, burned as incense in the holy places. The smoke rising toward heaven symbolized prayers ascending to God. By giving frankincense, the Magi acknowledged Jesus' role as a mediator between God and humanity. He would be the ultimate high priest, the one who would bridge the gap between the divine and the human. Myrrh was the gift for someone who would die. Myrrh was used in burial preparations. It was mixed with spices to anoint bodies, to mask the smell of death, to honour the deceased. By giving myrrh, the Magi were prophesying, whether they fully understood it or not, that this child would die, that his life would end in sacrifice. The gifts revealed the complete mission of Christ. He was a king, but not the kind of king people expected. He was a priest, but not one who would serve in the temple. He was born to die, but his death would not be meaningless. It would be the ultimate act of sacrifice that would change everything. Mary accepted the gifts with wonder. She couldn't fully understand what they meant. She couldn't see the future. She didn't know about the cross, about the resurrection, about the church that would span the globe. She just knew that her son was special, that God had a plan. that these wise men from distant lands had recognized something in her child that transcended poverty and circumstance. Joseph felt the weight of responsibility growing heavier. These gifts made the child a target. Wealth attracted thieves. Recognition attracted enemies. The Magi's visit, as wonderful as it was, had made their situation more dangerous. The Magi stayed briefly, then prepared to return home. They intended to go back through Jerusalem to report to Herod as he had requested. But God intervened. In a dream, the Magi were warned not to return to Herod. They were told to go home by a different route. They obeyed, bypassing Jerusalem entirely and travelling through different territory to reach their homeland. When they left, Mary and Joseph were alone again with their son, and with the growing realization that danger was coming. Chapter 10, Warning and Protection. Joseph had another dream. An angel appeared to him with an urgent message. "Get up, take the child and his mother, flee to Egypt, stay there until I tell you to return. Herod is going to search for the child to kill him." Joseph didn't wait for morning. He didn't pack carefully. He didn't say goodbye to neighbours. He gathered Mary and Jesus, took whatever they could carry, including the gifts from the Magi, and left Bethlehem under cover of darkness. They fled to Egypt. Egypt, the ancient enemy. Egypt, where the Israelites had been enslaved. Egypt, where Moses had confronted Pharaoh. Egypt, which represented oppression and bondage in Jewish memory. But Egypt was outside Herod's jurisdiction. Egypt was beyond the reach of his soldiers. Egypt was safe. The journey was long and dangerous. They travelled as refugees carrying a toddler, trying to blend in with other travellers, always afraid of being recognised or caught. But they had the gold from the Magi. They could afford food, lodging and transportation. The gift that acknowledged Jesus as king also saved his life. Behind them in Bethlehem, Herod's patience ran out. When the Magi didn't return, Herod realised he had been tricked. His rage was absolute. He gave an order so monstrous that it still shocks people 2,000 years later. Kill every male child in Bethlehem and the surrounding area who was 2 years old or younger. Based on the timing the Magi had given him, based on when the star had appeared, Herod calculated the child's possible age. To be certain he didn't miss his target, he made the net as wide as possible. Soldiers descended on Bethlehem. They went house to house. They tore children from their mothers' arms. The streets ran with blood. The air filled with screams. Mothers wept for their children, refusing to be comforted because their children were no more. The prophecy from Jeremiah, spoken 600 years earlier, was fulfilled in the most horrific way imaginable. But Jesus was not among the dead. Jesus was in Egypt, protected by divine intervention and the obedience of his earthly father. The massacre served multiple purposes in God's plan, though that doesn't make it less tragic. It demonstrated the evil that opposed Jesus from the beginning. It showed that the world would reject him, would try to destroy him, would stop at nothing to eliminate the threat he represented. It also fulfilled prophecy. "Out of Egypt I called my son," the prophet Hosea had written. Just as Israel had been called out of Egypt during the Exodus, so Jesus would come out of Egypt to begin his ministry. Mary and Joseph stayed in Egypt until Herod died. It might have been months. It might have been years. They lived as foreigners in a strange land, trusting that God would tell them when it was safe to return. Eventually the angel appeared to Joseph again in a dream. Herod was dead. It was time to go home. But when Joseph learned that Herod's son Archelaus was ruling Judea, he was afraid. Archelaus was known to be as cruel as his father, perhaps more so. Another warning came in a dream. Don't go to Judea. Go to Galilee instead. And so they settled in Nazareth, the town where they had originally lived. Jesus would grow up in Nazareth. He would be called a Nazarene, fulfilling yet another prophecy. The immediate danger had passed. The infant who threatened Herod's throne had survived. The child who would change the world was safe. For now. Epilogue. The meaning of Christmas. The Christmas story is not what we expect. We expect triumph. We get humility. We expect power. We get vulnerability. We expect recognition. We get obscurity. We expect a king to arrive with his armies and fanfare. Instead, God sends a baby to a feeding trough in a stable. This is the pattern that defines everything Jesus would later do. He didn't come to conquer through military force. He came to conquer through love. He didn't come to destroy his enemies. He came to die for them. He didn't come to be served. He came to serve. The Christmas story begins in darkness. 400 years of divine silence, Roman occupation, heavy taxation, spiritual oppression, a world waiting but not knowing what it was waiting for. Into that darkness a light appeared, not in a palace in Rome, not in the temple in Jerusalem, but in a stable in Bethlehem. A light so small and fragile that it seemed like it could be snuffed out at any moment, but that light could not be extinguished. Herod tried. The religious leaders would try. The Roman Empire would try. Death itself would try. And all of them would fail. The baby in the manger would grow into a man who would teach with authority, heal the sick, raise the dead, and forgive sins. He would challenge every assumption about power and greatness. He would say that the first will be last and the last will be first, that the greatest must be the servant of all, that the kingdom of God belongs to the poor in spirit. He would be rejected by the religious establishment, betrayed by his own disciples, arrested on false charges, tortured by Roman soldiers, and executed on a cross like a common criminal. And 3 days later he would rise from the dead, defeating death itself, proving that everything he said was true. The Christmas story is not complete without Easter. The baby in the manger came to die and rise again. The gifts of the Magi pointed forward to this: gold for a king who would rule forever, frankincense for a priest who would mediate a new covenant, myrrh for a sacrifice that would take away the sins of the world. Christmas is not about sentimentality. It's not about warm feelings or nostalgia or family traditions, as good as those things may be. Christmas is about God entering his creation, the infinite becoming finite, the eternal entering time, the Creator becoming part of creation. It's about God refusing to remain distant, refusing to simply issue commands from heaven, refusing to send prophets or angels or visions. Instead, God came himself, in the most vulnerable form possible, as a baby who needed to be fed and changed and held. This is what makes Christianity unique among world religions. The claim is not that God revealed truth to humanity. The claim is that God became human, that the divine took on flesh and blood, that God experienced hunger, thirst, exhaustion, pain, and even death. The baby in the manger is God with us, Emmanuel, the promise fulfilled, the hope realized, the salvation delivered. 2,000 years have passed since that night in Bethlehem. Empires have risen and fallen, kingdoms have come and gone. The Roman Empire that seemed so permanent is dust. Herod's dynasty lasted only a few generations. Caesar Augustus is a historical footnote. But the baby born in that stable, his influence has only grown. His followers number in the billions. His teachings have shaped civilizations. His name is the most recognized name in human history. Because that night in Bethlehem wasn't just another birth. It was the moment when heaven touched earth, when prophecy became reality, when hope became tangible, when salvation arrived, not with thunder and lightning, but with the quiet cry of a newborn baby. The shepherds ran to see him. The Magi travelled months to worship him. Angels sang at his birth. And 2,000 years later, people still celebrate that night. Because the night that changed the world wasn't about what we expected. It was about what we needed. We needed a God who understood our weakness because he experienced it himself. We needed a saviour who could identify with our struggles because he faced them too. We needed proof that God cares, that God sees, that God acts. And we got all of that in a baby lying in a manger in Bethlehem. Silent night. Holy night. The night that changed everything. The shepherds went back to their flocks, but they were never the same. The Magi returned to their lands, but they carried the truth with them. Mary and Joseph raised Jesus, watching him grow, knowing he was destined for something greater than they could fully understand. And in that stable, surrounded by animals, attended by shepherds, honoured by wise men from distant lands, the hope of the world opened his eyes and saw his creation for the first time. Christmas is the story of God refusing to give up on us, of God loving us so much that he was willing to become one of us, of God entering our darkness with light, of God meeting us in our poverty with riches beyond measure. It's the story of a night when the impossible happened, when prophecies were fulfilled, when heaven broke through, when everything changed, and it all began with a baby in a manger. Glory to God in the highest heaven, and on earth peace to those on whom his favour rests. The night that changed the world, a silent night in Bethlehem, where history was rewritten, where hope was born, where God came to save us. This is Christmas. This is the greatest story ever told, and it begins with the smallest, most vulnerable thing in the world, a baby wrapped in cloths, lying in a manger, the saviour of the world.
Hello, dear friends, and welcome to Sacred Slumber. Before we begin our journey together into this timeless story of faith and courage, I want to take a moment to connect with you, wherever you are in the world tonight. How has your day been? Perhaps you're settling in as the evening draws near, or maybe you're starting your morning with this gentle retelling. Whether it's midnight where you are, or the sun is just beginning to rise, know that you're exactly where you need to be. I'm curious about where this story is finding you tonight. Are you listening from a cosy bedroom in North America? Perhaps watching the stars appear through your window? Or maybe you're in Europe, beginning a peaceful morning with this tale? Perhaps you're in Asia, Africa, Australia, or anywhere else across our beautiful world. Wherever you are, you're part of our global Sacred Slumber family, and we're so grateful to have you here. If this is your first time joining us, or if you've been with us before, we invite you to subscribe to Sacred Slumber, where we bring you gentle Bible stories and peaceful reflections designed to encourage your heart and strengthen your faith. Now let's settle in together as we journey to ancient Israel, to a valley where faith would triumph over fear, and where a young shepherd boy would show the world that with God all things are possible. The golden sun rises slowly over the valley of Elah, casting long shadows across the rocky terrain. The air is crisp with morning dew, and a gentle breeze carries the scent of wild flowers that dot the hillsides. This valley, nestled between rolling hills covered with olive trees and scattered stones, would soon become the stage for one of history's most remarkable displays of faith. On the eastern ridge, the armies of Israel have made their camp. Hundreds of tents stretch across the hillside, their fabric fluttering softly in the morning breeze. Smoke rises from cooking fires where soldiers prepare their simple breakfast of bread and olives. The men move quietly, their faces etched with concern, their eyes constantly drawn to the valley below and the opposite hill. For across the valley, on the western ridge, stands another camp. The Philistines have pitched their tents there, their bronze weapons glinting in the early light. These are seasoned warriors, confident in their strength, their numbers, and their champion who has struck terror into the hearts of Israel's army for 40 long days. Between these two armies lies the valley itself, a stretch of land that seems to hold its breath in anticipation. The grass grows green here, watered by a small brook that winds its way through the centre of the valley, its waters singing softly over smooth stones. It's a peaceful place, this valley, seemingly too beautiful for the conflict that's about to unfold. But it's here, in this quiet valley, that we find a young man who will change everything. His name is David, and he's not a soldier at all. He's a shepherd from the small town of Bethlehem, the youngest of 8 brothers. While his older brothers serve in King Saul's army, David tends his father's sheep on the hillsides near his home. David has olive skin bronzed by countless hours under the Palestinian sun, and eyes that sparkle with life, an unwavering trust in the God of Israel. His hands, though young, are strong from years of guiding sheep, playing his harp and practicing with his simple shepherd's sling. He's small in stature compared to the warriors in both camps, but there's something different about David, something that sets him apart. It's not his size or his strength, but the quiet confidence that comes from knowing that the God who created the heavens and earth is also the God who watches over him as he watches over his sheep. As the sun climbs higher, painting the valley in shades of gold and amber, a stirring begins in both camps. The day's challenge is about to begin, and David, though he doesn't know it yet, is about to step into a moment that will echo through eternity. For 39 days, the same terrifying scene has played out in the valley of Elah. As the morning sun reaches its full strength, a massive figure emerges from the Philistine camp and strides down the hillside toward the valley floor. This is Goliath of Gath, and he is a sight that would make even the bravest heart tremble. Standing nearly 10 feet tall, Goliath is a giant among men. His frame is muscular and imposing, built like a fortress of flesh and bone. His bronze helmet catches the sunlight, and his scale armour gleams like the surface of a deep, dark sea. Each scale of his armour has been carefully crafted, overlapping like fish scales, to create an almost impenetrable defence. The armour alone weighs more than many men could carry, yet Goliath wears it as easily as another man might wear a simple tunic. In his massive hand he carries a spear, whose iron point is as large as a weaver's rod, and whose shaft is thick as a small tree. On his back hangs a bronze sword, and his legs are protected by bronze greaves that shine like mirrors. Walking before him is his armour-bearer, a man who would be considered large in any other company, but appears almost childlike next to his champion. As Goliath reaches the centre of the valley, near the gently flowing brook, he stops and turns to face the Israelite camp on the eastern hill. Then, in a voice that booms across the valley like thunder, he issues his daily challenge. "Why do you come out and line up for battle?" His voice echoes off the hillsides, causing birds to take flight from the olive trees. "Am I not a Philistine, and are you not the servants of Saul? Choose a man and have him come down to me. If he is able to fight and kill me, we will become your subjects. But if I overcome him and kill him, you will become our subjects and serve us." He pauses, letting his words sink in, and then continues with a sneer that the Israelite soldiers can hear even from their distant positions. "This day I defy the armies of Israel. Give me a man and let us fight each other." The challenge hangs in the morning air like a dark cloud. On the hillside, King Saul's army shifts nervously. These are not cowards, these soldiers of Israel. They are men who have fought battles and defended their homeland with courage. But Goliath represents something beyond normal warfare. He is not just a man. He seems like a force of nature, an unstoppable mountain of bronze and flesh. Among the Israelite ranks are 3 brothers, Eliab, Abinadab, and Shammah, sons of Jesse from Bethlehem. They stand with their fellow soldiers, feeling the same chill of fear that grips every man present. They've heard stories of giants in the land, descendants of the Anakim, who struck terror in the hearts of their forefathers. But seeing Goliath is different from hearing stories. His very presence seems to drain the courage from their hearts. King Saul himself, who stands head and shoulders above most men, feels small in comparison to this Philistine champion. The king who once stood fearlessly against Israel's enemies now finds himself at a loss. He has offered great rewards to any man who will face Goliath, riches beyond measure, his own daughter in marriage, and exemption from taxes for the victor's family. But for 39 days, no man has stepped forward. As Goliath's voice fades across the valley, an oppressive silence settles over both camps. The Philistines are confident, almost jovial in their certainty. Their champion is invincible, and they know it. Soon all of Israel will bow before their might. But in the Israelite camp, fear has taken root like a poisonous vine. With each passing day, with each repeated challenge, that fear grows stronger. The soldiers begin to whisper among themselves. Some wonder if they should retreat. Others question whether God has abandoned them. The shadow of one man, one giant, is darkening the faith of an entire nation. Yet God, who sees all things, who knows the end from the beginning, has already prepared an answer to this seemingly impossible challenge. And that answer is not a mighty warrior or a skilled general. It's a young shepherd boy who at this very moment is walking the dusty roads that lead to the valley of Elah, carrying nothing more threatening than food for his brothers and cheese for their commander. As the day progresses and Goliath returns to his camp with another unchallenged victory, the stage is being set for an encounter that will demonstrate once and for all that the battle belongs not to the strong, but to the Lord. The morning sun is climbing higher when David crests the hill overlooking the valley of Elah. He's been walking since before dawn, carrying a heavy pack filled with roasted grain and 10 loaves of fresh bread for his brothers and 10 cuts of cheese for their unit commander. His father Jesse, concerned about his sons serving in King Saul's army, has sent David to check on them and bring them provisions. As David approaches the Israelite camp, he can hear the familiar sounds of an army preparing for battle. The clank of bronze armour, the scraping of swords being sharpened, and the low murmur of soldiers' voices. But there's something else in the air. Something David can sense even before he understands it. There's a tension here, a fear that seems to hang over the camp like morning fog. David makes his way through the camp, asking for directions to find his brothers. The soldiers he passes look weary, their faces drawn with anxiety. Some pace nervously, others sit quietly, staring toward the valley. This is not what David expected to find. Where is the courage of Israel's army? Where is the confidence that should come from serving the God who delivered them from Egypt and gave them this promised land? Finally, David spots his brothers among their unit, and his face brightens with joy. He hurries toward them, his pack bouncing on his shoulders, but as he greets Eliab, Abinadab, and Shammah, he notices that they too carry the same haunted expression as the other soldiers. "Father sent provisions," David says warmly, beginning to unpack the food. "He's been worried about you and wanted to make sure you have enough to eat." But before his brothers can respond fully to his greeting, a sound begins to build from across the valley. It starts as a low rumble and grows into the unmistakable boom of Goliath's voice. David stops unpacking and turns toward the valley, his eyes widening as he sees the massive figure striding down the hillside. Who is this uncircumcised Philistine that he should defy the armies of the living God? David asks, his voice filled not with fear, but with indignation. The words come naturally to him, spoken with the simple faith of someone who knows God personally, intimately, like a shepherd knows his flock. The soldiers around David stare at him in amazement. Some even step back, as if his words might bring Goliath's wrath down upon them. But David isn't speaking recklessly. He's speaking from a heart that has experienced God's faithfulness. In the quiet places, in the fields where he tends sheep, under the stars where he plays his harp and sings psalms to the God who made them. What will be done for the man who kills this Philistine and removes this disgrace from Israel? David continues, his voice carrying a confidence that seems foreign in this camp of frightened warriors. The soldiers explain about King Saul's promised rewards, but David barely seems to hear them. His focus is not on gold or marriage or tax exemption. His concern is for the honour of God and the reputation of God's people. How can this Philistine be allowed to mock the armies of the living God? How can Israel's soldiers allow this blasphemy to continue day after day? Word of David's questions and his bold words quickly spreads through the camp. Some soldiers are amazed by his courage, others think he's simply too young to understand the danger. But when the news reaches Eliab, David's oldest brother, he responds with anger and embarrassment. "Why have you come down here?" Eliab demands, his face flushed with frustration. "And with whom did you leave those few sheep in the wilderness? I know how conceited you are, and how wicked your heart is. You came down only to watch the battle." Eliab's harsh words reveal the tension that can exist even in families when faith and fear collide. Perhaps Eliab is embarrassed that his youngest brother shows more courage than he and his fellow soldiers have demonstrated. Perhaps he's genuinely concerned for David's safety. But David responds with gentle humility. "Now what have I done?" David asks calmly. "Can't I even speak?" He doesn't argue with his brother or defend himself harshly. Instead, he simply continues asking his questions, seeking to understand why no one has stepped forward to defend God's honour. Eventually, word of David's bold questions reaches King Saul himself. The king, desperate for any glimmer of hope, sends for this young man who speaks so fearlessly about facing the Philistine giant. When David is brought before him, Saul sees nothing impressive about this youth. David is small, young, with the sun-darkened skin of someone who works outdoors. He carries no sword, no armour, nothing that would mark him as a warrior. "Let no one lose heart on account of this Philistine," David says to the king with quiet confidence. "Your servant will go and fight him." King Saul looks at David in disbelief. "You are not able to go out against this Philistine and fight him," he says, his voice heavy with the weight of responsibility and fear. "You are only a young man, and he has been a warrior from his youth." But David's response comes from a wellspring of faith that has been tested and proven in the wilderness places where no one was watching. "Your servant has been keeping his father's sheep," David begins, his voice steady and sure. "When a lion or a bear came and carried off a sheep from the flock, I went after it, struck it, and rescued the sheep from its mouth. When it turned on me, I seized it by its hair, struck it, and killed it. Your servant has killed both the lion and the bear. This uncircumcised Philistine will be like one of them, because he has defied the armies of the living God." David pauses, and in that pause the tent seems to fill with the presence of something greater than human courage. "The Lord who rescued me from the paw of the lion and the paw of the bear will rescue me from the hand of this Philistine." Here is the key to David's confidence. It's not based on his own strength or skill. It's not rooted in pride or youthful foolishness. David's courage comes from his personal experience of God's faithfulness. In the quiet places when no one was watching except God, David learned to trust. When wild beasts threatened his father's sheep, David didn't run. He stood and fought, not in his own strength, but trusting in the God who had called him to be a shepherd. King Saul, moved by David's faith, and perhaps remembering his own younger days when he trusted God more completely, finally gives his consent. "Go," he says, "and the Lord be with you." Wanting to give David every possible advantage, Saul dresses him in his own tunic and puts a bronze helmet on his head and a coat of armour on his body. He gives David his own sword to carry, but when David tries to walk in all this military gear, he finds he can hardly move. "I cannot go in these," David says to Saul, "because I am not used to them." So he takes off the armour, removes the helmet, and sets aside the sword. He will not try to become something he's not, or fight in a way that's foreign to him. David will face Goliath as himself, a shepherd boy who trusts in the living God. Instead, David picks up his staff, the simple wooden rod that has been his companion through countless days in the fields. He goes to the brook that runs through the valley and carefully selects 5 smooth stones worn perfectly round by the flowing water. He places these in his shepherd's bag and takes his sling in his hand. As David walks toward the valley, he carries with him something more powerful than any bronze armour or iron sword. He carries the confidence that comes from knowing God personally, from experiencing his faithfulness in the quiet places of life. And he carries the understanding that this battle is not really between David and Goliath at all. This is a battle between the God of Israel and the false gods of the Philistines, between truth and blasphemy, between faith and fear. The young shepherd is ready to face the giant, not because he is strong, but because he knows the one who is stronger than any earthly power. The afternoon sun hangs bright and warm over the valley of Elah as 2 figures begin their approach toward each other across the grassy floor of the valley. The contrast between them could not be more dramatic, and yet it's precisely in this contrast that God's glory will be revealed. From the western hill, Goliath begins his descent, his bronze armour catching and reflecting the sunlight like a beacon. Each step he takes shakes the ground slightly, and the sound of his armour clanking echoes across the valley. He moves with the confidence of someone who has never known defeat, never felt the sting of uncertainty. His armour-bearer walks before him, carrying the massive shield that will protect the giant from any arrows that might be fired from the Israelite lines. From the eastern hill, David begins his own journey down into the valley. He walks with a steady, purposeful gait, his simple shepherd's clothing a stark contrast to the military spectacle approaching from the other side. In one hand he carries his staff, worn smooth by years of use. In the other, he holds his sling, a simple leather pouch attached to 2 cords, the kind of weapon that shepherds have used for generations to protect their flocks from predators. Behind David on the hillside, the entire Israelite army watches in stunned silence. Thousands of seasoned warriors stand motionless, their eyes fixed on the small figure, walking steadily towards certain death. Some of them pray silently, asking God to protect this brave boy. Others shake their heads in disbelief at what they perceive as pointless sacrifice. King Saul watches from his position among his officers, his heart heavy with the responsibility for sending a youth to face a giant. On the opposite hill, the Philistine army watches with amusement and anticipation. They point at David and laugh among themselves, joking about how quickly their champion will dispatch this boy. Some of them are already making plans for the victory celebration they'll hold after Israel surrenders, as surely they must, after witnessing their champion's inevitable defeat. But as David walks down the hillside, his heart is neither fearful nor boastful. Instead, it's filled with a quiet confidence that comes from knowing he is not walking into this valley alone. The same God who helped him rescue sheep from the mouths of lions and bears is with him now. The same God who has been his shepherd will be his strength. As the 2 figures draw closer together in the centre of the valley, near the gently flowing brook, Goliath gets his first clear look at his opponent. What he sees fills him with contempt and rage. This is not a warrior, this is just a boy, ruddy and handsome, carrying a shepherd's simple tools instead of weapons of war. "Am I a dog," Goliath roars, his voice booming across the valley, "that you come at me with sticks?" His anger at what he perceives as an insult burns hot. He expected Israel to send their greatest warrior, someone worthy of his attention. Instead, they've sent a child. Goliath continues his verbal assault, his voice carrying clearly to both armies. "Come here, and I'll give your flesh to the birds and the wild animals." The threat hangs in the air like the cry of a predator, and even some of the Philistine soldiers feel a chill at the cruelty in their champion's voice. But David, standing in the valley, with the afternoon sun behind him, casting his shadow long across the grass, remains unshaken. When he speaks, his voice carries clearly across the valley, and every word is heard by both armies. "You come against me with sword and spear and javelin," David calls out, his young voice strong and clear. "But I come against you in the name of the Lord Almighty, the God of the armies of Israel, whom you have defied." The words echo across the valley like a bell ringing, clear and pure and full of power. David continues, and as he speaks, something changes in the atmosphere of the valley. The mocking laughter from the Philistine hill begins to fade. On the Israelite side, soldiers lean forward, straining to hear every word. "This day the Lord will deliver you into my hands, and I'll strike you down and cut off your head. This very day I will give the carcasses of the Philistine army to the birds and the wild animals, and the whole world will know that there is a God in Israel. All those gathered here will know that it is not by sword or spear that the Lord saves. For the battle is the Lord's, and he will give all of you into our hands." David's words ring with prophetic power and absolute certainty. He's not boasting in his own strength or skill. Instead, he's making a declaration of faith, a public testimony to the power and faithfulness of the God of Israel. This battle, David understands, is not ultimately about military might or human courage. It's about the honour of God and the revelation of his power to both Israel and the surrounding nations. Goliath, enraged by what he sees as blasphemous arrogance from a mere boy, begins moving quickly toward David, his massive frame covering the ground with surprising speed. His armour clanks and his weapons gleam as he bears down on his small opponent like an avalanche of bronze and iron. But David doesn't flee. Instead, he runs toward Goliath, closing the distance between them with swift, determined steps. As he runs, he reaches into his shepherd's bag and takes out one of the smooth stones he selected from the brook. With practiced ease, born of countless hours protecting sheep, he places the stone in his sling. The sling is not a child's toy, though it may appear simple. In the hands of a skilled shepherd, it's a precision weapon capable of tremendous force. David has used his sling to drive off wolves and bears, to guide wandering sheep, and to strike targets with accuracy at considerable distances. Now as he runs toward Goliath, all those years of practice culminate in this single, crucial moment. With fluid motion, perfected through countless repetitions, David begins to swing the sling around his head, building momentum. The leather pouch whispers through the air as it spins, faster and faster. Goliath, seeing David's movement, may have raised his shield or adjusted his position, but his great size, which has always been his advantage, now works against him. He cannot change direction quickly, cannot dodge with the agility of a smaller man. At the perfect moment, when the geometry of angle and distance and momentum align exactly right, David releases one of the cords. The stone flies from the sling like an arrow, swift and straight and true, guided by skill and powered by faith. The stone strikes Goliath in the centre of his forehead, at the one spot where his bronze helmet doesn't protect him, with tremendous force. The sound of impact echoes across the valley like the crack of thunder. For a moment time seems suspended. The giant warrior, seemingly invincible in his bronze armour, stands motionless. Then, like a great tree falling in the forest, Goliath topples forward and crashes to the ground. The earth trembles under the impact of his massive frame. His weapons clatter beside him, his armour scrapes against the stones, and then there is silence. David runs to where Goliath lies and stands over the fallen giant. Finding no sword of his own, David draws Goliath's own massive sword from its sheath, and with effort befitting his size, uses it to cut off the giant's head, fulfilling his prophecy exactly as he had spoken it. Then David lifts Goliath's head high above his own, and his voice rings out across the valley one more time, "The battle is the Lord's." The silence that follows is profound and complete, broken only by the gentle sound of the brook flowing peacefully through the valley, washing the smooth stones that remain in David's shepherd's bag. The sight of their fallen champion creates an immediate and dramatic transformation in both armies. On the Philistine hillside, the confident laughter and casual conversation die away instantly, replaced by stunned silence and then growing panic. These seasoned warriors, who moments before were planning their victory celebration, now stare in disbelief at the impossible scene in the valley below. Their champion, their giant, their seemingly invincible Goliath lies motionless in the grass, his own sword in the hands of the shepherd boy, who stands triumphant beside his massive form. The psychological impact is devastating. If Goliath could fall to this young Israelite, what protection did they have? What power could stand against the God of Israel? On the eastern hillside, the transformation is equally dramatic, but runs in the opposite direction. The Israelite soldiers, who have been paralysed by fear for 40 days, suddenly find their voices in a great roar of triumph that echoes off the surrounding hills. The sound builds and builds, a crescendo of relief and joy and renewed confidence that seems to shake the very foundations of the valley. "The Lord has given us victories," they cry. "God has delivered the Philistines into our hands." Swords are drawn from sheaths, not in fear this time, but in confidence. Spears are raised high, and the entire army begins to surge down the hillside like a mighty river breaking through a dam. King Saul, watching from his position among his officers, feels his own heart lift with amazement and gratitude. The burden of fear that has pressed down on him for weeks suddenly lifts, replaced by the returning memory of what it means to serve the living God. He gives the command that his army is already anticipating. Charge! The Philistine army, seeing the Israelites rushing toward them and having lost their champion and their confidence in a single moment, turns and flees. What had been an organised military force becomes a scattered mob running for their lives across the hills and valleys of the countryside. The rout is complete and devastating. But as the armies chase and flee across the landscape, David remains in the valley beside the brook, holding Goliath's head and looking up toward heaven with a heart full of gratitude. He has not forgotten, even in this moment of triumph, that the victory belongs to the Lord. This was never about David's skill with a sling. Though his years of practice were important, this was never about David's courage. Though his faith was essential, this was about God's power to save his people and his determination to show both Israel and the nations around them that he alone is God. David understands something that many of the celebrating soldiers rushing past him have not yet grasped. This victory in the valley of Elah is not an end in itself, but a beginning. It's a demonstration of what becomes possible when someone is willing to trust completely in God's power and step forward in faith, even when the circumstances seem impossible. As David picks up his simple staff and adjusts his shepherd's bag, still containing 4 unused stones, he reflects on the events of the day. This morning he was simply bringing food to his brothers. Now he has become the deliverer of Israel, the slayer of giants, the one through whom God chose to demonstrate his power to the nations. But David's heart remains humble. He knows that he was simply the instrument God chose to use. The smooth stones came from God's creation. The skill to use the sling came from God's provision of years in the wilderness. The courage to step forward came from God's faithfulness in past trials. Even the opportunity to be in the valley today came from God's sovereign orchestration of events. As the sun begins to set over the valley of Elah, painting the sky in shades of orange and purple, David begins the journey back up the hillside. Behind him, the brook continues to flow peacefully, its waters singing the same gentle song they sang this morning, as if nothing extraordinary had happened here at all. But everything has changed. Israel has been delivered from their enemies. The name of the Lord has been glorified before the nations. Fear has been replaced with faith, and despair has given way to hope. Most importantly, everyone who witnessed this day now knows with certainty that there is a God in Israel, and that the battle belongs to the Lord. The young shepherd boy who walked down into the valley, carrying only his simple faith and his trust in God, walks back up the hillside as a champion. But he carries with him the same faith and the same trust, because he understands that these were the real weapons that won the victory. Size and strength and bronze armour are nothing compared to the power of the living God when it flows through a heart that trusts him completely. As David rejoins the celebrating Israelite army, his brothers look at him with new eyes. Eliab, who scolded him harshly this morning, now embraces him with tears of joy and amazement. The soldiers who barely noticed the young shepherd this morning now gather around him with respect and wonder, eager to hear him tell the story of his victory. But David's first words are not about his own actions or his own courage. Instead, he lifts his eyes toward heaven and says simply, "Blessed be the Lord God of Israel, who has delivered his people this day." The victory belongs to the Lord, and David never forgets it. This understanding, this heart of worship and gratitude, even in the moment of triumph, is what will carry David through all the challenges that lie ahead in his remarkable life. For this is not the end of David's story, but the beginning. This day in the valley of Elah reveals the heart of a shepherd who will one day be king, a man after God's own heart, who will lead Israel with the same faith and trust he showed when facing a giant with nothing but a sling and the name of the Lord. As we reflect on this timeless story of David and Goliath, we discover that it offers us profound truths that speak directly to our own lives and challenges. The Valley of Elah becomes a classroom where God teaches us about faith, courage, preparation, and the source of true victory. Let's explore these lessons together, allowing them to settle into our hearts like seeds planted in good soil. One of the most striking aspects of David's story is how thoroughly unlikely he seems as a champion. When the prophet Samuel came to Jesse's house to anoint the next king of Israel, Jesse didn't even bother to call David in from the fields at first. David was the youngest, the smallest, the one everyone overlooked. Even his own brothers saw him as insignificant, more of an annoyance than a hero. Yet God specifically chose this overlooked shepherd boy to accomplish what none of Israel's mighty warriors dared attempt. This pattern runs throughout Scripture and continues in our world today. God delights in using people the world considers insignificant to accomplish his greatest purposes. He chooses the weak to shame the strong, the foolish to confound the wise, the humble to teach the proud. This truth offers tremendous encouragement to anyone who has ever felt overlooked, undervalued, or insignificant. Perhaps you feel too young, too old, too inexperienced, or too ordinary to make a difference. Perhaps others have dismissed your dreams or minimized your contributions. If so, you're in excellent company. Moses felt too inadequate to speak for God. Gideon felt too weak to lead an army. Esther felt too powerless to influence a king. Mary felt too young to bear the Messiah. But God sees what others miss. He looks at the heart while others focus on outward appearances. He values faithfulness over fame, character over credentials, availability over ability. When you feel small in the eyes of the world, remember that you serve a God who specializes in doing extraordinary things through ordinary people who trust him completely. The key is not to become someone else, but to offer who you already are to God with complete surrender. David didn't try to become a traditional warrior. He remained a shepherd who trusted God. Your background, your personality, your unique experiences and perspective are not accidents. They are part of God's preparation for the work he has planned for you. David's courage in facing Goliath didn't appear suddenly on the day of battle. It was forged over years of faithful service in places where no one was watching except God. While tending his father's sheep in the wilderness, David faced lions and bears that threatened the flock. In those lonely, dangerous moments, with no audience to impress and no recognition to gain, David learned to depend completely on God's strength. These wilderness experiences became David's training ground. Each time he trusted God to help him protect the sheep, his faith grew stronger. Each time he saw God's faithfulness in the small things, his confidence in God's power increased. By the time he faced Goliath, David had a history with God, a track record of divine assistance that gave him unshakable confidence. This principle applies directly to our lives. The character we develop in private, the faithfulness we demonstrate when no one is watching, the trust we build through small challenges prepare us for the larger battles we'll face later. God often prepares us through what seem like insignificant experiences, developing in us the spiritual muscles we'll need for greater tasks. Perhaps you're in a season of quiet preparation right now. Maybe you're in a job that feels unimportant, dealing with challenges that seem mundane, or serving in ways that go unnoticed. Don't despise these experiences. See them as God's training ground, places where you can learn to trust him completely without the pressure of public attention. Every act of faithfulness in small things builds spiritual strength. Every time you choose to trust God rather than worry, you're developing the faith muscles you'll need for larger challenges. Every moment you spend in prayer, study and worship during the ordinary days creates the spiritual foundation that will hold firm when storms come. David's Psalms reflect a man who knew God intimately through countless hours of communion in the wilderness. His worship wasn't reserved for public occasions. It was the natural overflow of a heart that had learned to recognize God's presence in solitary places. This private relationship with God became the source of his public courage. The contrast between David's response to Goliath and that of Israel's army reveals the transformative power of proper perspective. The Israelite soldiers saw Goliath's size and focused on their own inadequacy. They measured themselves against the giant and found themselves wanting. Fear paralyzed them because they were looking at the problem instead of at God. David saw the same giant but responded completely differently. Instead of focusing on Goliath's size, David focused on God's greatness. Instead of measuring himself against the Philistine champion, he remembered God's faithfulness in past challenges. Most importantly, David saw this confrontation not as David versus Goliath, but as the God of Israel versus the false gods of the Philistines. This shift in perspective made all the difference. When we focus on our problems, they appear insurmountable. When we focus on God, our problems find their proper proportion. The same challenge that paralyzes us with fear can become an opportunity to witness God's power when we view it through the lens of faith. Your Goliath may not be a 9-foot giant in bronze armour, but it's probably just as real and just as intimidating. It might be a health diagnosis that fills you with dread, a financial crisis that keeps you awake at night, a broken relationship that seems beyond repair, or a dream that feels impossible to achieve. Whatever giant you're facing, the same God who empowered David is available to you today. The key is learning to see your challenges through God's eyes rather than your own. When you focus on how big your problems are, they grow larger in your mind, and your faith shrinks. But when you focus on how big your God is, your problems find their proper place, and your faith grows stronger. Faith doesn't mean pretending problems don't exist or minimizing real challenges. David didn't pretend Goliath was small. He acknowledged the giant's formidable appearance and weapons. But faith means recognizing that God is greater than any challenge we face, and that his power is available to those who trust him completely. Perhaps the most important lesson from David's story is his understanding that victory belongs to God alone. David never claimed credit for defeating Goliath. He never boasted about his skill with a sling or his courage in facing the giant. Instead, he consistently pointed to God as the source of his victory. This humility wasn't false modesty, it was accurate theology. David understood that without God's strength, he would have been just another casualty in the valley. With God's power, he became an instrument of divine deliverance. The difference was not in David himself, but in David's relationship with God and his willingness to trust completely in divine strength. This principle protects us from both despair and pride. When we face challenges that seem impossible, we can take courage from knowing that we don't have to rely on our own strength. The same God who empowered David is available to empower us. When we experience victory and success, we can maintain humility by remembering that every good gift comes from above. Recognizing that victory belongs to the Lord also frees us from the crushing pressure of trying to achieve success through our own efforts alone. We can work diligently, prepare thoroughly, and act courageously, but we do so knowing that ultimate success depends on God's blessing and power. This perspective brings both peace in the struggle and gratitude in the victory. As we conclude our time together in the valley of Elah, I want you to imagine yourself standing where David stood. The sun is setting behind you, casting long shadows across the grass. In front of you lies whatever giant has been challenging your faith, threatening your peace, or blocking your path forward. Your Goliath might be fear itself, that persistent anxiety that whispers lies about your future and your security. It might be doubt that questions God's goodness when life becomes difficult. Perhaps it's a pattern of sin that seems too strong to break, a relationship that appears too damaged to heal, or a dream that feels too big to pursue. Maybe your giant is loneliness that echoes in empty rooms and quiet evenings, or it could be anger that burns hot and destroys relationships. Perhaps it's despair that covers your days like a dark cloud, making it hard to see hope or purpose. Whatever giant you're facing, remember David's words. I come against you in the name of the Lord Almighty. You don't have to face your challenges alone. You don't have to rely solely on your own strength, wisdom, or resources. The same God who empowered a shepherd boy to defeat a giant warrior is present with you today. Like David, you may feel small and inadequate when you look at the size of your challenges. That's normal and even healthy, because it drives you to depend on God rather than yourself. But don't let the size of your problems overshadow the greatness of your God. Don't let the voice of your giant drown out the whisper of divine love that calls you forward in faith. Remember that God has been preparing you for this moment through all the quiet experiences of your life. Every time you've chosen trust over worry, every moment you've experienced God's faithfulness in small things, every prayer you've whispered in the darkness has been building the spiritual strength you need for this challenge. Take up your simple faith like David took up his sling. Select the smooth stones of God's promises that have been worn smooth by the flowing waters of his love. Step forward, not in your own strength, but in the name of the Lord who loves you completely and fights on your behalf. And remember, the battle belongs to the Lord. Your job is not to guarantee the outcome, but to trust the one who holds the outcome in his hands. Your calling is not to be strong enough to win, but to be faithful enough to step forward when God calls. As you face your giants, may you have David's courage to step forward, his faith to trust completely, and his wisdom to give God all the glory for whatever victories he grants. May you discover, as David did, that with God all things are possible, and that no giant is too large for the power of divine love. Let us pray together. Heavenly Father, we thank you for the story of David and Goliath, which reminds us that you delight in using ordinary people to accomplish extraordinary things. Help us to see our challenges through your eyes rather than our own fears. Give us David's courage to step forward when you call, his faith to trust in your power rather than our own strength, and his humility to give you glory for every victory. We place our giants before you today, Lord, whatever form they may take in our lives. We acknowledge that we cannot defeat them in our own strength, but we trust in your power to deliver us. Use our weaknesses to display your strength, our fears to showcase your faithfulness, and our victories to bring glory to your name. Help us to be faithful in the quiet places of preparation, knowing that you are building in us the character and faith we'll need for the challenges ahead. May we never forget that the battle belongs to you, and may we always be quick to give you praise for your goodness and mercy in our lives. In the name of Jesus, our Good Shepherd and mighty champion, we pray. Amen. Sleep well, dear friends, knowing that the same God who was with David in the valley is with you wherever your journey leads. May his peace guard your hearts and minds, and may you wake tomorrow with renewed faith to face whatever giants await. Until we meet again in another story, may God's love surround you like a shepherd's care, and may his strength be your portion in every season. Thank you for joining us at Sacred Slumber, where every story reminds us that we are deeply loved and never alone.
There are moments when the silence becomes unbearable, when the voices of doubt grow louder than any prayer, when the strongest among us discover that faith, no matter how fierce, cannot shield us from our own humanity. This is the story of a man who called down fire from heaven, yet found himself broken beneath a desert tree, begging for an end. This is the story of Elijah, not at his most powerful, but at his most human. And this is the story of a God who speaks not always in thunder, but sometimes in a whisper so gentle it can only be heard by the utterly broken. When faith grows weary. The ancient world knew exhaustion. It knew the weight of standing alone against empires, the burden of witnessing truth rejected, the agony of fighting battles that seemed to bring no lasting change. But perhaps no one in the sacred texts understood this weariness quite like Elijah the Tishbite, a prophet whose name meant "My God is Yahweh," a declaration of identity that would become both his greatest strength and his heaviest burden. We often speak of faith as if it were armour, impenetrable and constant. We imagine biblical heroes as superhuman, their trust in God unshakable, their courage limitless. But the scriptures tell a different story. They tell us of men and women who believed deeply, yet struggled profoundly, who performed miracles yet battled despair, who heard the voice of God yet felt utterly alone. Elijah's story is not one of constant victory. It is a story of peaks and valleys, of triumph followed by terror, of divine power interrupted by very human fear. It is a story that echoes through millennia because it speaks to a truth we all recognize. Even the most faithful can feel empty, afraid, and abandoned. But most importantly, it is a story about how God meets us in our weakness, not always with spectacle, not always with obvious intervention, sometimes with something far more precious, the quiet, steady assurance of his presence when everything else has fallen away. Chapter 1. Elijah at the height of power. The northern kingdom of Israel had fallen into darkness. Not the darkness of night, but something far more sinister, the darkness of spiritual betrayal. King Ahab sat on the throne, a ruler whose weakness of character was matched only by the malevolence of his wife, Queen Jezebel. Together they had led an entire nation away from the God of Abraham, Isaac and Jacob, and toward the worship of Baal, the Canaanite deity of storms and fertility. The transformation had been gradual but thorough. What began as political compromise, marrying a foreign princess to secure alliances, had metastasized into wholesale apostasy. Jezebel had not simply brought her gods with her from Phoenicia. She had systematically worked to replace the worship of Yahweh with the worship of Baal throughout the kingdom. Temples to Baal dotted the landscape, their architecture foreign and imposing, their rituals designed to appeal to the basest, human desires and fears. Hundreds of prophets served at tables laden with royal provisions, spreading their false doctrines across the land. These were not humble seekers of truth, but well-fed beneficiaries of royal patronage, men who had discovered that telling people what they wanted to hear was far more profitable than proclaiming what they needed to know. The altars of the Lord lay in ruins. The priests of Yahweh had been driven into hiding or killed outright. The sacred sites where generations had worshipped were now overgrown with weeds or repurposed for idolatrous ceremonies. The true prophets were hunted like criminals, forced to hide in caves and cisterns, dependent on the few remaining faithful for food and shelter. The faithful themselves were scattered and afraid. To openly worship Yahweh was to invite persecution, to risk property, position, even life itself. Many had compromised, attending the festivals of Baal, while perhaps maintaining private devotion to the God of their fathers. Others had simply drifted away, finding it easier to follow the crowd than to stand against the tide. Still others had genuinely converted, convinced by years of propaganda that Baal was responsible for the rain and harvest, that the old ways were obsolete, that the future belonged to those who embraced the new order. It seemed as though the covenant itself had been forgotten, as though the very identity of God's chosen people had been erased. The stories of Abraham, Moses and Joshua were becoming mere folklore, quaint tales of a bygone era with no relevance to modern life. The nation that had been called to be a light to the Gentiles had instead adopted the Gentiles' darkness as their own. Into this apostasy stepped a figure from the wilderness of Gilead. Elijah arrived in the royal court like a sudden storm, his appearance as rough as the message he carried. His clothing was woven from hair, his face weathered by sun and wind, his eyes burning with prophetic fire. With no preamble, no diplomatic courtesy, no concern for protocol or consequence, he delivered a proclamation that would alter the course of history. There would be neither dew nor rain in Israel except by his word. The audacity of the statement was breathtaking. Here was a nobody from nowhere, confronting the most powerful man in the kingdom, pronouncing judgment not just on the king but on the entire land. But more than audacity, it was a direct challenge to Baal himself. The Canaanite deity was supposed to control the weather, to send the rains that made crops grow and livestock thrive. If Yahweh could shut up the heavens at the word of his prophet, what did that say about Baal's supposed power? For 3 long years the land suffered under an unprecedented drought. The heavens became bronze, unyielding and merciless. The earth turned to dust beneath the relentless sun. What began as concern grew into alarm, then into desperation, then into catastrophe. Crops failed year after year. Livestock died for lack of water and fodder. Springs and wells dried up. Famine stalked the land like a spectre, claiming the weak, the young, the old. The people cried out to Baal. They performed the prescribed rituals, offered the required sacrifices, participated in the sacred processions. The prophets of Baal assured them that their God would answer, that the drought was merely a test, that faithfulness would be rewarded. But the skies remained mercilessly clear, day after day, week after week, month after month. In the 3rd year of drought, with the nation on the brink of complete collapse, Elijah emerged once more from hiding. He went to King Ahab with a proposition so audacious it bordered on madness. On Mount Carmel, before the assembled people of Israel, there would be a contest. The prophets of Baal, 450 of them, would call on their God. Elijah alone would call on Yahweh. Whichever deity answered with fire to consume a sacrifice would be proven the true God. Ahab, desperate for any solution to the crisis destroying his kingdom, agreed. Word went out across Israel. The people gathered on Mount Carmel, drawn by curiosity, desperation, or perhaps some faint hope that ancient questions might finally be answered. The scene that unfolded on that mountain became the stuff of legend. 2 altars were prepared, 2 bulls slaughtered and laid on wood. The prophets of Baal, confident in their numbers and their god's supposed power, went first. They began their rituals at morning light, calling on Baal with increasing fervour as the hours passed. "Baal, answer us," they cried, dancing around their altar in prescribed patterns, their voices rising in rehearsed incantations. The morning wore on. The sun climbed higher, beating down on the mountain. Still no response. The prophets redoubled their efforts, their voices growing hoarse, their movements more frantic. By midday it had become a spectacle of desperation. The prophets were leaping on the altar, shouting until their throats bled with the effort. Some had begun cutting themselves with swords and spears, blood streaming down their bodies in ritualistic frenzy, believing that perhaps the sight of their suffering would move their God to action. Elijah watched with a mixture of profound sorrow and righteous irony. At noon he called out to them, his voice cutting through their chaotic cries. "Shout louder," he suggested with devastating mockery. "Surely he is a god. Perhaps he is deep in thought or busy or travelling. Maybe he is sleeping and must be awakened." The mockery stung, but it was also a profound theological statement. A God who sleeps, who can be too busy to notice, who might not hear unless you shout loud enough. This is no God at all. This is an idol, a projection of human limitation onto the divine, a creation of imagination rather than the creator of all reality. The prophets of Baal continued their frantic efforts through the afternoon, their voices now barely whispers, their bodies exhausted and bloodied. They cried and cut themselves until the time for the evening sacrifice approached. but there was no voice, no answer, no response whatsoever. The silence from heaven was absolute and damning. Then it was Elijah's turn. In the gathering evening light, before a crowd that had watched hours of futile religious theatre, he set about repairing the altar of the Lord that had been torn down. He took 12 stones, one for each of the tribes of Israel, a powerful reminder of national identity, of who they once were, who they were meant to be. Even in their divided and apostate state, they were still the 12 tribes, still the covenant people, still called to be God's own possession. He arranged the wood carefully, prepared the sacrifice, and then did something that seemed designed to ensure failure. He ordered that 4 large jars of water be poured over the offering and the wood. This was done once, then twice, then a third time. Water ran down over the altar, soaking the wood until it seemed impossible that it could ever burn, filling the trench he had dug around the altar until it resembled a small moat. In a land that had seen no rain for 3 years, where every drop of water was precious beyond measure, this seemed like madness or mockery. But Elijah was making a point. When God moved, there would be no room for doubt, no possibility of natural explanation, no way to dismiss what happened as coincidence or trickery. The moment had come. The crowd fell silent. The prophets of Baal stood exhausted and defeated. The sun was setting, painting the sky in colours that would soon give way to darkness. And in that charged silence, Elijah stepped forward to pray. His prayer was remarkable for what it was not. It was not loud or frantic. It was not lengthy or elaborate. There was no cutting, no dancing, no theatrical display. He simply stood before the altar and spoke to God as one would speak to someone present and listening. Lord, the God of Abraham, Isaac and Israel, he began, grounding his appeal in the covenant relationship, in the promises made to the fathers. Let it be known today that you are God in Israel and that I am your servant and have done all these things at your command. This was crucial. Elijah was not acting on his own authority, pursuing his own agenda, trying to make a name for himself. He was a servant following orders, a messenger delivering a message that had originated with God himself. Answer me, Lord, answer me, he continued, so these people will know that you, Lord, are God and that you are turning their hearts back again. Notice what Elijah asked for. Not vindication for himself, not judgment on his enemies, but that the people would know God and experience the turning of their hearts. The entire spectacle, the entire contest, had one purpose: restoration. God wanted his people back. The response was immediate and overwhelming. Fire fell from heaven. Not a small flame slowly kindled, not a gradual ignition, but a consuming inferno that descended with terrible swiftness and power. It devoured the sacrifice, the wood, the stones of the altar, the dust around it, and even the water in the trench. Nothing remained but scorched earth and the undeniable evidence of divine intervention. The people fell on their faces, the cry bursting from thousands of throats simultaneously. The Lord, he is God! The Lord, he is God! It was confession, recognition, repentance, and worship, all in one overwhelming moment. Everything they had witnessed over the previous hours, the impotence of Baal, the futility of human religious effort, the terrifying power of the living God, crystallized into that single cry of acknowledgement. What followed was swifter justice. The prophets of Baal, who had led the nation astray, who had grown fat on royal patronage while the people starved, who had promised what they could not deliver, they were seized and executed. It was brutal, but it was also necessary. The cancer had to be cut out if the body was to heal. Then, finally, after 3 years of drought, Elijah told Ahab that rain was coming. He climbed to the top of Carmel, bent down to the ground, and put his face between his knees in prayer. 7 times he sent his servant to look toward the sea. 7 times the servant returned with the same report. Nothing. But on the 7th time a cloud appeared on the horizon, small as a man's hand. That small cloud grew rapidly into a massive storm system. The sky grew black with clouds. The wind rose and rain began to fall in a deluge that must have seemed like the heavens themselves had burst open. 3 years of withheld blessing came pouring down in torrents. Ahab rushed to his chariot to reach Jezreel before the rain made the roads impassable, and Elijah, strengthened by the power of the Lord, ran ahead of the king's chariot, covering the distance on foot faster than horses could pull the royal conveyance. It was a moment of complete triumph. The drought was broken, the false prophets defeated, the people acknowledging God once more. Elijah appeared unstoppable, invincible, a living symbol of what unwavering faith could accomplish. Surely now the nation would turn back to God. Surely now the reforms would begin. Surely now everything would change. But triumph, as Elijah would very soon discover, is no guarantee against despair. And the greatest threats sometimes come not from the battlefield, but from the quiet moments afterward, when the adrenaline fades and reality sets in. Chapter 2. The Threat That Breaks Him. News of the events on Mount Carmel reached the palace quickly. King Ahab returned to Jezreel and recounted to his wife everything that had transpired: the contest, the fire from heaven, the death of her prophets. One might have expected the queen to be chastened by such a display of divine power. Instead, she was enraged. Jezebel sent a messenger to Elijah with a chilling declaration. By this time tomorrow, she vowed, his life would be like the lives of those prophets he had executed. It was not a veiled threat or a political maneuver. It was a promise of death, delivered with the cold certainty of one who held absolute power and had never known defeat. Something within Elijah shattered at that moment. Just hours earlier, he had stood fearless before hundreds of false prophets and an entire nation. He had challenged the religious establishment, mocked their impotence, and witnessed the spectacular vindication of God's power. He had been invincible. Now, confronted with the threat of one woman, he did something that seemed incomprehensible. He ran. This is where the humanity of Elijah emerges in stark relief. This is where the story becomes not just ancient history, but a mirror in which we can see our own reflections. Because fear does not always make sense. Burnout does not follow logical patterns. The mind and body, pushed beyond their limits, can break in unexpected ways. Elijah had spent years standing alone, years of being hunted, hiding, relying on God for supernatural provision, years of carrying the weight of an entire nation's spiritual crisis on his shoulders. The confrontation on Carmel had been the culmination of all that pressure, all that responsibility. And while God had shown up powerfully, Elijah had poured everything he had into that moment. Now there was nothing left. The adrenaline had faded. The crowd had dispersed. The fire had gone out. And in its place came the realization that despite everything, despite the miracles, despite the rain, despite the public acknowledgement of God's supremacy, the fundamental situation had not changed. The queen still wanted him dead. The forces of evil were still in power. The fight was far from over. And Elijah, simply, had no more fight to give. So he ran. He took his servant and fled south, past Beersheba, to the very edge of inhabited land. Then he sent his servant back and continued alone into the wilderness, walking into the vast emptiness as if trying to disappear into the landscape itself. Chapter 3. The Wilderness Collapse. The wilderness of the ancient Near East was not merely remote, it was deadly. A place of scorching sun that could blister skin and boil blood, of bitter nights when temperatures plunged and warmth became a desperate need. It was territory of venomous creatures that lurked beneath rocks, of jackals and hyenas that prowled in the darkness, of waterless wastes where a man could walk for days without finding so much as a muddy pool to sustain life. It was where the unprepared went to die, where the lost were never found, where bones bleached white under the relentless sun became indistinguishable from the stones they lay among. Elijah walked into this desolation deliberately, seeking not escape but erasure, not refuge but release. How far he travelled into that wasteland we are not told. Far enough that civilization became a memory, that the sounds of human habitation faded into utter silence. Far enough that hope, if any, remained. could find no foothold in the barren landscape around him. He came finally to a solitary broom tree, one of the few plants hardy enough to survive in such harsh conditions. Its sparse shade offered minimal relief from the relentless sun, its twisted branches a testament to the struggle for existence in this unforgiving environment. There, beneath that pathetic excuse for shelter, Elijah collapsed. The collapse was total. Physical, emotional, spiritual, psychological. His body, pushed beyond its limits by days of travel with inadequate food and water, simply gave out. But the physical exhaustion was nothing compared to the interior devastation. The man who had stood firm before kings, who had called down fire from heaven, who had outrun chariots in supernatural strength, now lay broken in the dust like a discarded garment, and he prayed. But this was not the confident prayer of Mount Carmel, not a prophetic declaration of God's sovereignty, not an intercession for the people of Israel. This was a prayer of absolute desolation, stripped of everything except raw, wounded honesty. "I have had enough, Lord," he said. 4 simple words that contained an ocean of pain. "Take my life. I am no better than my ancestors." Those words carry a weight that echoes across centuries, resonating with anyone who has ever reached the absolute end of their endurance. I have had enough. Not enough victory, not enough provision, not enough evidence of God's power, but enough pain, enough fear, enough of the crushing weight of standing alone, enough of fighting battles that seem to produce no lasting change, enough of being Elijah, the prophet, the lonely voice crying in a wilderness that refused to listen. This moment demands our careful attention because it reveals something crucial about spiritual exhaustion that religious culture often wants to hide or explain away. Elijah was not turning his back on God. He was not denying what he had witnessed or experienced. He had not lost his faith in God's existence or power. But he had lost something perhaps even more fundamental. He had lost his ability to continue. This is burnout in its purest, most devastating form. Not rebellion against God's authority, not doubt in the traditional sense of questioning God's existence or goodness, but a profound, bone-deep weariness that makes even the next breath feel like an impossible burden, the next step an insurmountable obstacle. Consider what Elijah had endured. For 3 years he had lived as a fugitive, dependent on divine provision for survival. He had hidden by a brook, fed by ravens, birds considered unclean, scavengers, yet serving as God's delivery system for bread and meat. When the brook dried up, he had been sent to Zarephath, to a widow's house, where he witnessed her last measure of oil and flour become supernaturally sustained, where he raised her son from death. Then came the confrontation on Carmel, the mental and emotional energy required to stand alone before hundreds of false prophets, before a hostile king, before a nation that had largely abandoned the faith of their fathers. The stress of that moment would have been crushing. The relief when fire fell, when the people acknowledged God, when rain returned. That release of tension might have been almost as overwhelming as the tension itself. And now, mere hours later, a single threat from a queen had undone it all. The victory suddenly seemed hollow. The miracle seemed meaningless. If Jezebel still ruled, if the structures of idolatry remained intact, if his life was still in danger despite everything God had done, what had been accomplished? What had changed? Elijah had given everything, his safety, his comfort, his youth, his very identity, to serving God and calling Israel back to faithfulness. And now, convinced that it had all been futile, that he stood alone as the last believer in a dying faith, he simply wanted it to end. "I am no better than my ancestors," he said. This was not false humility. It was the cry of a man who believed he had failed in the mission that defined his existence. His ancestors had struggled and ultimately died without seeing the fulfillment of God's promises. Now Elijah saw himself in the same position. One more name in a long line of people who had tried and failed to turn Israel's heart back to God. The despair was complete. The darkness was total. And in that darkness, Elijah did the only thing his exhausted body could manage. He slept. The sleep of the utterly depleted. The sleep of one who has nothing left to give and nowhere left to go. The sleep of someone who hoped, perhaps, that rest might become permanent, that closing his eyes might mean never having to open them again to face another day of futile struggle. But God had other plans, and his response to his broken prophet would reveal something fundamental about divine character that transforms how we understand both faith and failure. Chapter 4. God's Gentle Provision. What happened next is remarkable not for its drama, but for its tenderness. God did not appear in a whirlwind to rebuke Elijah for his fear. Fire did not descend to shock him back to courage. Thunder did not roll to remind him of divine power. Instead, an angel touched him, gently. "Get up and eat," the angel said. Elijah opened his eyes to find bread baked over hot coals and a jar of water. Simple provisions, basic sustenance. Nothing miraculous about the food itself, nothing spectacular about the presentation, just what a weary body needed to survive another day. Elijah ate and drank, then lay down again and slept. The angel did not force him to move on immediately, did not demand he snap out of his depression and return to his prophetic duties. The angel let him rest. Then, a second time, the angel touched him. "Get up and eat, for the journey is too much for you." Notice what is not said here. No lecture about faith, no reminder of past victories, no accusation of cowardice or weak character. Instead, an acknowledgement of reality. The journey is too much for you. Your exhaustion is real. Your limits are valid. You need rest, you need food, you need care. This is God's first response to his burned-out prophet. Not correction, but compassion. Not a spiritual pep talk, but physical provision. Before addressing Elijah's theological misunderstandings or emotional despair, God attends to his basic human needs. There is profound theology in this moment. It affirms that we are not merely spiritual beings. We are embodied souls, and our physical state affects our spiritual capacity. God, who created us, understands this completely. He knows that exhaustion clouds judgment, that hunger magnifies despair, that sleep deprivation distorts perspective. So he feeds his prophet. He lets him rest. Twice. Until Elijah has regained just enough strength to take the next step, not back into ministry, not back into confrontation, but toward God himself. Strengthened by that food, Elijah travelled 40 days and 40 nights. The number itself is significant, echoing Moses' time on Mount Sinai, Israel's years in the wilderness. It was a journey of transformation, though Elijah did not yet know it. He travelled to Horeb, the mountain of God, the very place where centuries earlier Moses had encountered the burning bush and received the law. Elijah found a cave and went inside. There, in the darkness, he waited. For what? He might not have known. Perhaps for answers, perhaps for an end, perhaps simply because he had nowhere else to go. Chapter 5. The Journey to Horeb. The 40-day journey to Horeb was more than a geographical movement. It was a pilgrimage into the deepest questions of faith and purpose. With each step across the harsh terrain, Elijah carried the weight of his disillusionment, the burden of his perceived failure. Mount Horeb, also known as Sinai, was sacred ground. It was where Moses had received the 10 Commandments, where God had revealed his name and character to his people, where the covenant had been established in thunder and lightning and thick clouds. If there was anywhere on earth where one might expect to encounter God directly, it was here. Elijah entered a cave in the mountain, perhaps the very cleft in the rock where Moses had been sheltered when the glory of God passed by. In that enclosed darkness he settled in to wait. The cave became a womb of sorts, a place of hiddenness and safety, but also of isolation and uncertainty. Then the voice came, not harsh or accusatory, but searching. "What are you doing here, Elijah?" It was a question that penetrated to the core. What are you doing here? not where you should be, ministering to Israel, not standing against the prophets of Baal, not speaking truth to power, here, in a cave, hiding after everything God has done. But the question was not meant to shame. It was an invitation, an opening for Elijah to speak his truth, to voice the pain he had been carrying, to finally articulate the despair that had driven him from the heights of Carmel to the depths of the wilderness. Chapter 6. Elijah's Honest Answer. Elijah's response came from a place of raw honesty. There was no attempt to spiritualize his fear, no religious language to dress up his desperation. He simply told God what he felt was true. "I have been very zealous for the Lord God Almighty," he began. And this was not boasting. It was establishing his credentials, his identity, his life's work. "The Israelites have rejected your covenant, torn down your altars, and put your prophets to death with the sword." Here was the heart of his anguish. He had given everything, risked everything, and it seemed to have changed nothing. The people had witnessed undeniable proof of God's power on Mount Carmel, yet the structures of idolatry remained intact. The queen still ruled. The temples of Baal still stood. The faithful were still hunted. "I am the only one left," Elijah continued, "and now they are trying to kill me too." In Elijah's mind, he had become the last faithful remnant of an entire nation. The weight of that burden, believing that the entire covenant relationship between God and Israel rested on his shoulders alone, had crushed him. And now even he, the last one, was being hunted like an animal. The loneliness in those words is staggering. To believe yourself completely alone in your faith, to see no allies, no fellow warriors, no one who shares your burden or understands your calling, to feel that if you fall, everything falls with you. But Elijah's perception, though deeply felt, was not accurate, and God was about to reveal just how distorted his perspective had become under the weight of exhaustion and fear. Chapter 7. The Wind, the Earthquake, and the Fire. God's response to Elijah's complaint was surprising. He did not immediately correct Elijah's misunderstanding or reassure him with words. Instead, he gave an instruction: "Go out and stand on the mountain in the presence of the Lord, for the Lord is about to pass by." Elijah emerged from the cave and stood on the mountainside. What happened next must have seemed familiar, even expected. After all, Elijah had seen God work in spectacular ways before. He had witnessed supernatural provision, had called down fire from heaven, had seen rain return after years of drought. He knew God as a God of power, of dramatic intervention, of unmistakable signs. A wind came, but not just any wind, a wind so powerful it tore the mountains apart and shattered rocks. The very foundations of the earth seemed to groan under its force. Trees were uprooted, boulders tumbled down mountainsides, the air itself became a weapon of destruction. But the scripture records something unexpected. The Lord was not in the wind. Before Elijah could fully process this, an earthquake struck. The ground beneath his feet heaved and buckled. Crevasses opened in the rock. The mountain itself shuddered with such violence that standing upright became nearly impossible. It was the kind of seismic event that topples cities, that reshapes landscapes, that leaves survivors traumatized for generations. But again, the scripture is clear. The Lord was not in the earthquake. Then came fire. Not the controlled fire of an altar or the warming fire of a hearth, but wild, consuming flame that swept across the mountainside. Elijah had seen fire from heaven before, spectacular, unmistakable, the very signature of divine power. Surely God would speak through this element that had validated his prophet's ministry on Mount Carmel. But once more, the verdict was the same. The Lord was not in the fire. Each of these manifestations would have been enough to command attention, to inspire awe, to demonstrate power beyond human comprehension. They were exactly the kind of displays that Elijah had come to associate with God's presence and activity. They were dramatic, unmistakable, impossible to ignore. Yet in each case, God's word to his prophet was negative. Not here, not in this. I am not in the spectacle you expect. Chapter 8. the still, small voice. After the fire, the chaos, the deafening demonstrations of raw power, something else came. Or perhaps it would be more accurate to say that something else was revealed, something that had been there all along but could only be perceived in the absence of noise and fury. Silence. Deep, profound, complete silence. The kind of silence that settles after a storm, when even the wind seems to hold its breath, when the world itself appears to pause in anticipation. And in that silence, a sound. But not a sound in the ordinary sense. The Hebrew phrase used here is difficult to translate perfectly. Some versions call it a still small voice. Others render it a gentle whisper, or a soft murmuring sound, or even the sound of sheer silence. It was something barely audible, easily missed, requiring complete attention to perceive. When Elijah heard it, or perhaps felt it, or recognized it in some way beyond ordinary hearing, he immediately pulled his cloak over his face. This was the gesture of one standing in the direct presence of the holy, the instinctive response of a human confronted with the divine. He had not covered his face during the wind or the earthquake or the fire, but this gentle whisper, this quiet sound, this was where he encountered God himself. He went and stood at the mouth of the cave, still covered, still overwhelmed by the realization of what he was experiencing, and the voice came again, asking the same question as before. "What are you doing here, Elijah?" Elijah gave the same answer. Word for word he repeated his complaint about his zeal, Israel's rejection, the death of the prophets, his isolation, the threat against his life. His circumstances had not changed. His feelings had not suddenly evaporated. He was still afraid, still exhausted, still convinced of his own solitude. But something fundamental had shifted. In the wind and earthquake and fire, God had deconstructed Elijah's expectations about how he works. The God who could send fire from heaven to consume a sacrifice, who could shut up the sky for 3 years and then open it with torrential rain, who could do anything with spectacular power, this God chose to speak in a whisper. The lesson was profound. God's presence is not measured by the volume of his voice or the drama of his intervention. The quiet word is no less divine than the earthquake. The gentle whisper carries no less authority than the thunder. In fact, the whisper requires something the earthquake does not: stillness, attention, a willingness to listen carefully. Chapter 9. Correction without condemnation. God's response to Elijah's repeated complaint was direct but remarkably gentle. There was no rebuke for his fear, no criticism of his flight into the wilderness. Instead, God gave him concrete direction and corrected his distorted perspective. "Go back the way you came," God instructed. The journey was not over. The calling had not been rescinded. There was still work to do, still purpose to fulfill. Elijah was to anoint new leaders, Hazael as king over Aram, Jehu as king over Israel, and Elisha to succeed him as prophet. These were not minor assignments. They were nation-shaping tasks, the kind of responsibilities given to someone God still trusted, still valued, still intended to use. Elijah, who had believed himself finished, was being told he had essential work yet to complete. But then came the revelation that addressed the very heart of Elijah's despair. "Yet I reserve 7,000 in Israel, all whose knees have not bowed down to Baal and whose mouths have not kissed him." 7,000. Faithful. Hidden perhaps, scattered certainly, but present. Real. Elijah was not alone. He had never been alone. While he had focused on the prophets of Baal, on Jezebel's threats, on the apparent triumph of idolatry, God had preserved a remnant of thousands who remained faithful. Elijah's perception had been shaped by exhaustion and isolation. He had lost sight of the bigger picture, had allowed his fear to narrow his vision until all he could see was enemies and opposition. But his limited perspective did not change the reality of what God was doing. This is perhaps the gentlest correction imaginable. God did not shame Elijah for his ignorance, or accuse him of faithlessness for not knowing about these 7,000. He simply revealed the truth. You're not the only one. You never were. The burden you thought was yours alone has been shared all along by thousands of others. The relief of this revelation must have been overwhelming. The crushing weight of believing himself, the last faithful servant, a burden that had driven him to despair and thoughts of death, was lifted by the simple truth that he was part of something larger than he had imagined. Chapter 10. Renewal and New Purpose. Elijah descended from the mountain a different man than the one who had ascended. Not because his circumstances had changed. Jezebel still ruled. The forces of idolatry still held power in Israel. But because his perspective had been transformed. He returned north, travelling back through the wilderness he had fled through in terror. But this time he travelled with purpose, with direction, with a mission that extended beyond himself. He was going to find his successor, to begin preparing the next generation, to invest in someone who would carry on the work when he was gone. He found Elisha son of Shaphat ploughing a field with 12 yoke of oxen. Elisha was a man of some means, engaged in the ordinary work of agriculture, with no apparent expectation that his life was about to change forever. Elijah approached and threw his cloak around him, a symbolic gesture of calling and authority. Elisha understood immediately. He asked only for permission to say goodbye to his parents, then burned his ploughing equipment and slaughtered his oxen, using the wood from the yoke to cook the meat. It was a gesture of complete commitment, of burning bridges, of irrevocable change. Then he set out to follow Elijah and became his servant. This moment marked a profound shift in Elijah's story. For years he had operated alone, the solitary prophet standing against an entire nation's apostasy. Now he had a companion, a student, someone to invest in and mentor. The burden that had seemed unbearable in isolation became manageable when shared. The remainder of Elijah's ministry, as recorded in Scripture, shows a different kind of prophet. Still bold, still faithful, but no longer carrying the crushing weight of solitary responsibility. When he confronted King Ahab again, when he pronounced judgment on Jezebel, when he continued to call Israel back to God, he did so knowing he was part of a larger movement, connected to thousands of faithful believers, and preparing someone to carry on after him. Years later, when it came time for Elijah to depart from this earth, he did not simply die and disappear like other mortals. Instead, in a moment of spectacular divine intervention, one final display of supernatural power, he was taken up to heaven in a whirlwind of fire. But by that time, Elisha was ready. The mantle literally fell to him, and he carried on the prophetic ministry, performing twice as many recorded miracles as his mentor. Elijah's legacy was not primarily in the miracles he performed or the confrontations he won. It was in the faithfulness he demonstrated even in his weakness, and in the successor he prepared to continue the work. Epilogue: a God who meets us gently. The story of Elijah and the still small voice reverberates through the centuries because it speaks to an experience that transcends time and culture, the experience of spiritual exhaustion, of faith tested not by persecution but by weariness, of discovering that even great victory does not guarantee immunity from fear and despair. Elijah was not a superhero. He was a human being who experienced the full range of human emotion, courage and fear, triumph and despair, strength and utter collapse. His faith in God was real, but it did not make him invulnerable to burnout. His calling was genuine, but it did not prevent him from reaching the end of his endurance. What makes his story so valuable is what it reveals about God's character. When Elijah fell apart, God did not abandon him. When he ran in fear, God did not disqualify him. When he prayed for death, God responded with bread and water and rest. God met Elijah in his weakness, with provision before correction. He addressed Elijah's physical needs before confronting his theological misunderstandings. He allowed him time and space to recover before sending him back into service. And when he finally spoke, it was not with the spectacular displays of power that Elijah had come to expect, but with a gentle whisper that required stillness and attention to hear. This is the God Christians worship today. Not a God who demands perfection before offering help. Not a God who responds to exhaustion with rebuke. Not a God who speaks only in dramatic moments of obvious intervention, but a God who understands our limitations, who meets us in our weakness, who sometimes speaks most clearly in the quiet moments when we are finally still enough to listen. The lesson of Elijah's cave is that God is present not only in the mountaintop experiences, the answered prayers, the visible victories. He is equally present in the wilderness collapses, the dark nights of the soul, the moments when we have nothing left to give and nowhere left to go. Sometimes God speaks through fire from heaven. Sometimes he speaks through a whisper so gentle that only the broken can hear it. Both are equally divine. Both are equally powerful. Both are equally valid encounters with the living God. For anyone who has experienced burnout, who has felt the weight of standing alone, who has wondered whether their faith is strong enough or their strength is sufficient, Elijah's story offers profound hope. It says that your exhaustion does not disqualify you. Your fear does not negate your calling. Your humanity does not disappoint your God. It says that when you collapse under the weight of your burdens, God will provide what you need to take the next step. When you feel utterly alone, you are connected to more fellow believers than you can see. When the spectacular moments of victory give way to quiet desperation, God has not left. He is simply speaking in a different register, calling you to a different kind of attention. The still, small voice is not a lesser form of divine communication. It is the voice that calls us beyond spectacle to intimacy, beyond power to presence, beyond doing to being. It is the voice that says, I am here, I have always been here, even when you cannot feel it, even when you cannot see it, even when the wind and earthquake and fire fill your world with noise and chaos. I am here, in the silence, waiting for you to be still enough to hear. This is the God who spoke to Elijah. This is the God who speaks to us still, not only in our moments of strength and faith, but especially in our moments of weakness and fear. For it is in the whisper, more than in the whirlwind, that we encounter the truth about who he is and who we are. Beloved, limited, exhausted, afraid, and yet called, valued, sustained, and never ever alone. Hey everyone, welcome back to Sacred Slumber. Before we dive into tonight's story, I want to ask you something that would genuinely help us out. If you're enjoying this content, please consider using your hype points on this video. It really helps the channel more than you possibly know. Seriously, it makes a massive difference in getting these stories out to more people who love this kind of content. Also, if you want to, drop a comment telling us what time it is for you right now and where in the world you're listening from. We absolutely love seeing where everyone is tuning in from. No pressure though, only if you feel like it. And of course, if you haven't already, hit that subscribe button. It keeps us going. Alright, let's get into it. A whisper in the darkness. Imagine a night so quiet you can hear the oil lamps flickering. Picture a massive stone sanctuary in the ancient city of Shiloh, where shadows dance across walls that have witnessed centuries of worship. The air is thick with the scent of incense and burning oil, that peculiar combination of cedar smoke and olive essence that clings to sacred spaces. Outside, the wind moves through the hills of Israel like a whispered prayer, carrying with it the distant bleating of sheep settling for the night and the occasional call of a desert owl. Inside, in the sacred chambers near the Ark of the Covenant, a young boy lies sleeping on a simple mat. The stones beneath him still hold the warmth of the day's sun, though the night air has begun to cool. His breathing is steady, deep, the kind of sleep that comes from honest physical labour and a clear conscience. His name is Samuel. This is not a story about miracles that shake mountains or angels descending in blinding light. This is a story about something quieter, something more intimate, something that happens in the space between waking and dreaming, where the boundaries of reality become permeable. It is about a voice in the darkness, a child who learned to listen when the entire world had gone deaf, and a moment that would alter the spiritual trajectory of an entire nation. Because sometimes the most profound truths do not arrive with thunder and earthquake. Sometimes they do not announce themselves with burning bushes or pillars of fire. Sometimes they arrive in whispers, in the stillness between breaths, in the gentle calling of a name spoken 3 times before it is finally understood. What you're about to hear is one of the most mysterious and beautiful moments in ancient scripture. A moment when heaven reached down to touch earth, not through spectacular signs, but through the simple act of calling a child's name in the night. But it is also a story about silence broken, about the end of a spiritual drought, about what happens when the divine decides to speak again after generations of absence. This is the story of Samuel, the boy who heard God speak when the rest of the world had forgotten how to listen, and perhaps, hidden within this ancient narrative, there are questions we have forgotten to ask. Questions about why heaven goes silent. Questions about who gets chosen to break that silence. Questions about whether the voice that called to Samuel in that darkened sanctuary is still calling, still speaking, still searching for those rare individuals who know how to say, "I am listening." Chapter 1. Hannah's Promise. To understand Samuel's calling, we must first understand how he came to be sleeping in that sanctuary. His story begins not with him, but with his mother, a woman named Hannah, who knew the bitter taste of desperation and the hollow ache of prayers that seemed to vanish into an empty sky. In the hill country of Ephraim, in a small village whose name has been lost to history, there lived a man named Elkanah who had 2 wives, as was common in that era. His first wife, Peninnah, had given him several children, sons to carry his name, daughters to arrange in marriage, a legacy written in flesh and blood. His second wife, Hannah, had given him only heartache and unanswered prayers. Year after year, Hannah remained childless, and in a culture where a woman's worth was often measured by her ability to bear children, this was not just a personal grief. It was a social death sentence, a daily humiliation, a question mark hanging over her entire existence. Neighbours would whisper, extended family would exchange knowing glances, even well-meaning friends would offer useless advice, or suggest that perhaps she had offended God in some way, that her barrenness was divine punishment for some unknown sin. Elkanah loved Hannah. The text makes this clear. He would give her double portions at feasts, trying to compensate with material generosity for what biology had denied her. He would ask her with genuine confusion, "Am I not better to you than 10 sons?" It was a question born of love but blind to understanding. He could not fathom that the issue went deeper than his affection, that Hannah's grief was not about him at all, but about her own sense of purpose, of completion, of being seen as fully human by the society around her. Peninnah, with the cruelty that can only come from insecurity dressed as triumph, would taunt Hannah relentlessly. Every time the family made their annual pilgrimage to the sanctuary at Shiloh to worship and offer sacrifices, Peninnah would remind Hannah of her barrenness. The taunts were not subtle. They were designed to cut deep, to remind Hannah that in the eyes of the world she was incomplete, cursed, forgotten by the very God she came to worship. Peninnah would parade her children before Hannah, would make comments about how blessed she was, would turn every moment of worship into a reminder of Hannah's failure. And Hannah would weep. She would refuse to eat. The pain went beyond physical longing for a child. It touched something deeper, the existential question that haunts anyone who feels overlooked by the divine. Does God see me? Does he hear my prayers? Am I worthy of his attention? Or am I simply background noise in a universe too vast to care about one woman's grief? The pilgrimage to Shiloh was supposed to be a time of joy, of celebration, of renewal. But for Hannah, it became an annual reminder of everything she lacked. Year after year she would go through the motions of worship, while her heart broke quietly in places no one could see. One year, during their pilgrimage to Shiloh, Hannah could bear it no longer. The weight of accumulated grief, the years of disappointment, the constant humiliation, all of it reached a breaking point. While the rest of the family feasted after the sacrifice, celebrating with wine and roasted meat, Hannah slipped away to the entrance of the sanctuary. She stood there, in the place where earth met heaven, in the threshold between the mundane and the sacred, and she prayed with an intensity that went beyond words. Her lips moved, but no sound emerged. Her whole body shook with the force of her grief and desperation. Tears streamed down her face. Her hands trembled. This was not the polite, ritualized prayer of public worship. This was raw, unfiltered communion with the divine. This was a woman pouring out her soul, holding nothing back, demanding to be heard by a God who had seemed deaf to her pleas for years. She made a vow that day, one that would echo through generations. If God would grant her a son, she would give him back to God. Not for a season, not for a few years, but for his entire life. The child would be dedicated to divine service from the moment he was weaned. It was the prayer of a woman who understood that sometimes the greatest gift we can receive is not something to hold on to, but something to offer back to its source. She was not bargaining with God so much as she was declaring her willingness to participate in something larger than her own desires. Eli, the high priest, sat by the doorpost of the sanctuary and watched this strange woman swaying and muttering. In his aging, perhaps cynical view of human nature shaped by years of dealing with corrupt worshippers and his own corrupt sons, he assumed she was drunk. The accusation was harsh, almost cruel. What are you doing here, intoxicated in the house of the Lord? How dare you bring your drunkenness into this sacred space? Hannah lifted her eyes, and in them Eli saw not the glaze of wine, but the clarity of absolute desperation, the look of someone who has nothing left to lose, who has stripped away all pretense and pride, who stands naked before God with only their need. She explained that she was not drunk, but deeply troubled, pouring out her soul before God. She had been praying out of her great anguish and grief. Something in her words, or perhaps in her eyes, or perhaps in the raw authenticity of her pain, convinced Eli. His response was both blessing and prophecy. Go in peace, and may the God of Israel grant what you have asked of him. It is unclear whether Eli knew what he was saying, whether he was simply offering the standard priestly blessing, or whether something moved through him in that moment. Some whisper of the divine speaking through a man who had grown complacent in his religious duties. But the words landed on Hannah like rain on parched earth. Hannah left the sanctuary that day transformed. Her face was no longer downcast. She ate. The grief lifted from her countenance like a fog dispersing under the morning sun. She had been heard, if not by man, then by something infinitely greater. She did not yet have the child she longed for, but she had something perhaps more precious. The certainty that her prayers had reached their destination, that her voice had penetrated the silence, that she mattered to the God she served. Within the year, Hannah conceived. When she gave birth to a son, she named him Samuel, which in Hebrew carries the meaning heard by God, or asked of God, or some translations suggest name of God. The name itself was a testimony, a permanent reminder that this child was an answer to prayer, a gift that came from somewhere beyond the ordinary workings of the world. Every time someone spoke his name, they were acknowledging that this boy represented the moment when heaven responded to earth, when silence gave way to acknowledgement. For the first few years of his life, Samuel remained with Hannah. She nursed him, taught him his first words, held him close during thunderstorms, watched him take his first steps, knowing that each day brought them closer to the moment of separation. She must have memorized the sound of his laugh, the feel of his small hand in hers, the weight of him sleeping against her chest. She was not raising a son to keep, but a son to give away, and that knowledge must have coloured every moment with a bittersweet intensity. When he was old enough to be weaned, somewhere around 3 years old by the customs of that time, Hannah kept her vow. She could have rationalised her way out of it. She could have argued that God understood, that the vow was made in a moment of emotional extremity, that surely keeping her son would be acceptable. But Hannah was a woman who understood that integrity means keeping promises even when they cost you everything. She took Samuel to Shiloh. She brought him before Eli, the same priest who had blessed her years earlier, and she said words that must have torn her heart even as she spoke them. I am the woman who stood here praying. I prayed for this child, and the Lord has granted me what I asked. So now I give him to the Lord. for his whole life he will be given over to the Lord. Then Hannah sang, not a lament, but a song of triumph and praise. She sang of God overturning the proud and lifting up the humble. She sang of barren women bearing children and the powerful being brought low. She sang of the Lord bringing death and giving life, bringing down to the grave and raising up. She sang of God judging the ends of the earth, giving strength to his king and exalting his anointed. Her song was radical, revolutionary, a declaration that the God she served delighted in reversing the expectations of the world, in using the weak to shame the strong, in lifting up those the world had written off as irrelevant. And then she left her son in that sanctuary and went home. Imagine being that child, too young to fully understand why your mother brought you to this vast, echoing building filled with strange smells and unfamiliar faces and then walked away. Too young to grasp that you had become the physical embodiment of a promise, a living prayer offered back to its source. You watch her figure receding, growing smaller, disappearing down the road back to the only home you have ever known, and you are left in the care of an old man whose eyes can barely see you, whose own sons are corrupt, in a place that will become your entire world. Samuel's childhood was unlike any other in Israel. While other boys played in fields and learned their father's trades, running through olive groves and swimming in streams, Samuel grew up in the sacred space of the tabernacle. His world was one of ritual and reverence, of ancient objects and whispered prayers, of shadows and lamplight, and the constant awareness that this place was different from all other places. He opened the doors of the sanctuary each morning, flooding the holy space with light. It was his job to unlock the heavy wooden doors that seal the sacred from the profane, to let in the dawn and with it the worshippers who would come seeking connection with the divine. He assisted Eli in the daily tasks of worship, learning the intricate patterns of sacrifice and ceremony, memorizing which offerings required which procedures, understanding the difference between sin offerings and burnt offerings and peace offerings, learning to read the subtleties of ritual purity. He tended the lamps that burned through the night, ensuring their wicks were trimmed and their oil replenished. This was not glamorous work. It required attention to detail, a willingness to wake in the darkness to check that the flames had not guttered out, an understanding that these small acts of maintenance were what kept the sacred space functioning. The lamps represented the presence of God, and Samuel learned that presence requires constant tending, constant attention, constant care. He cleaned the sacred vessels, swept the courts, washed the linens used in ceremonies, helped prepare the incense, carried water, ran errands. He memorized scriptures, learning to recite the stories of Abraham and Isaac and Jacob, the tales of Moses and the Exodus, the laws given at Sinai. His education was entirely religious, entirely focused on service, entirely oriented towards something beyond himself. By all accounts, Samuel was a good child, humble, obedient, faithful in small things. The text tells us he grew in favour with both the Lord and with people. He was not resentful of his circumstances. He did not seem to chafe against the boundaries of his unusual childhood. Perhaps he had accepted that this was simply who he was, the boy who belonged to God, the boy who lived in the house of the Lord. But what must it have been like psychologically? To have no mother to comfort you when you woke from nightmares, to have no siblings to quarrel and play with, to grow up watching Eli's corrupt sons come and go, seeing the way they abused their position, hearing the whispers of their misconduct, to be surrounded by holiness and yet witness its corruption, to serve faithfully while those who should have been models of righteousness displayed only greed and lust and contempt for the sacred. Did Samuel wonder why he had been left here? Did he feel abandoned by the mother who had kissed him goodbye and walked away? Did he question whether the God he served even noticed his small acts of service? The text does not tell us. We see only the external facts, a boy growing up, performing his duties, learning his role. But surely there were moments of loneliness, moments of doubt, moments when the weight of it all felt too heavy for small shoulders to carry. Hannah visited when she could. Each year during the family's annual pilgrimage to Shiloh, she would bring Samuel a new robe she'd made for him, watching him grow, trying to compress a year of mothering into a few brief encounters. These visits must have been both blessing and torment. The joy of seeing his mother mingled with the pain of watching her leave again. The new robe a reminder that somewhere he had a home, a family, a life he was not permitted to live. Yet there is no indication that Samuel rebelled or resented his circumstances. He simply continued. Day after day, year after year, faithful in the small things, present in the sacred space, available to be used however God saw fit. There was no indication in those early years that he would become anything more than a helpful assistant to an aging priest, that he would one day be the voice through which God spoke to an entire nation. But God, it seems, has a habit of preparing his instruments in obscurity before bringing them into the light. Samuel was being shaped by his circumstances, formed by his loneliness, refined by his faithfulness in tasks that no one celebrated. He was learning what it meant to serve without applause, to be obedient without immediate reward, to remain present even when presence felt like punishment. He was learning to listen in the silence. Chapter 2. The State of Israel at the Time. To appreciate what happened on that quiet night when God called Samuel's name, you need to understand the spiritual condition of Israel during this period. It was, to put it simply, a disaster. But the disaster raises uncomfortable questions that the text never fully answers. Questions about divine silence. Questions about why systems of worship become corrupt. Questions about what happens when the mediators between heaven and earth become obstacles instead of conduits. The problem started with Eli's sons, Hophni and Phinehas. These two men had inherited their father's position as priests, but they had not inherited his reverence for the sacred. They were corrupt in ways that went beyond simple moral failing. They actively perverted the worship of God, treating the sacrifices and offerings as opportunities for personal gain, turning the sacred into the profane with a systematic cruelty that suggests something darker than mere greed. When people brought animals to sacrifice at Shiloh, the priests were entitled to a specific portion of the meat according to the law of Moses. But Hophni and Phinehas were not content with their allotted share, with what had been designated as rightfully theirs. They wanted more. They wanted the best. They wanted what belonged to God. They would send their servants to threaten worshippers, demanding the choicest cuts of meat before the fat was even burned on the altar, as required by law. The fat belonged to God. That was non-negotiable in the sacrificial system. The burning of the fat was the moment when the sacrifice became truly sacred, when the offering transitioned from human gift to divine acceptance. But Hophni and Phinehas did not care about divine acceptance. They cared about their appetites. If people objected, if they tried to follow the proper procedures and insist that the fat be burned first, the servants would respond with threats of violence. We will take it by force if necessary. The priests were literally stealing from God, taking what belonged to the altar and consuming it themselves. They were turning worship into extortion, using their position of spiritual authority to exploit the vulnerable and the faithful. But their corruption went even darker, into territories that the text only hints at with uncomfortable brevity. They engaged in sexual immorality with women who served at the entrance to the sanctuary. These were women who had dedicated themselves to service at the tabernacle, who came to worship and serve with sincere devotion. And Hophni and Phinehas exploited them, used their authority and position to prey upon those who should have been under their protection. They turned the house of God into a place of exploitation and abuse, where the very people who were supposed to represent divine holiness became perpetrators of trauma. Worship became a source of fear rather than transcendence. People stopped coming, or when they came with cynicism and resentment, going through the motions but empty of faith. How could you trust a system where the gatekeepers were predators? How could you believe in the holiness of a place where the priests defiled it daily? The sanctuary at Shiloh, which was meant to be the central hub of Israel's spiritual life, became instead a monument to religious corruption. Eli knew what his sons were doing. The text makes this painfully clear. People told him. They came with reports of misconduct, of abuse, of exploitation. He heard the rumours and saw the evidence. He was not ignorant. He was not blind to their crimes. And to his credit, he confronted them. But his rebukes were weak. almost apologetic, carrying no weight and no consequence. Why do you do such things? I hear reports from the people about your wicked deeds. If someone sins against another person, God may mediate. But if someone sins against the Lord, who will intercede? The words acknowledge the problem but offer no solution. There is no threat of removal from office, no stripping of authority, no punishment that might actually deter the behaviour. Just words, just disappointment, just a father hoping his wayward sons might suddenly develop a conscience they had never demonstrated. Hophni and Phinehas ignored their father and continued their corruption. Why wouldn't they? There were no consequences. Eli's position as high priest gave him the authority to remove them, to appoint others, to enforce standards. But he did nothing, and his inaction was itself a form of action, a choice that enabled the continued degradation of worship. The impact on Israel's spiritual life was catastrophic. The text records it with devastating simplicity. The people came to despise the offerings to the Lord. Think about what that means. The sacrificial system was the heart of Israel's covenant relationship with God. It was how sins were atoned for, how gratitude was expressed, how the community maintained its connection with the divine. And people were learning to despise it, to see it as corrupt and meaningless, to associate worship with exploitation rather than with holiness. Faith withered. Cynicism spread. A generation was growing up believing that God either did not care about corruption in his own house, or that he was powerless to stop it, or worse, that he did not exist at all, and the whole system was simply a mechanism for priestly power and exploitation. But perhaps the most devastating aspect of this era, the detail that haunts the narrative with its implications, was not the corruption of the priests. It was the silence of heaven. The scripture records it with haunting simplicity. In those days, the word of the Lord was rare. There were not many visions. Think about what that means. In a culture where prophets and priests were meant to be the conduits between God and humanity, the channel had gone quiet. God was not speaking, or if he was, no one was hearing. Prophecies were scarce to the point of being legendary. Divine visions were so uncommon that when someone claimed to have received one, it was met with skepticism rather than expectation. But why? The text does not explain. It simply records the fact of divine silence as if it were weather, as if the absence of God's voice was as natural and unremarkable as a drought. But this raises uncomfortable questions. Had God withdrawn because of the corruption? Was the silence a form of judgment, a divine turning away from a people who had corrupted worship? Or had the people simply stopped listening? Had they become so cynical and so wounded by a religious hypocrisy that they could no longer hear what was being said? Or was there another possibility, one that the text does not explore but that hangs in the air like smoke? Perhaps the priests, who were supposed to be the mediators between God and people, had become such effective blockers of communication that divine messages simply could not get through. Perhaps Hophni and Phinehas were not just corrupt individuals, but symptoms of a systemic failure, a spiritual infrastructure that had collapsed under the weight of its own contradictions. Israel was spiritually adrift, navigating by dead reckoning through waters where the stars had gone dark. There were no prophets to consult, no clear word from God about how to proceed, no divine guidance about which way to turn, just the daily grind of existence, the hollow rituals performed without meaning, the slow death of a people's faith in the face of institutional betrayal. This was the world into which Samuel was growing up, a world where the representatives of God were corrupt, where worship had become hollow, where heaven seemed distant and disinterested. If you were a young person in that era, what would you believe about the divine? Would you expect God to speak? Would you even know what his voice sounded like? Would you be able to distinguish a divine call from your own imagination or from the voice of a very human priest? Samuel cleaned the lamps each evening, ensuring the light would burn through the night. It was a practical task, a maintenance duty, nothing spiritual about it. He trimmed the wicks, refilled the oil reservoirs, ensured the flames were steady. But in that small act, There was a symbol that perhaps Samuel himself did not fully understand. The lamp of God had not yet gone out. Somewhere in the darkness a light still burned, and into that darkness, cutting through the silence that had lasted for generations, a voice was about to break through. Chapter 3. The night God spoke. The night began like any other. Samuel had completed his duties for the day, working through the familiar routines that structured his life. The sanctuary was clean, the floors swept, the vessels washed and arranged in their proper places. The lamps were lit, their flames steady, casting dancing shadows across the ancient stones. The sacred space was prepared for the silence of the evening hours, for the long watch through darkness toward dawn. Eli, now elderly and nearly blind, his eyes grown dim from age and perhaps from seeing too much corruption without acting, had retired to his usual place. He moved slowly now, carefully, feeling his way along walls he had walked beside for decades. His sleeping area was separate but nearby, close enough that Samuel could hear him if he called, out in the night. Samuel lay down in his customary sleeping spot somewhere near the chamber where the Ark of the Covenant rested. The exact location is not specified in the text, but the implication is clear. He slept in proximity to the most sacred object in all of Israel, closer to the physical representation of God's presence than anyone else in the nation that night. The Ark was the most sacred object in Israel, a gold-covered chest containing the tablets of the law, a jar of manna, and Aaron's staff that had budded. But more than its contents, the Ark represented the very presence of God among his people. It was the throne of the invisible King, the place where heaven touched earth, the point of contact between the divine and the mortal. To sleep near it was to sleep in the shadow of holiness, though Samuel likely thought nothing of it. This was simply where he slept, as ordinary to him as any bedroom, as familiar as his own breathing. The lamp of God was still burning, casting flickering shadows across the stone walls. This detail matters more than it might initially seem. In the Jewish tradition, the lamp in the sanctuary, the menorah that burned with consecrated oil, was not allowed to go out until morning light made it unnecessary. It represented the presence of God, the light that persisted even in darkness, the hope that had not yet been extinguished. The phrase, "the lamp of God had not yet gone out," carries within it both promise and warning. Not yet, but it could. The light was still burning, but barely. The presence was still there, but fading. As long as the lamp burned, there was hope. As long as the light persisted against the encroaching darkness, God had not abandoned his dwelling place entirely. Samuel drifted into sleep, a boy exhausted from the honest labour of serving in the house of God. His breathing slowed, his muscles relaxed. He sank into that deep, dreamless sleep that comes from physical work and a clear conscience. The sanctuary around him settled into its nighttime sounds. The creak of cooling stone, the whisper of wind through high windows, the distant cry of a night bird, the soft flutter of the lamp flames, and then, in the darkness, cutting through the silence like a knife through cloth, he heard his name, Samuel. The voice was clear, distinct, personal. Not a shout that would echo through the halls, but not a whisper that could be mistaken for imagination either. It had the quality of someone standing nearby, speaking with intention and purpose, with the certainty that they would be heard. It was a voice that expected a response. Samuel's eyes snapped open. His heart leaped in his chest. There was no confusion, no moment of disorientation. He knew immediately that someone had called him. The voice had been too clear, too deliberate, too unmistakably directed at him. In the darkness, with the lamp casting its uncertain light, Samuel did what made perfect sense to a boy who had grown up serving under an elderly priest. Eli must need something. The old priest was nearly blind now, stumbling in the darkness. Perhaps he had dropped something. Perhaps he needed water. Perhaps he was unwell and required assistance. Samuel threw off whatever covering he used against the night chill and ran to where Eli slept. "Here I am. You called me." The response was immediate, instinctive. Here I am. 2 words that would become the defining posture of Samuel's entire life. Not, what do you want? Not, can it wait until morning? Just presence. Just availability. Here I am. Eli, pulled from sleep and confused, his mind foggy with the remnants of dreams, looked in the direction of Samuel's voice with eyes that could barely make out shapes in the darkness. I did not call. Go back and lie down. Samuel returned to his place, perhaps a little puzzled, but not overly concerned. Perhaps he had been dreaming. Perhaps the transition from sleep to waking had jumbled his perceptions. Perhaps the old man had called out in his sleep and forgotten. These things happen. The mind plays tricks in the boundary spaces between consciousness and unconsciousness. He lay back down, pulled his covering around him, and closed his eyes, willing himself back towards sleep. The sanctuary settled back into silence. The lamp continued its steady burning. Outside, the wind moved through the hills with a sound like breathing. Samuel's heartbeat slowed back to its resting rhythm. Samuel? Again. The same voice, the same clarity, the same undeniable sense that someone was speaking directly to him, calling him by name with purpose and intention. This was not imagination. This was not the remnant of a dream clinging to the edge of waking. This was not the echo of Eli's voice misheard in the darkness. Someone had called his name, clearly and deliberately, as real as the stone beneath him and the lamplight flickering against the walls. Once more, Samuel got up and went to Eli. His bare feet made soft sounds against the cold stone floor. His breathing was quicker now, his confusion deeper. If Eli had not called the first time, then who had? Here I am. You called me. Eli, now more awake and perhaps slightly irritated at being disturbed a second time, sent him away again with a tone that suggested both confusion and mild frustration. I did not call, my son. Go back and lie down. Samuel returned, but now there was a question forming in his mind that would not be silenced. If Eli was not calling him, then who was? Was someone playing a trick? Was there an intruder in the sanctuary hiding in the shadows, calling his name for some unknown purpose? But the voice had not seemed mischievous or threatening. It had been steady, certain, intimate, the kind of voice that knows you, that has the right to call your name. He lay back down, but this time sleep did not come easily. His eyes stayed open, staring into the darkness above him. His ears strained for any sound, any indication of who or what had spoken to him. The lamp flickered. A moth circled near its flame. Time stretched and compressed in that strange way it does when you are lying awake in the dark, unsure whether minutes or hours are passing. Samuel. The third time, Samuel abandoned any doubt or hesitation. Someone was calling him, and if it was not Eli, then perhaps the old priest was confused. Perhaps he was calling out without realizing it. Perhaps his dreams were speaking through him. Samuel got up once more, faster now, urgent, and went to Eli. He stood at the foot of the old priest's sleeping mat, his young face barely visible in the dim light that filtered in from the main chamber. Here I am. You called me. And finally, after decades of serving in the sanctuary, after years of watching the word of the Lord become rare and vision scarce, after witnessing the corruption of his sons and the slow death of Israel's faith, Eli understood. The realization must have hit him like a physical blow. God was calling the boy, not the high priest, not the experienced religious leader, not the man who had served in this place for decades. The boy who cleaned the floors and tended the lamps and slept near the ark without fully comprehending what that meant. Eli's response is one of the most beautiful moments in the entire narrative. He could have been jealous, wounded by the divine bypassing, bitter that his years of service were being overlooked in favour of a child. He could have been defensive, questioning whether this was really happening, whether Samuel was perhaps confused or making things up. He could have claimed the voice for himself, insisted that any divine communication should come through proper channels, through the established hierarchy of priesthood. But instead, Eli became a teacher in the truest sense. He gave Samuel the gift of understanding and the words that would change everything. He put aside whatever personal feelings he might have had and focused entirely on helping Samuel navigate what was about to happen. "Go and lie down," Eli said, and you can hear in those words both resignation and hope, both the sadness of being passed over and the wonder that God was speaking again at all. "And if he calls you, say, 'Speak, Lord, for your servant is listening.'" Those words, "Speak, Lord, for your servant is listening," not "Who are you?" not "What do you want?" not "Prove yourself to me." Just openness, just availability, just the humble acknowledgement that if God is speaking, the only appropriate response is to listen. Samuel returned to his place one more time. He lay down in the darkness, the lamp of God still burning nearby, casting its uncertain light across ancient stones, and he waited. His heart must have been pounding so hard he could hear it in his ears. His mind must have been racing with questions and fears and wonder. What does the voice of God sound like? What will he say? Am I worthy to hear it? What if I do not understand? What if I get it wrong? The silence stretched. The lamp flickered. Outside, the night continued its slow progression toward dawn. And then, for the fourth time, the voice came. But this time there was a difference. This time the name was repeated, spoken twice, with an intimacy and urgency that had not been there before. "Samuel! Samuel!" The repetition is significant. In Hebrew, when a name is called twice, it indicates intimacy, urgency, importance. Abraham, Abraham, Moses, Moses. Now Samuel, Samuel. This was not a casual summons. This was personal, direct, unmistakable. This time, the boy was ready. Following Eli's instructions exactly, word for word, he responded with the words that have echoed through millennia as the perfect posture of faith, the ideal response to divine initiative. "Speak, for your servant is listening." And God spoke. What happened next was not what a child would want to hear. God did not give Samuel a message of encouragement or blessing. He did not reveal some beautiful mystery or share some cosmic secret about the nature of reality or the structure of heaven. He did not offer comfort or promise Samuel a glorious future. Instead, God gave Samuel a prophecy of judgment, and the judgment was against Eli's household, against the man who had been like a father to him, against the only family he had truly known. God told Samuel that he was about to do something in Israel that would make the ears of everyone who heard it tingle. That phrase, ears tingling, suggests something shocking, something that would reverberate through the nation like a physical sensation. This was not going to be a quiet judgment, a private correction. This was going to be public, unmistakable, impossible to ignore. He was going to carry out against Eli everything he had spoken concerning his family, from beginning to end. There had been warnings before. A prophet had come to Eli years earlier with a similar message, speaking of judgment to come, of the priesthood being taken from his lineage, of his sons dying on the same day. That prophecy had been spoken and then seemingly forgotten, filed away as one of those uncomfortable truths that people acknowledge but never really expect to see fulfilled. But God was saying now that the time of fulfillment had come. The warnings were over. The judgment was at hand. The reason was clear and devastating. Eli knew about the sins of his sons. He knew they were blaspheming God, treating the sacred as profane, exploiting women, stealing from the altar, corrupting worship itself. He had heard the reports. He had seen the evidence. He had confronted them, yes, but his rebukes were empty, carrying no weight, leading to no consequences. He had failed to restrain them, failed to use his authority to stop them, failed to choose God's honour over his son's comfort, and that failure, that complicity through inaction, meant that the guilt of Eli's house would never be atoned for by sacrifice or offering. Think about what that means. In a religious system built entirely around sacrifice and atonement, where every sin could theoretically be covered by the blood of animals and the proper rituals, God was declaring that some corruption runs too deep for ritual to reach. Some betrayals are so fundamental that the system itself cannot address them. Eli's family would carry their guilt to the grave and beyond, marked forever by their choice to prioritize family loyalty over divine justice. Imagine being Samuel in that moment. You are a child, perhaps 11 or 12 years old, lying in the darkness of a sanctuary, having just heard the voice of God for the first time in your life. And the message you have been given is not one of blessing or calling or future glory. It is a message of doom for the man who has raised you, who has taught you everything you know about worship and service, who has been your only father figure in a life marked by abandonment and loneliness. The weight of it must have been crushing. How do you speak words of judgment to someone you love? How do you become the bearer of bad news that will break someone's heart? How do you look into the eyes of a man who has shown you kindness and tell him that his family line is cursed, that his sons will die, that everything he has built will crumble? This was the cost of prophecy that no one talks about. This was the burden of truth that cannot be softened or avoided or delayed. Samuel had been given a message, and whether he wanted to deliver it or not was irrelevant. The truth had been spoken to him, and now he was responsible for speaking it to others. This is what it means to be a prophet. Not visions and mystical experiences and spiritual heights, but the grinding, awful responsibility of speaking truths that wound you as deeply as they wound those who hear them. The rest of the night must have been agony for Samuel. The text tells us he lay there until dawn, too afraid to tell Eli what he'd heard. He did not sleep. How could he? His mind must have raced through possibilities. Maybe he had misunderstood. Maybe there was a way to soften the message to make it less harsh. Maybe if he just kept quiet, the whole thing would fade like a dream, and he could go back to his simple life of tending lamps and sweeping floors. But deep down, he knew. The voice had been too clear. The message had been too specific. And God had not asked his opinion about whether this was a good idea or whether Samuel felt ready for such responsibility. The divine does not consult us about our readiness. It simply calls, and we must answer. Chapter 4. The Weight of the Message. As morning light began to filter into the sanctuary, pale and hesitant through the high windows, Samuel rose and went about his duties as usual. Muscle memory guided him through the familiar routines. He opened the doors of the house of the Lord, pushing aside the heavy wooden barriers that sealed the sacred from the profane, letting in the day, with all its ordinary demands. But everything felt different now. The air was heavier, pressing down on his shoulders like a physical weight. The silence was louder, filled with the words he carried but could not speak. He carried within him words that would change everything, and he was terrified to voice them. His hands shook as he performed his tasks. He fumbled with the lamp wicks, nearly spilling oil on the floor. He could not meet anyone's eyes. Every sound made him jump, expecting Eli to call for him, to demand the message, to force him to speak the unspeakable. Eli, however, knew something had happened. Years of serving in the sanctuary had given him an intuition about spiritual matters that his failing eyesight could not diminish. He could sense the change in Samuel, could feel the weight the boy was carrying. He called Samuel to him, his voice gentle but insistent, and when the boy came, reluctant and pale, the old priest asked him directly, "Samuel, my son, what was it he said to you? Please do not hide it from me." Then he added words that carried the weight of both authority and desperation. "May God deal with you, be it ever so severely if you hide from me anything he told you." It was an oath, a binding formula that made concealment impossible. Eli was not giving Samuel an easy out. He was demanding truth, however painful, however devastating. And in doing so, he was teaching Samuel one of the most important lessons of prophetic ministry: that truth matters more than comfort, that integrity requires speaking even when silence would be kinder. There is something deeply moving about this moment. Eli was giving Samuel permission to speak truth, even painful truth. He was not demanding a comfortable answer. He was not pressuring the boy to lie or soften the message. He was not using his position as high priest to intimidate or manipulate. He was simply asking for honesty, for the faithful delivery of whatever word had been given, regardless of personal cost. Samuel, to his credit, did not hold back. he told Eli everything, every word of the judgment, every detail of the coming consequences, every aspect of the doom pronounced against his house. He did not sugarcoat it. He did not try to make it easier to hear. He did not add comforting caveats or suggest ways the judgment might be avoided. He simply delivered the message as it had been given to him, faithful to both God and to Eli in his refusal to distort the truth. The words must have felt like stones in his mouth, each one heavy and sharp. He would have watched Eli's face as he spoke, looking for signs of anger or rejection or denial. But what he saw instead was something he had not expected. Eli's response is remarkable in its humility and resignation. He did not rage against the pronouncement. He did not question Samuel's experience or suggest the boy had misunderstood or imagined things. He did not blame Samuel for being the messenger or accuse him of disloyalty or ingratitude. He simply said, with a weariness that spoke of years of knowing this moment would come, "He is the Lord. Let him do what is good in his eyes." There is defeat in those words, yes, but there is also acceptance, a kind of peace that comes from finally having the truth spoken aloud, from no longer living in the shadow of unacknowledged reality. Eli had known for years that his sons were corrupt. He had known that his failure to stop them was a kind of complicity, a betrayal of his calling and his God. The judgment was not a surprise. It was an inevitability finally spoken aloud, a truth that had been hovering unspoken in the air for years, finally given voice and substance. And perhaps in some way, Eli was relieved that the silence had been broken, even if the words spoken were words of judgment. Perhaps there is a relief that comes from knowing, from having certainty, even when that certainty is terrible. Perhaps after years of wondering when the hammer would fall, there was a strange comfort in finally hearing it fall, in knowing the shape of the future even when that future was dark. What Samuel learned that night and that morning was something most of us spend a lifetime avoiding. That truth is not always comfortable, that faithfulness sometimes means delivering hard words, and that love does not require us to hide reality from those we care about. Samuel could have lied to Eli. He could have softened the message or claimed he did not remember the details, or suggested that perhaps he had misunderstood what God was saying, but he chose honesty, and in doing so he established the pattern that would define his entire ministry. He would be a prophet who spoke the word of the Lord without compromise, without concern for how it would be received, without fear of the consequences. Not because he was harsh or unfeeling, but because he understood that truth, however painful, is ultimately an act of respect. To lie to someone, even to spare their feelings, is to treat them as less than fully human, as incapable of bearing reality. Samuel gave Eli the dignity of truth, and Eli received it with the dignity of acceptance. Chapter 5. Samuel becomes a prophet. After that night, everything changed for Samuel. The text tells us that he grew, and the Lord was with him, letting none of his words fall to the ground. That phrase, letting none of his words fall to the ground, is the ancient way of saying that everything Samuel prophesied came true. He was not speaking his own opinions or making educated guesses or offering the kind of vague predictions that could be interpreted multiple ways, depending on how events unfolded. He was speaking with divine authority, and reality itself confirmed his words with uncomfortable precision. The prophecy about Eli's house came true exactly as Samuel had spoken it. The details are grim and worth recounting because they establish Samuel's credibility as a true prophet in a time when false prophets were common and people had grown cynical about divine communication. Israel went to war against the Philistines, their perennial enemy. In the first battle, the Israelites were defeated and thousands of soldiers died. In desperation, the elders decided to bring the Ark of the Covenant from Shiloh to the battlefield, believing that God's physical presence would guarantee victory. Hophni and Phinehas accompanied the Ark, treating it like a magical talisman rather than the throne of the living God. The Israelites shouted when the Ark arrived, a roar so loud that the ground shook. The Philistines were terrified at first, knowing the stories of what the God of Israel had done to Egypt. But they fought anyway, and in the battle that followed, Israel was utterly defeated. 30,000 soldiers died. and on that same day, exactly as prophesied, both Hophni and Phinehas were killed. The Ark of God was captured by the Philistines, carried off as a trophy of war. When a messenger brought the news to Shiloh, Eli was sitting by the road, his heart trembling for the Ark of God. When he heard that the Ark had been captured and his sons were dead, the 98-year-old priest fell backward off his chair, broke his neck, and died. The priesthood of his line ended in that moment, cut off exactly as God had declared. It was a devastating fulfillment, but it established beyond doubt that Samuel spoke with divine authority. He had predicted these events when he was just a child, and they had come to pass exactly as he said. The word of the Lord through Samuel was reliable, trustworthy, deserving of attention. As Samuel matured from boy to young man, his reputation spread throughout Israel like wildfire. From Dan in the far north to Beersheba in the deep south, spanning the entire geographical extent of Israel's territory, everyone knew that Samuel had been established as a prophet of the Lord. The word that had been rare, the visions that had been scarce, now flowed through this young man who had learned to listen in the darkness. But Samuel was more than just a prophet delivering occasional messages. God continued to appear at Shiloh, revealing himself to Samuel through his word on a regular basis. Samuel became the primary channel of divine communication for the entire nation. The silence had been broken. The channel between heaven and earth, clogged by corruption and complacency for generations, had been cleared. And the instrument God chose was not a powerful warrior or a cunning politician or even an experienced priest with decades of religious training. It was a boy who had learned to say 5 simple words: "Speak, for your servant is listening." Samuel's influence on Israel cannot be overstated. He became the bridge between the chaotic era of the judges and the establishment of the monarchy, standing at one of the most critical transitions in the nation's history. He was the last judge, travelling on a circuit through Bethel, Gilgal and Mizpah, settling disputes and administering justice with a wisdom that people recognised as coming from God. He was also the first of the great prophets, the founder of a prophetic tradition that would produce Elijah, Elisha, Isaiah, Jeremiah, and all the voices that would call Israel back to God throughout its history. When the people demanded a king like the surrounding nations, it was Samuel who anointed Saul, a tall and handsome man from the tribe of Benjamin, as Israel's first king. And when Saul proved disobedient and unfaithful to God, it was Samuel who had to deliver yet another hard message of judgment, who had to watch another man he had elevated fall under divine displeasure. Later, it was Samuel who anointed David, the younger son of Jesse, a shepherd boy with no apparent qualifications except that God had chosen him. That shepherd boy would become Israel's greatest king, the man whose lineage would eventually produce the Messiah. But beyond the political role, beyond the anointing of kings and the settling of disputes, Samuel represented something Israel desperately needed: spiritual integrity in a world corroded by compromise. In a time when the priesthood had become corrupt, when worship had become hollow, when the word of the Lord was rare, Samuel embodied what it meant to hear from God and speak his truth faithfully regardless of personal cost. He reformed religious life throughout Israel, establishing schools of prophets where young men could learn to listen for God's voice and speak his word. He called the people back to authentic worship, challenging them to put away their foreign gods and serve the Lord only. He led the nation in repentance at Mizpah, where they fasted and confessed their sins, acknowledging that they had abandoned God. And when the Philistines attacked during that gathering, Samuel interceded for the people, and God threw the enemy into confusion with thunder and lightning, giving Israel a decisive victory. Samuel demonstrated that God had not abandoned his people, that the silence had been circumstantial rather than permanent, that divine presence and power were still available to those who would seek them with integrity. The boy who once cleaned floors and trimmed lamp wicks became the conscience of a nation. The child who slept near the ark became the voice through which God spoke to kings and commoners alike. His authority came not from position or political power or military might, but from the simple fact that he had learned to listen and had the courage to speak what he heard, even when speaking cost him dearly. Chapter 6. The Legacy of the Story. So what do we take from this ancient narrative? What does it mean for us, centuries removed from oil lamps and tabernacles and sleeping near the Ark of the Covenant? And perhaps more intriguingly, what questions does this story raise that it never fully answers? First, there is the theme of listening. God can speak in quiet places, in ordinary moments, when we least expect it. Samuel was not performing some elaborate spiritual ritual when God called his name. He was not fasting on a mountain. He was not in a trance or a vision quest. He was sleeping, exhausted from a day of mundane labour. He was simply present in a sacred space, available to be awakened. How often do we miss the voice of the divine because we are too busy, too distracted, too convinced that revelation only comes in spectacular packages? We wait for burning bushes and angelic visitations, for dramatic signs and unmistakable interventions, while the still small voice speaks in the darkness and we mistake it for our imagination, or for human conversation, or for nothing at all. Samuel teaches us that sometimes the most profound moments arrive softly, in the space between waking and sleeping, in the darkness when our defences are down and our minds are quiet enough to hear what has always been speaking. But this raises uncomfortable questions. How many times has that voice spoken and we have ignored it? How many times have we attributed divine communication to coincidence or psychology or wish fulfillment? Because we have lost the ability to recognize it for what it is. Second, there is the theme of obedience. Samuel's first response when he heard his name was immediate and complete. Here I am. No hesitation, no calculation, no weighing of options or considering whether this was a good time, just presence and availability. Not, what do you want, but here I am. Not, let me think about it, but immediate response. Later, when Eli gave him the words to use, Samuel followed the instruction exactly. He did not improvise or try to improve on the formula or insert his own personality into the exchange. He simply said what he had been taught to say, "Speak, for your servant is listening." Obedience in this story is not about blind submission to authority. It is about being teachable, about recognizing when someone knows more than you do, about trusting guidance even when you do not fully understand where it is leading. But there is something deeper here, something that troubles the waters of easy interpretation. Samuel was obedient to a voice he had never heard before, to a presence he could not see, based entirely on the instruction of a priest whose own family was corrupt, and whose judgment had been compromised by his failure to discipline his sons. What made Samuel so certain that this was God speaking and not some other voice? What internal compass guided him toward trust when skepticism would have been equally reasonable? Third, there is the theme of humility. Samuel's greatness began in small acts of service. He was faithful in opening doors, in cleaning, in tending lamps, in all the unglamorous work that keeps a sacred space functioning. He did not despise the small things, or consider himself above menial tasks. He swept floors with the same attention he later brought to anointing kings. He trimmed lamp wicks with the same care he would later exercise in delivering prophetic words, and it was in that posture of humble service, in the daily repetition of small, faithful acts, that God found him. How different this is from our modern obsession with platform and visibility, with making a name for ourselves and ensuring everyone knows our accomplishments, with treating service as a stepping stone to something better rather than as its own reward. Samuel reminds us that true influence is built in obscurity, that character is formed in the small decisions no one sees, that greatness is the fruit of faithfulness in little things rather than the result of ambitious self-promotion. But again, there is a mystery here. Why Samuel? What was it about this particular boy that made him suitable for this calling? The text gives no indication that he was exceptional in any way. He was simply there, simply faithful, simply available. Which raises the question, are there others who are equally faithful, equally available, who never heard their name called? Is divine calling arbitrary, or is there some hidden criteria that determines who hears the voice and who does not? Fourth, there is the theme of responsibility. Sometimes truth is hard but necessary. Samuel's first message from God was a message of judgment, and he had to deliver it to someone he loved. This is the cost of being a conduit for truth. You do not get to choose which messages are convenient and which are difficult. You do not get to edit reality to make it more palatable. You do not get to withhold hard truths, because speaking them might damage relationships or cost you social capital. If you are going to be a voice for something beyond yourself, whether you call that voice God or conscience or truth, or simply what is, you have to be willing to speak even when the words cut you as deeply as they cut those who hear them. Samuel could have spared Eli. He could have lied or softened the message or claimed he did not remember the details. But he chose the harder path of honesty, and in doing so he honoured both Eli and himself. Yet this raises ethical questions that the narrative does not resolve. What is the balance between truth and compassion? When does speaking hard truths become cruelty disguised as honesty? Samuel was a child delivering a message he did not create and could not change. But what about us? When the truths we must speak are filtered through our own perceptions and biases and limited understanding, how do we know when to speak and when to remain silent? Fifth, there is the theme of hope. The lamp of God had not yet gone out. Even in the darkest period of Israel's spiritual life, when the priesthood was corrupt and the word of the Lord was rare and the nation was spiritually adrift, there was still a light burning somewhere in the darkness. God had not abandoned his people. He was simply waiting for someone who would listen, someone who would respond, someone who would be faithful with what was given to them. Samuel represents the truth that it is never too late for renewal, that no matter how far things have fallen, no matter how corrupt the systems or how cynical the people, there is always the possibility of a voice in the darkness calling us back to what matters. The light may be flickering, the wick may be nearly consumed, the oil may be running low. But as long as there is any light at all, there is hope for rekindling, for replenishment, for the dawn that follows even the longest night. But this optimistic reading sits uncomfortably with the historical reality. The lamp did eventually go out. The sanctuary at Shiloh was destroyed. The ark was captured and never returned to that place. The line of Eli ended in blood and disgrace. Samuel's calling did not prevent disaster. It only narrated it before it happened. So what kind of hope is this? Is it simply the hope that truth will be spoken, even if it changes nothing? Is it the hope that someone will bear witness, even in the midst of collapse? Finally, there is something unspoken in this narrative that deserves attention. God bypassed the entire religious hierarchy to speak to a child. He did not go through official channels. He did not honour the established order. He did not consult with the high priest or seek permission from religious authorities. He simply called out in the darkness to a boy who had no status, no authority, no credentials beyond faithfulness in small things. This is either deeply encouraging or deeply unsettling, depending on your perspective. It suggests that divine communication is not controlled by institutions, that truth can emerge from the margins, that the voice of God might speak to those we least expect, rather than to those we've designated as official intermediaries. But it also raises anarchistic questions about authority and order, about how we distinguish genuine divine calling from delusion or manipulation, about what happens when everyone claims to hear the voice of God speaking contradictory messages. Samuel's story is ultimately about availability. He was not the most powerful person in Israel. He was not the most educated or the most connected. He was simply present, attentive, and willing to respond when he heard his name called. And that was enough. That has always been enough. But it invites us to ask, what are we available for? What sacred spaces do we inhabit, whether physical or spiritual or psychological, where we might be found by whatever calls to us in the darkness? And when that call comes, will we recognize it, or will we mistake it for something ordinary, something explainable, something that requires no response? Epilogue: The Voice in the Night. Close your eyes and imagine that sanctuary again. The vast stone building in Shiloh, the oil lamps casting their gentle light, the shadows dancing on walls that have witnessed generations of worship and neglect. Imagine the boy lying near the ark, exhausted from a day of simple service, drifting into sleep with no expectation that this night will be different from any other. And then the voice, clear, personal, undeniable, a voice that breaks through the silence of heaven and calls a child by name. Samuel's story is a reminder that the divine does not always announce itself with thunder and lightning. Sometimes it comes as a whisper in the darkness. Sometimes it arrives in the form of a question repeated until we finally understand that we are being addressed. Sometimes the most significant moments of our lives happen when we are alone, unguarded, simply present in a space where we have made ourselves available to something greater than ourselves. The lamp of God is still burning. That is the promise embedded in this ancient narrative. No matter how dark the times, no matter how corrupt the systems, no matter how silent heaven seems, there is always a light somewhere refusing to go out, and there is always the possibility that in the quiet, in the stillness, in the spaces between our busy thoughts and desperate prayers, we might hear our name spoken by a voice we do not yet recognize. The question is not whether the voice is calling. The question is whether we are listening. Samuel lay in that sanctuary as a boy and became a prophet because he learned to say 5 words that changed everything. Speak, for your servant is listening. He did not demand proof. He did not negotiate terms. He did not insist on understanding everything before committing to anything. He simply made himself available, and availability was enough. Perhaps that is the real legacy of Samuel's calling. Not that he became powerful or influential or historically significant, though he became all those things. The real legacy is that he teaches us what it looks like to be genuinely open to transformation, to be willing to hear hard truths, to be faithful in small things while waiting for larger purposes to reveal themselves. In our age of constant noise and perpetual distraction, where silence is something to be feared rather than cherished, Samuel's story feels almost subversive. It suggests that the most important communications might not come through our devices or our carefully curated information streams. They might come in the quiet, in the dark, in the moments when we stop performing and simply exist in the presence of something that knows our name. So tonight, as you drift towards sleep, consider the possibility that you, too, might be lying in a sacred space, even if you do not recognize it as such. Consider the possibility that there might be a voice, gentle and persistent, calling your name in the darkness. Consider the possibility that the most profound transformation of your life might not begin with a grand revelation or a spectacular sign, but with the simple decision to respond to that voice with 5 words. Speak, for your servant is listening. The lamp is still burning. The voice is still calling. The only question is whether we have ears to hear.
The fire on Mount Carmel, Elijah and the prophets of Baal. Hello everyone, and welcome to Sacred Slumber. Before we dive into today's powerful message, I want to connect with each of you personally. How has your day been treating you so far? Whether you're watching this in the early morning hours as the sun rises, during your lunch break, in the middle of a busy day, or perhaps late at night when the world has quieted down, I want you to know that this moment we're sharing together is sacred. I'm curious about where you're joining us from today. Are you listening from bustling New York City, the peaceful countryside of Iowa, the sunny beaches of California, or maybe you're tuning in from across the globe in London, Sydney, or somewhere in between? Wherever you are, whatever time it is in your corner of the world, you are exactly where God wants you to be right now. If this is your first time joining us, I want to extend a warm welcome to our Sacred Rest family. We're so grateful you're here. And if you've been walking this journey with us, thank you for your continued faithfulness and support. Before we begin today's incredible story, I encourage you to subscribe to Sacred Slumber if you haven't already. Hit that subscribe button and ring the notification bell so you never miss these life-changing messages that God has in store for us. Now let's prepare our hearts for what I believe will be one of the most dramatic faith-building stories you'll hear. Today we're travelling back over 2,800 years to witness one of the most spectacular demonstrations of God's power ever recorded in human history. We're going to Mount Carmel in ancient Israel, where one man's faith stood against an entire nation's rebellion, where fire fell from heaven, and where hearts were turned back to the one true God. The fire on Mount Carmel, Elijah and the prophets of Baal. Chapter 1. A nation in spiritual freefall. Picture, if you will, the ancient kingdom of Israel during one of its darkest hours. This wasn't just a time of political upheaval or economic hardship, though both of those existed. This was a time of complete spiritual catastrophe, a moment when an entire nation had turned its back on the God who had delivered them from slavery in Egypt, who had parted the Red Sea, who had given them the Promised Land. King Ahab sat on the throne of Israel, and beside him ruled Queen Jezebel, a woman whose very name has become synonymous with wickedness and manipulation. Jezebel wasn't just content to worship false gods herself. She was determined to drag the entire nation of Israel down with her into the depths of idolatry and spiritual darkness. Under their reign, temples to Baal began sprouting up across the landscape like poisonous mushrooms after a storm. Baal was the Canaanite storm god, supposedly the controller of rain and fertility, the giver of crops and abundance. The people were drawn to him because they believed he could provide what they desperately needed: prosperity, security, and success. Sound familiar? In our modern world, we may not bow down to statues of Baal, but how many of us have made idols out of our careers, our bank accounts, our social media followers, or our pursuit of comfort and pleasure? The heart of humanity hasn't changed much in nearly 3,000 years. But Jezebel wasn't satisfied with just building temples. She launched a systematic persecution campaign against the prophets of the Lord. These faithful men and women of God were hunted down like criminals. Some were executed, others were forced to hide in caves and secret places, living in constant fear for their lives. The word of God was being silenced, and darkness was spreading across the land like a plague. Can you imagine living in such a time, when speaking the truth about God could cost you your life? When the very foundations of faith that had sustained a nation for generations were being torn down brick by brick, when it seemed like evil had won and righteousness had fled. Yet in the midst of this spiritual holocaust, God had his man. His name was Elijah, and he was about to become the most famous prophet in Israel's history. Chapter 2. The Drought of Divine Judgment. Before we meet Elijah face to face, we need to understand the backdrop against which his ministry unfolded. For 3 long years, not a single drop of rain had fallen on the land of Israel. This wasn't just an inconvenient dry spell or a minor weather pattern. This was divine judgment, God's response to a nation that had forgotten him and chased after false gods. The drought was devastating in ways that are hard for us to fully comprehend in our modern world of grocery stores and water systems. Rivers that had flowed for centuries dried up to cracked mud. Wells that had sustained families for generations ran completely dry. Crops withered in the fields, livestock died, and famine stalked the land like a relentless predator. People were desperate. Children cried from hunger. Farmers watched helplessly as their fields turned to dust. Merchants had nothing to sell, and families had nothing to eat. The very fabric of society was unraveling under the weight of this supernatural judgment. And yet, in their desperation, most of the people didn't turn back to the Lord. Instead, they cried out even more desperately to Baal, pleading with the storm god to send rain. They increased their sacrifices, intensified their rituals, and multiplied their prayers to deaf idols. They were convinced that if they just tried harder, if they just offered more, if they just believed with greater fervour, Baal would answer and the rains would come. But the skies remained as bronze, hard and unyielding. Day after day, week after week, month after month, year after year, the sun blazed down mercilessly from a cloudless sky. The drought continued, and Baal remained silent. This is the world into which God sent his prophet Elijah. Not a comfortable world of revival meetings and supportive congregations, but a hostile environment where speaking God's truth could mean death, where the majority had embraced lies and where the very elements seemed to declare that God's judgment was upon the land. Chapter 3. Enter Elijah, the man of fire. Elijah appears in the biblical narrative like a bolt of lightning splitting the darkness. We don't know much about his background or his early life. He's introduced simply as Elijah the Tishbite from Tishbe in Gilead. No impressive genealogy, no royal connections, no seminary degrees or credentials. Just a man from a small town that most people had probably never heard of. But what Elijah lacked in pedigree, he more than made up for in faith, courage, and an unshakable conviction that the Lord God of Israel was the one true God. While the nation around him bowed to Baal, Elijah stood firm. While others compromised and conformed, Elijah remained faithful. While the majority chose the easy path of popular religion, Elijah chose the narrow way of truth. God had sustained Elijah supernaturally during the 3 years of drought. First, he had sent him to the brook Cherith, where ravens brought him bread and meat every morning and evening, and he drank from the brook. When the brook dried up, God sent him to a widow in Zarephath, where a handful of flour and a little oil miraculously sustained 3 people for over a year. These experiences had built Elijah's faith to an unshakable level. He had seen God's provision in impossible circumstances. He had witnessed miracles that defied natural law. He had learned to trust completely in God's power and faithfulness, even when everything around him suggested that God had forgotten or abandoned his people. Now, as the drought entered its 3rd year, God was ready to use his seasoned servant for the greatest demonstration of divine power Israel had seen since the days of Moses. The time had come for a showdown that would echo through the ages, a confrontation that would prove once and for all who was the true God and who were merely the inventions of human imagination. Chapter 4. The Divine Commission. The word of the Lord came to Elijah with crystal clarity. Go and present yourself to Ahab, and I will send rain on the land. It was time for the drought to end, but first there would be a reckoning. God wasn't just going to quietly restore the rain and let everyone go back to their lives as if nothing had happened. He was going to make a statement that would be impossible to ignore or explain away. Elijah set out to find King Ahab, but Ahab was already looking for him. The king had been searching throughout his own kingdom and in neighbouring nations, trying to find the prophet he blamed for the drought. When Ahab finally encountered Elijah, his greeting was filled with accusation and anger. Is that you, you troubler of Israel? Can you imagine the audacity? Here was a king who had led his nation into idolatry, who had allowed his wife to murder God's prophets, who had built temples to false gods throughout the land, and he had the nerve to call God's faithful prophet a troublemaker. It's a perfect example of how sin blinds us to our own responsibility and causes us to blame others for the consequences of our own choices. But Elijah didn't back down. With the boldness that comes from knowing you're standing on the side of truth, he fired back. I have not made trouble for Israel, but you and your father's family have. You have abandoned the Lord's commands and have followed the Baals. This wasn't just a theological debate or a polite disagreement about religious preferences. This was a confrontation between the kingdom of God and the kingdom of darkness, between truth and deception, between the power of the Almighty and the impotence of human-made idols. Chapter 5. The challenge issued. Elijah then issued a challenge that would go down in history as one of the most dramatic moments in all of Scripture. Now summon the people from all over Israel to meet me on Mount Carmel, and bring the 450 prophets of Baal and the 400 prophets of Asherah who eat at Jezebel's table. Mount Carmel was the perfect location for this showdown. Rising about 1,800 feet above sea level, it offered a commanding view of the surrounding countryside and could accommodate the massive crowd that would gather. More importantly, Mount Carmel was considered sacred to Baal worship. The Canaanites believed it was one of Baal's favourite dwelling places. By choosing this location, Elijah was essentially challenging Baal on his home turf. The terms of the contest were elegantly simple. Get 2 bulls for us. Let Baal's prophets choose one for themselves, and let them cut it into pieces and put it on the wood, but not set fire to it. I will prepare the other bull and put it on the wood, but not set fire to it. Then you call on the name of your God, and I will call on the name of the Lord. The God who answers by fire, he is God. It was brilliant in its simplicity. No complicated rituals, no ambiguous signs that could be interpreted different ways, no room for trickery or deception. Fire from heaven would be the ultimate proof. The God who could send fire to consume the sacrifice would be proven to be the true God. The people's response revealed both their spiritual confusion and their deep hunger for truth. What you say is good. They were tired of the uncertainty, tired of not knowing which God to trust, tired of the drought and the suffering. They wanted a clear answer, and Elijah's challenge offered exactly that. Chapter 6. The prophets of Baal take the stage. As dawn broke over Mount Carmel, an incredible scene began to unfold. Hundreds of prophets of Baal gathered around their altar, dressed in their ceremonial robes, carrying their ritual instruments, confident in their God's ability to answer their call. After all, they outnumbered Elijah 450 to 1. They had the backing of the royal court. They had been the religious establishment for years. Surely their God would not fail them now, especially not on his sacred mountain. They began their ritual early in the morning with great enthusiasm and confidence. "Baal, answer us," they cried, their voices echoing across the mountainside. They danced around their altar with wild abandon, their movements becoming more and more frenzied as they worked themselves into a religious fervour. This wasn't a quiet, dignified ceremony. This was raw, primal religion at its most intense. They leaped and shouted, they waved their arms and beat their chests. They called upon their God with every fibre of their being. The sound of their voices, the pounding of their feet, the clashing of their instruments created a cacophony that could be heard for miles around. But as the morning wore on and became noon, something became increasingly obvious. Nobody was answering. The sky remained clear and cloudless. No fire fell from heaven. No voice spoke from the heavens. The altar remained cold and lifeless, despite all their passionate pleading. You have to understand, these weren't insincere men going through empty motions. These prophets genuinely believed in Baal. They had devoted their lives to serving him. They had staked their reputations, their careers, and their very identities on the belief that he was real and powerful. The failure of their God to respond wasn't just embarrassing, it was devastating to everything they had built their lives upon. Chapter 7. Elijah's divine sarcasm. As the noon sun blazed overhead and the prophets of Baal continued their increasingly desperate rituals, Elijah decided it was time for some divine commentary. With a wit that was both cutting and brilliant, he began to mock their futile efforts. "Shout louder! Surely he is a god. Perhaps he is deep in thought, or busy, or travelling. Maybe he is sleeping and must be awakened." Can you imagine the scene? Here's Elijah, one man against 450, calmly watching their frantic efforts and offering helpful suggestions for why their God might not be responding. The sarcasm was devastating because it highlighted the absurdity of their situation. If Baal was truly the almighty storm god they claimed he was, why would he need to be awakened? Why would he be too busy or distracted to answer his devoted followers in their hour of greatest need? But Elijah's mockery served a deeper purpose than just humiliating the false prophets. He was exposing the fundamental weakness of all false gods. They are not truly there. They cannot hear because they have no ears. They cannot speak because they have no voice. They cannot act because they have no power. They are creations of human imagination, given form by human hands, but possessing no divine substance. The prophets of Baal, stung by Elijah's taunts and desperate to prove their God's reality, intensified their efforts to an almost unbelievable degree. They began to cut themselves with swords and spears, following their religious traditions until their blood flowed freely. This wasn't just symbolic, this was literal self-mutilation in the name of religious devotion. From noon until evening, they continued this horrific display, their voices growing hoarse from shouting, their bodies weakened by loss of blood, their spirits crushed by the growing realization that their God was not going to answer. The contrast couldn't have been more stark. On one side, frantic activity and desperate self-harm producing nothing. On the other side, one man waiting calmly for his turn, confident in his God's ability to act. Chapter 8. Elijah prepares his altar. As evening approached and the prophets of Baal finally exhausted themselves in defeat, Elijah stepped forward to take his turn. But before he called upon the Lord, he had some important work to do. "Come here to me," he called to all the people. This wasn't going to be a private ceremony or a mystical ritual performed in secret. Everything Elijah was about to do would be in full view of hundreds or perhaps thousands of witnesses. There would be no opportunity for trickery, no possibility of deception, no room for doubt about what actually happened. The first thing Elijah did was repair the altar of the Lord that had been torn down. This altar represented the nation's covenant relationship with God, a relationship that had been broken by years of idolatry and rebellion. By repairing it, Elijah was symbolically calling the nation back to their true identity as God's chosen people. He took 12 stones, one for each of the tribes of Israel, even though the kingdom had been divided for generations. In God's eyes, his people were still one nation, still his chosen ones, still the objects of his covenant love, despite their unfaithfulness. Each stone was a reminder of God's promises to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, promises that remained in effect despite the people's rebellion. With these 12 stones, Elijah built an altar in the name of the Lord. Then he dug a trench around it, large enough to hold about 15 litres of water. This wasn't just for dramatic effect, it was about to serve a very important purpose in demonstrating that what was about to happen could only be attributed to divine intervention. Chapter 9. The Ultimate Act of Faith. What Elijah did next was so audacious, so seemingly foolish, that it takes your breath away. Remember, this was in the 3rd year of a devastating drought. Water was more precious than gold. People were dying of thirst. Every drop was carefully conserved and rationed. And Elijah ordered 4 large jars to be filled with water and poured over the offering and the wood. Can you imagine the gasps from the crowd? Can you picture the shock on people's faces as they watched precious, life-giving water being poured out lavishly over an altar? Some in the crowd probably thought Elijah had lost his mind. Others might have been angry at what seemed like a wasteful display. But Elijah wasn't finished. "Do it again," he said. And they did it a second time, pouring out 4 more jars of precious water over the sacrifice and the wood. "Do it a third time," Elijah commanded. And a third time they soaked the altar until the water ran down around it and filled the trench he had dug. 12 jars of water in total. Everything was completely saturated. The wood was soaked through. The sacrifice was drenched. The stones were wet. Even the ground around the altar was muddy with water. If anyone had been planning to suggest that Elijah had somehow hidden fire or used trickery to ignite his altar, that possibility was now completely eliminated. This act of faith was staggering. Elijah was so confident in God's power that he was willing to make the miracle as difficult as possible. He wasn't just asking God to light dry wood. He was asking him to consume a sacrifice that was literally underwater. He was putting his reputation, his ministry, and his very life on the line, betting everything on God's ability to do the impossible. Chapter 10. The Prayer That Shook Heaven and Earth. As evening approached and the time for the evening sacrifice arrived, Elijah stepped up to the altar he had prepared. The moment had come. Everything led to this point. The drought, the confrontation with Ahab, the challenge to the prophets of Baal, the repair of the altar, the soaking with water, all of it was preparation for this moment when one man would call upon the name of the Lord. But notice what Elijah didn't do. He didn't scream and shout like the prophets of Baal. He didn't dance wildly or cut himself or work himself into a frenzy. He didn't perform elaborate rituals or recite complicated incantations. He simply prayed, and his prayer was a model of faith, simplicity, and complete dependence upon God. "Lord, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Israel," he began, immediately identifying the God he served not as a local deity or a tribal God, but as the God of the covenant, the God who had made promises to the patriarchs and had been faithful to those promises for generations. "Let it be known today that you are God in Israel, and that I am your servant and have done all these things at your command." This wasn't about Elijah's reputation or glory. This wasn't about proving his own power or wisdom. This was about demonstrating to a watching world that the Lord alone is God, and that Elijah was merely his obedient servant. "Answer me, Lord, answer me, so these people will know that you, Lord, are God, and that you are turning their hearts back again." The purpose of the miracle wasn't to show off or to defeat enemies, but to turn hearts back to God. This was an act of divine love, a desperate attempt to rescue a nation from the spiritual destruction they had brought upon themselves. The prayer was short, simple, and powerful. No theatrical performance, no manipulation of emotions, no attempt to work up faith through human effort. Just a straightforward request from a faithful servant to his all-powerful God. Chapter 11. Fire falls from heaven. What happened next has never been equalled in human history. The response to Elijah's prayer was immediate, dramatic, and absolutely unmistakable. Fire fell from heaven. Not a small flame that gradually grew, not a spark that ignited the wood, not a natural phenomenon that could be explained by meteorology or chemistry. This was supernatural fire, divine fire, holy fire that blazed down from the throne of God himself. And this fire didn't just consume the sacrifice, it didn't just burn up the wood, it consumed everything. The offering was instantly vaporized. The wood disappeared in a flash. The 12 stones that Elijah had so carefully arranged were completely consumed. Even the soil around the altar was burned up. The water in the trench, all those precious gallons that had been poured out, was licked up by the divine flames as if it had never been there. The heat must have been incredible. The light must have been blinding. The sound must have been like thunder echoing across the mountainside. Everyone watching would have felt the power of God in a way that shook them to their very core. This wasn't just a miracle, it was a demonstration of absolute divine authority. God was making a statement that could not be ignored, denied, or explained away. He was declaring to Israel, to the prophets of Baal, to King Ahab and Queen Jezebel, and to everyone watching, that he alone is God, that he alone has power over the elements, and that he alone deserves worship and obedience. Chapter 12. The people's response. When the people saw the fire fall from heaven and consume everything on the altar, their response was immediate and overwhelming. They fell prostrate on the ground, not just kneeling, but face down in the dirt, overwhelmed by the presence and power of the Almighty God. And they cried out in unison, "The Lord, He is God! The Lord, He is God!" Think about what this meant. Many of these same people had been worshipping Baal just hours before. They had been convinced that the storm god was real and powerful. They had invested their hopes, their prayers, and their sacrifices in a false deity. But now, confronted with undeniable evidence of God's power, they acknowledged the truth they had been running from for 3 years. This wasn't just an intellectual acknowledgement or a polite religious sentiment. This was a deep, heart-level recognition of divine authority. They had seen something that shattered their old beliefs and transformed their understanding of spiritual reality. The God of Israel, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, the God their fathers had worshipped. He was the true God, and all other gods were mere pretenders. The cry, "The Lord, He is God," became a declaration of faith that echoed across the mountainside and down through the centuries. It was a moment of national awakening, a turning point when an entire people group remembered who they were and whose they were. Chapter 13. Justice and Restoration. But the story didn't end with the people's declaration of faith. God's justice demanded that those who had led the nation astray face the consequences of their deception. Under Elijah's direction, the people seized the 450 prophets of Baal who had spent the day proving the powerlessness of their God. This might seem harsh to our modern sensibilities, but we need to understand the context. These men had been leading an entire nation away from the true God. They had been accomplices in the persecution and murder of God's true prophets. They had been teaching lies in the name of religion, deceiving people who were desperately seeking spiritual truth. Their deception had contributed to the spiritual darkness that had brought God's judgment upon the land. Justice was swift and final. All 450 prophets of Baal were executed, removing the source of false teaching that had poisoned the nation's spiritual life. With the false prophets dealt with and the people's hearts turned back to God, it was time for the next phase of God's plan, the restoration of His blessing upon the land. Chapter 14. The sound of abundant rain. Elijah said to Ahab, "Go, eat and drink, for there is the sound of a heavy rain." This statement is remarkable for several reasons. First, there wasn't a cloud in the sky. The weather conditions were identical to what they had been for 3 years. Hot, dry, and utterly cloudless. But Elijah had the faith to hear the sound of rain that existed only in the promise of God. This is the kind of faith that sees the invisible and hears the inaudible. Elijah wasn't looking at circumstances or relying on weather forecasts. He was trusting in the word of God, who had promised to send rain upon the land. While Ahab went to eat and drink, Elijah climbed to the top of Mount Carmel and threw himself down on the ground in prayer. This wasn't a casual request or a polite religious ritual. This was intense, fervent prayer from a man who understood that he was participating in God's plan to restore his people. 7 times Elijah sent his servant to look toward the sea for signs of rain. 6 times the servant returned with the same report. There is nothing there. But Elijah didn't give up. He didn't doubt God's promise or question his own faith. He kept praying, kept believing, kept expecting God to fulfill his word. On the 7th time, the servant returned with different news. A cloud as small as a man's hand is rising from the sea. To most people, a tiny cloud on the horizon wouldn't seem significant, especially after 3 years of drought. But to the eyes of faith, that small cloud was the beginning of God's abundant provision. Elijah immediately told his servant to run to Ahab with this message: "Hitch up your chariot and go down before the rain stops you." Chapter 15. The Storm of Restoration. What followed was one of the most dramatic weather changes in recorded history. The tiny cloud that had appeared on the horizon quickly grew and multiplied. The sky, which had been clear blue for 3 years, suddenly turned black with storm clouds. The wind began to blow with increasing intensity, and then the rain began to fall. But this wasn't a gentle shower or a light drizzle. This was a torrential downpour, a deluge that made up for 3 years of drought in a matter of hours. The rain came down in sheets so heavy that visibility was reduced to just a few feet. The ground, which had been hard as concrete from years of drought, couldn't absorb the water fast enough, and soon rivers of rainwater were flowing down every hillside and through every valley. It was as if God was saying, "You thought I had forgotten how to send rain? You believed that Baal was the god of storms? Let me show you what real divine power looks like." The storm was so intense that King Ahab, travelling in his royal chariot, had difficulty making the journey back to his palace in Jezreel. But here's one of the most amazing details of the entire story. The power of the Lord came on Elijah, and tucking his cloak into his belt, he ran ahead of Ahab's chariot all the way to Jezreel. Picture this scene. A middle-aged prophet who had just spent an entire day in intense spiritual warfare, who had just called down fire from heaven and orchestrated the execution of 450 false prophets who had just prayed intensely for rain. This same man was given supernatural strength to outrun a horse-drawn chariot for about 17 miles through a driving rainstorm. This wasn't natural human endurance. This was divine empowerment, God's way of putting an exclamation point on the entire day's events. Even in the storm, even in the exhaustion that should have followed such an intense spiritual battle, God's power was sufficient to carry his faithful servant. Chapter 16. Lessons for today. The story of Elijah on Mount Carmel is far more than just an exciting historical account. It's a template for understanding how God works in our world today and how he calls each of us to live lives of faith and courage. First, we see the power of standing alone for truth. Elijah was outnumbered 450 to 1, but he wasn't really alone because God was with him. In our culture today, it often feels like those who stand for biblical truth are vastly outnumbered by those who have embraced the false gods of our age: materialism, relativism, hedonism, and secular humanism. But numbers don't determine truth, and God's power isn't limited by human statistics. Second, we learn that false gods will always disappoint. The prophets of Baal cried out to their God from morning until evening, but he never answered because he wasn't real. Today's false gods, money, success, pleasure, power, technology, entertainment, promise fulfillment, but can never deliver on their promises. Only the true God can satisfy the deepest longings of the human heart. Third, we see that God often chooses to work through ordinary people who have extraordinary faith. Elijah wasn't from a prominent family or an influential background. He was just a man who believed God and was willing to stake everything on that belief. God is still looking for such people today, men and women who will trust him completely and obey him fully, regardless of the circumstances or the opposition. Fourth, we learn the importance of prayer in the life of faith. Elijah's prayer was simple but powerful because it was offered in complete faith and alignment with God's will. He wasn't trying to manipulate God or impress people. He was simply communicating with his heavenly Father and trusting him to act according to his promises. Fifth, we see that God's miracles often come after periods of preparation and testing. The 3 years of drought weren't just punishment for sin, they were preparation for a miracle. God was setting the stage for a demonstration of his power that would be undeniable and unforgettable. Sometimes what looks like delay in our lives is actually divine preparation for something greater than we could imagine. Conclusion. Where is your Mount Carmel? As we conclude this incredible story, I want to ask you a personal question. Where is your Mount Carmel? What situation in your life is calling for a clear demonstration of God's power and faithfulness? What false gods have you been trusting instead of the one true God? What impossible circumstance are you facing that only divine intervention can resolve? Maybe you're facing a financial crisis that seems hopeless and you need God to provide for your needs in supernatural ways. Perhaps you're dealing with a health challenge that has left doctors puzzled, and you need the great physician to demonstrate his healing power. It could be that you're struggling with a relationship that seems beyond repair, and you need the God of restoration to work a miracle in your marriage or family. Or maybe your Mount Carmel is more internal. Maybe you've been worshipping the false gods of success, approval, comfort, or control, and you need to experience the reality of God's presence and power in a fresh way. Maybe you've been trying to live the Christian life in your own strength, and you need to discover what it means to depend completely on God's power rather than your own abilities. The same God who answered Elijah's prayer with fire from heaven is still on the throne today. He still hears the prayers of his people. He still demonstrates his power in impossible situations. He still turns hearts back to himself and brings restoration where there has been devastation. But like Elijah, we must be willing to stake everything on God's faithfulness. We must be prepared to stand alone if necessary, to trust when circumstances seem impossible, to pray with faith rather than doubt, and to give God the opportunity to show his power in ways that will leave no doubt about his reality and love. The fire that fell on Mount Carmel that day wasn't just about proving that the Lord is God, though it certainly did that. It was about a loving father reaching out to his wayward children, demonstrating his power not to destroy them but to draw them back to himself. It was about restoration, redemption, and the kind of love that will go to any lengths to rescue those who are precious to him. That same love is reaching out to you today. That same power is available to you in your situation. That same God who answered Elijah is waiting to answer your prayers and demonstrate his faithfulness in your life. The question isn't whether God is able. The question is whether you're willing to trust him completely, to step out in faith even when the odds seem impossible, and to give him the opportunity to show his power in your Mount Carmel moment. So I challenge you today, don't settle for the false gods of our culture. Don't be satisfied with a powerless religion that looks good on the surface, but lacks the reality of divine presence. Cry out like the people on Mount Carmel, "The Lord, He is God. The Lord, He is God." and then watch as the fire of His presence transforms your impossible situation into a testimony of His faithfulness and power. The same God who sent fire from heaven is ready to move in your life today. Are you ready to trust Him completely and see what He will do? Remember to subscribe to Sacred Rest for more life-changing messages like this one. Until next time, may you know the reality of God's presence and power in every area of your life. God bless you.
Hello, dear friends, and welcome to Sacred Slumber. Before we begin this beautiful journey together, I'd love to connect with you for just a moment. How has your day been? Whether it's morning, afternoon, or evening where you are in the world, I hope this story finds you in a peaceful place, ready to receive some comfort and inspiration. No matter what corner of the globe you're listening from, you're part of our Sacred Slumber family. If you haven't already, please consider subscribing to Sacred Slumber for more stories like this one that will nourish your soul and bring peace to your heart. Tonight, we're going to journey together through one of the most remarkable stories ever told, the true account of Joseph, a young man whose life teaches us profound lessons about resilience, faith, and the mysterious ways that purpose unfolds even in our darkest moments. This is a story that has inspired millions across centuries, reminding us that no matter how deep our pit may seem, there's always hope for palace moments ahead. In the ancient land of Canaan, where the sun painted golden hues across rolling hills dotted with olive trees and grazing flocks, there lived a patriarch named Jacob. His tents were pitched near Hebron, and his wealth was measured not in gold or silver, but in the size of his herds and the strength of his family. Jacob had 12 sons, but among them all one held a special place in his father's heart. Joseph was 17 years old, with eyes that sparkled with intelligence and a spirit that seemed to dance with dreams. He was the son of Rachel, Jacob's beloved wife, who had died giving birth to Benjamin, Joseph's younger brother. Perhaps it was the memory of Rachel that made Jacob's love for Joseph burn so brightly. Or perhaps it was something else, a recognition of the extraordinary destiny that seemed to hover around this particular son like morning mist around a mountain peak. The favoritism was evident to everyone in the household. While Joseph's older brothers, Reuben, Simeon, Levi, Judah, Dan, Naphtali, Gad, Asher, Issachar, and Zebulun worked hard in the fields tending the flocks, Joseph often remained close to home. His brothers wore the simple, practical garments of shepherds, but Joseph wore something entirely different. One day Jacob called Joseph to his tent. The old man's hands, weathered by years of labour and life, held a garment that took Joseph's breath away. It was a coat of many colours, rich blues like the depths of the sea, vibrant reds like the sunset over the desert, brilliant yellows like fields of grain, and deep purples like the robes of kings. The fabric was fine, the workmanship exquisite. It was not the coat of a shepherd, but the robe of a prince. "My son," Jacob said, his voice thick with emotion as he placed the coat on Joseph's shoulders, "this is for you. You are precious to me beyond measure." Joseph felt the weight of the coat, but more than that, he felt the weight of his father's love and the unspoken promise it contained. As he walked among his brothers wearing this magnificent garment, he could feel their eyes following him, eyes that had grown cold with resentment and hard with jealousy. But the coat was only the beginning. Joseph had always been a dreamer, but now his dreams took on a quality that was both wonderful and troubling. One morning, as the family gathered for their meal, Joseph could no longer contain the vision that had visited him in the night. "Listen to this dream I had," Joseph said, his voice bright with excitement and innocence. "We were binding sheaves of grain out in the field, when suddenly my sheaf rose and stood upright, while your sheaves gathered around mine and bowed down to it." The silence that followed was deafening. His brothers exchanged glances that spoke volumes. Reuben's jaw tightened. Simeon's hands clenched into fists. Judah shook his head in disgust. "Do you intend to reign over us?" Simeon asked, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Will you actually rule us?" But Joseph, in his youthful enthusiasm, seemed oblivious to the storm clouds gathering around him. Soon after he had another dream, even more vivid than the first. "Listen," he said one evening as the family sat around the fire, the flames casting dancing shadows on their faces. "I had another dream, and this time the sun and moon and 11 stars were bowing down to me." Even Jacob was troubled by this dream. "What is this dream you had?" he asked, his voice carrying a note of concern. "Will your mother and I and your brothers actually come and bow down to the ground before you?" Though Jacob rebuked Joseph publicly, privately he pondered these words in his heart. There was something about his son's dreams that felt different from ordinary night visions. They carried the weight of prophecy, the sense of divine purpose. But for Joseph's brothers, these dreams were the final straw. Their hatred for Joseph grew like a cancer, fed by jealousy and watered by resentment. The brothers could hardly speak a civil word to Joseph anymore. When he approached, conversation stopped. When he tried to join their work, they found reasons to send him away. The coat of many colours became a symbol of everything they despised about their father's favouritism and their brother's apparent arrogance. One day, Jacob sent Joseph to check on his brothers who were grazing the flocks near Dothan, several days' journey from home. As Joseph set out, wearing his beautiful coat and carrying provisions for his brothers, he had no idea that he was walking toward a destiny that would change not only his life, but the course of history itself. The brothers saw him coming from a long distance, the colours of his coat visible even across the rolling hills. As that familiar figure approached, the resentment that had been building for years finally reached its boiling point. "Here comes that dreamer," one of them said with venom. "Let's kill him," another suggested. "We can throw him into one of these cisterns and say that a ferocious animal devoured him. Then we'll see what comes of his dreams." For a moment, murder hung in the air like a storm cloud ready to burst. But Reuben, the eldest, felt the weight of responsibility on his shoulders. "Let's not take his life," he said quickly. "Throw him into this cistern here in the wilderness, but don't lay a hand on him." Privately, Reuben planned to rescue Joseph later and return him to their father. When Joseph finally reached his brothers, he greeted them with a smile, completely unaware of the dark thoughts that had been brewing in their hearts. But instead of the warm welcome he expected, they seized him roughly. Hands that should have embraced him tore at his beautiful coat, stripping it from his body. Before he could fully comprehend what was happening, they had grabbed him and thrown him into an empty cistern. The pit was deep and dry, its walls smooth stone that offered no hope of escape. As Joseph hit the bottom, the breath knocked from his lungs. He looked up to see the circle of sky above growing smaller as his brothers walked away. The silence was overwhelming. One moment he had been walking free under the open sky, and the next he was trapped in a hole in the ground, abandoned by his own family. Above him, his brothers sat down to eat their meal as if nothing had happened. The casual way they consumed their bread and cheese while their brother suffered below spoke volumes about how completely their hearts had been hardened by jealousy. But God's purposes are rarely thwarted by human cruelty. And even as Joseph sat in that pit, wondering if he would die there, divine providence was already at work. In the distance, a caravan of Ishmaelite traders appeared on the horizon, their camels loaded with spices, balm, and myrrh bound for Egypt. Judah, perhaps feeling some stirring of conscience, looked at his brothers and said, "What will we gain if we kill our brother and cover up his blood? Come, let's sell him to the Ishmaelites and not lay our hands on him. After all, he is our brother, our own flesh and blood." The brothers agreed, seeing an opportunity to rid themselves of Joseph while making a profit. They pulled Joseph out of the cistern and sold him to the traders for 20 shekels of silver. As the caravan disappeared into the distance with Joseph bound among the slaves, the brothers took his coat of many colours and tore it. Then they killed a goat and dipped the coat in its blood. When they returned home, they presented the bloodied coat to their father. "We found this," they said. "Examine it to see whether it is your son's robe." Jacob recognized it immediately. The colours that had once brought him such joy now brought only anguish. "It is my son's robe," he cried. "Some ferocious animal has devoured him. Joseph has surely been torn to pieces." Jacob tore his clothes in grief and put on sackcloth. He mourned for his son many days, and though all his sons and daughters came to comfort him, he refused to be comforted. "No," he said. "I will continue to mourn until I join my son in the grave." Meanwhile, the caravan carrying Joseph continued its journey toward Egypt, each step taking him further from everything he had ever known and loved. As the young man looked back at the fading hills of his homeland, he could not have imagined that this betrayal, this moment that felt like the end of everything, was actually the beginning of a story that would demonstrate the power of God to bring beauty from ashes and purpose from pain. The journey to Egypt was long and grueling. Joseph, who had never known anything but comfort and privilege, now found himself chained among slaves, his feet bloody from walking across rough terrain, his throat parched from the desert sun. The traders were not cruel, but neither were they kind. He was simply merchandise to them, a commodity to be delivered in good condition to fetch the best price. As the caravan crested the final hill before entering Egypt, Joseph's eyes widened at the sight before him. Egypt was unlike anything he had ever seen. The Nile River stretched like a blue ribbon through the landscape, its banks lined with lush green vegetation that stood in stark contrast to the golden desert beyond. Pyramids rose majestically in the distance, monuments to the power and sophistication of this ancient civilization. The cities teemed with activity, merchants hawking their wares, craftsmen plying their trades, and everywhere the bustle of a society that had mastered the art of turning the desert into a garden. In the slave market of Memphis, Joseph stood with the others as potential buyers examined them like livestock. His youth and obvious intelligence caught the eye of several bidders, but it was Potiphar, an officer of Pharaoh and captain of the guard, who ultimately purchased him. Potiphar was a man of considerable wealth and influence, with a household that required numerous servants to maintain its operations. Joseph's new life began in Potiphar's house, where he was assigned to work among the other servants. Everything about his circumstances had changed. He who had once worn a coat of many colours now dressed in the simple linen of a slave. He who had once been served was now serving others. He who had once been the favoured son was now property, with no rights and no freedom. But something remarkable happened in Potiphar's house. Instead of becoming bitter or despondent, Joseph chose to serve with excellence. When he was given a task, he completed it better than anyone expected. When he was assigned to care for something, he treated it as if it were his own. His attitude was not that of a man who'd been wronged, but of someone who understood that his character was more important than his circumstances. It didn't take long for Potiphar to notice this exceptional young man. While other servants did only what was required of them, Joseph anticipated needs before they were expressed. He learned the Egyptian language with remarkable speed, mastered the customs of the household, and demonstrated an administrative ability that was far beyond his years. Most importantly, there was something about Joseph's presence that seemed to bring blessing wherever he went. Potiphar began to entrust Joseph with greater responsibilities. First, he made him his personal attendant. Then he put him in charge of his household affairs. Before long, Joseph was managing all of Potiphar's possessions, his property, his servants, his business dealings. The Egyptian captain of the guard had never seen anything like it. Everything that Joseph touched seemed to prosper. Years passed, and Joseph grew from a teenager into a handsome young man. The hardships he had endured had not broken him, but had instead forged him into someone of remarkable character and capability. Potiphar trusted him completely, to the point where he concerned himself with nothing except the food he ate. Everything else was in Joseph's capable hands. But success and favour can sometimes bring their own dangers, and Joseph was about to face a test that would prove even more challenging than the pit his brothers had thrown him into. Potiphar's wife had noticed the young Hebrew slave who had risen to such prominence in her household. Joseph was not only capable and trustworthy, but he had grown into a man of striking appearance. Day after day she watched him as he went about his duties with quiet dignity and remarkable competence. Soon, watching was not enough. "Come to bed with me," she said to Joseph one day when they found themselves alone. Joseph was stunned by her proposition. The wife of his master, a woman of rank and privilege, was propositioning a slave. But Joseph's response revealed the depth of his character and the strength of his convictions. "No," he said firmly but respectfully. "With me in charge, my master does not concern himself with anything in the house. Everything he owns he has entrusted to my care. No one is greater in this house than I am. My master has withheld nothing from me except you, because you are his wife. How then could I do such a wicked thing and sin against God?" Day after day she spoke to Joseph, but he refused to go to bed with her or even to be with her. Joseph understood that betraying Potiphar's trust would not only be wrong, but it would also be a sin against the God who had been with him through all his trials. His integrity was not for sale, regardless of the price or the pressure. But a person determined to do wrong will often become vindictive when their advances are rejected. Potiphar's wife's desire turned to anger, and her anger to a determination for revenge. She waited for the right opportunity, and one day when Joseph came into the house to attend to his duties, and none of the household servants were inside, she made her move. She caught him by his cloak and said, "Come to bed with me." But Joseph left his cloak in her hand and ran out of the house. Holding his cloak as evidence, Potiphar's wife called to the household servants. "Look," she said, "this Hebrew has been brought to us to make sport of us. He came in here to sleep with me, but I screamed. When he heard me scream for help, he left his cloak beside me and ran out of the house. When Potiphar came home, his wife told him the same story. That Hebrew slave you brought us came to me to make sport of me, but as soon as I screamed for help, he left his cloak beside me and ran out of the house." Potiphar burned with anger. The man he had trusted above all others, the servant who had brought such blessing to his household, had apparently betrayed that trust in the worst possible way. Without investigation, without hearing Joseph's side of the story, Potiphar had Joseph seized and thrown into prison, the same prison where the king's prisoners were confined. Once again, Joseph found himself in a pit, though this time it was made of stone and iron rather than earth. Once again, he had been betrayed by those he had served faithfully. Once again, his circumstances had changed dramatically through no fault of his own. He had done the right thing, had maintained his integrity, had honoured God, and his reward was imprisonment for a crime he had not committed. Many people would have become bitter at this point. They would have questioned why God allowed such injustice, why faithfulness seemed to be rewarded with suffering. They might have decided that integrity was not worth the cost, that doing right was foolish when it led to such consequences. But Joseph was not like most people. Even in prison, even after being falsely accused and unjustly punished, something within him refused to give up hope. He had learned that his circumstances did not define him, his character did. He had discovered that God's presence was not dependent on favourable conditions, but was available even in the darkest places. And remarkably, even in prison, Joseph began to prosper. The warden noticed this unusual prisoner who carried himself with such dignity, who treated others with such respect, who seemed to bring order and blessing wherever he went. Before long, the warden put Joseph in charge of all the other prisoners and made him responsible for all that was done in the prison. The warden paid no attention to anything under Joseph's care because the Lord was with Joseph and gave him success in whatever he did. Once again, Joseph had taken a situation that seemed hopeless and had found a way to serve with excellence, to lead with integrity, and to trust that somehow, in ways he could not yet see, God was working all things together for good. But the greatest tests of Joseph's faith were still ahead, and the prison that seemed like an ending was actually preparing him for a beginning that would astonish the world. Prison has a way of stripping away everything except what truly matters. In the Egyptian jail where Joseph now found himself, surrounded by stone walls and iron bars, the external trappings of success and status meant nothing. Here, in this place reserved for those who had supposedly committed crimes against Pharaoh, Joseph faced the ultimate test of his character. Days turned into months, and months into years. Joseph had now spent more time as a slave and prisoner than he had as the favoured son in his father's house. The dreams of his youth, the sheaves bowing down, the sun and moon and stars paying homage, seemed like the fantasies of another lifetime. If someone had asked him during those long, dark nights whether he still believed in those dreams, he might have wondered himself. But Joseph had learned something profound during his years of hardship, that faith is not about understanding God's timeline, but about trusting God's character. He had seen evidence of divine favour even in the darkest circumstances. When he was in Potiphar's house, God had blessed his work. Now, even in prison, he could see the same pattern. Blessing flowing through him to benefit others, success following him even in the most unlikely places. The other prisoners noticed something different about Joseph. While many of them spent their time in despair, anger, or plotting revenge, Joseph maintained a remarkable sense of peace. He listened to their stories with compassion, helped resolve disputes with wisdom, and carried himself with a dignity that prison walls could not diminish. The warden had made him the unofficial leader among the prisoners, and everyone, guards and inmates alike, respected him. One morning, Joseph noticed that two of his fellow prisoners seemed particularly troubled. They were not ordinary criminals, but former members of Pharaoh's household, the chief cupbearer and the chief baker. Both had been imprisoned for offences against their royal master, and both carried themselves with the dignity of men, accustomed to positions of privilege and responsibility. "Why do you look so sad today?" Joseph asked them. The cupbearer answered, "We both had dreams, but there is no one to interpret them." In the ancient world, dreams were considered messages from the gods, and their interpretation was a specialized skill typically reserved for trained priests and wise men. To have a significant dream and no way to understand its meaning was a source of genuine distress. Joseph's response revealed both his humility and his faith. "Do not interpretations belong to God? Tell me your dreams." The chief cupbearer went first. "In my dream," he said, "I saw a vine in front of me, and on the vine were 3 branches. As soon as it budded, it blossomed, and its clusters ripened into grapes. Pharaoh's cup was in my hand, and I took the grapes, squeezed them into Pharaoh's cup, and put the cup in his hand." Joseph listened carefully, and as the cupbearer spoke, understanding came to him with a clarity that felt like sunrise after a long night. "This is what it means," Joseph said. "The 3 branches are 3 days. Within 3 days, Pharaoh will lift up your head and restore you to your position, and you will put Pharaoh's cup in his hand, just as you used to do when you were his cupbearer." The cupbearer's face lit up with hope. Joseph continued, "But when all goes well with you, remember me and show me kindness. Mention me to Pharaoh and get me out of this prison. I was forcibly carried off from the land of the Hebrews, and even here I have done nothing to deserve being put in a dungeon." When the chief baker saw that Joseph had given a favourable interpretation to the cupbearer's dream, he eagerly shared his own vision. "I too had a dream," he said. "On my head were 3 baskets of bread. In the top basket were all kinds of baked goods for Pharaoh, but the birds were eating them out of the basket on my head." Joseph's expression grew grave as he received understanding of this dream as well. The interpretation was not pleasant, but Joseph knew he had to speak the truth. "This is what it means," he said gently. "The 3 baskets are 3 days. Within 3 days, Pharaoh will lift off your head and impale your body on a pole, and the birds will eat away your flesh." 3 days later, it was Pharaoh's birthday, and he gave a feast for all his officials. He lifted up the heads of the chief cupbearer and the chief baker in the presence of his officials. He restored the chief cupbearer to his position, so that he once again put the cup into Pharaoh's hand. But he impaled the chief baker, just as Joseph had said to them in his interpretation. The accuracy of Joseph's interpretation should have marked him as a man of extraordinary ability, someone worthy of attention and favour. The chief cupbearer had been restored to his position of influence, with direct access to the most powerful man in Egypt. Surely he would remember the prisoner who had correctly interpreted his dream and had specifically asked to be remembered. But the chief cupbearer forgot about Joseph. This forgetting was perhaps one of the most difficult trials Joseph had yet faced. It was not the active betrayal of his brothers or the false accusation of Potiphar's wife, but the passive neglect of someone who simply failed to keep his word. Day after day, Joseph waited, hoping that this would be the day when guards would come to release him, when word would arrive that Pharaoh wanted to see him. but the days passed in silence. Months turned into a year, and then another year. 2 full years passed, and still the cupbearer, busy with his restored duties and privileges, did not remember the Hebrew slave who had correctly interpreted his dream. It was as if Joseph had been forgotten not just by one man, but by the entire world. During these 2 years of waiting, Joseph could have become bitter. He could have concluded that helping others was pointless, that kindness was wasted on those who would not return it. He could have decided that his gift for interpreting dreams was worthless if it could not even secure his own freedom. Many people would have given up hope entirely. But Joseph continued to trust, continued to serve, continued to maintain his character even when it seemed to bring no reward. He understood something that many people never learn, that our calling is to be faithful, not to control outcomes. His job was to use his gifts with integrity and kindness. God's job was to handle the timing and the results. In the darkness of those 2 forgotten years, Joseph's faith was refined like gold in a furnace. The dreams of his youth were still alive within him, but they had been purified of any pride or presumption. He was learning that God's promises are always fulfilled, but rarely on our timeline or in the way we expect. And unbeknownst to Joseph, his time of preparation was nearly complete. All the lessons he had learned, about integrity under pressure, about leadership in difficult circumstances, about maintaining faith when it seemed unrewarded, were about to be put to their ultimate test. The pit had prepared him for the palace, but first he would need to prove that he was ready for both the privilege and the responsibility that awaited him. The stage was being set for one of the most dramatic turnarounds in human history, and the forgotten prisoner was about to become the second most powerful man in the greatest empire on earth. Pharaoh stood on the balcony of his palace, looking out over the magnificent kingdom that stretched as far as the eye could see. The Nile flowed majestically past the royal residence, its waters reflecting the first light of dawn. Egypt was at the height of its power and prosperity, with abundant harvests, thriving trade, and monuments that would stand for millennia as testaments to its greatness. But on this particular morning, Pharaoh was deeply troubled. For 2 nights in a row, he had been visited by dreams so vivid and disturbing that they left him unable to rest. These were not ordinary dreams. They carried the weight of divine communication, the sense that the gods were trying to tell him something of vital importance. But what? The first dream had been strange and unsettling. Pharaoh had dreamed he was standing by the Nile when 7 cows, fat and sleek, came up out of the river and began grazing among the reeds. Then 7 other cows came up out of the river after them, but these were ugly and gaunt, more wasted and emaciated than any cattle Pharaoh had ever seen in all of Egypt. The ugly, gaunt cows ate up the 7 fat, sleek cows, but even after eating them, they looked just as ugly and gaunt as before. The second dream was equally mysterious. This time, Pharaoh saw 7 heads of grain growing on a single stalk, healthy and good. Then 7 other heads sprouted after them, but these were thin and scorched by the east wind. The thin heads of grain swallowed up the 7 healthy full heads. Pharaoh woke from each dream with a sense of foreboding that he could not shake. These dreams meant something, but what? He immediately called for all the magicians and wise men of Egypt, men who were trained in the ancient arts of dream interpretation and divine communication. They came quickly at their king's summons, eager to demonstrate their wisdom and earn royal favour. But as Pharaoh recounted his dreams to them, something unprecedented happened. These men, who had built their reputations on their ability to interpret dreams and divine the will of the gods, were completely baffled. They offered various theories and possibilities, but none of them carried the ring of truth. Pharaoh could sense their uncertainty, their fumbling attempts to provide answers they simply did not have. It was in this moment of royal frustration and growing anxiety that the chief cupbearer suddenly remembered something, or rather someone, he had forgotten for 2 long years. "Today I'm reminded of my shortcomings," the cupbearer said, approaching Pharaoh with obvious embarrassment. Pharaoh was once angry with his servants, and he imprisoned me and the chief baker in the house of the captain of the guard. Each of us had a dream the same night, and each dream had a meaning of its own. Now a young Hebrew was there with us, a servant of the captain of the guard. We told him our dreams, and he interpreted them for us, giving each man the interpretation of his dream, and things turned out exactly as he interpreted them to us. I was restored to my position, and the other man was impaled." Pharaoh's eyes sharpened with interest. A Hebrew slave who could interpret dreams with perfect accuracy, when his own wise men were stumped. "Send for him immediately," Pharaoh commanded. Guards rushed to the prison and found Joseph. "Pharaoh wants to see you," they announced. "Quickly, make yourself presentable." Joseph could hardly believe what he was hearing. After more than a decade in Egypt, first as a slave, then as a prisoner, he was suddenly being summoned to appear before the most powerful man on earth. He shaved, changed his clothes, and tried to prepare himself mentally for whatever was about to happen. As Joseph was led into the royal presence, he could not help but be awed by the magnificence that surrounded him. The palace was a testament to Egypt's wealth and sophistication, with soaring columns, intricate carvings, and precious metals gleaming everywhere. Pharaoh himself sat on a throne that seemed to embody the power and mystery of the gods, dressed in robes that spoke of unimaginable authority. "I had a dream," Pharaoh said without preamble, "and no one can interpret it. But I have heard it said of you that when you hear a dream you can interpret it." Joseph's response revealed the humility and faith that had sustained him through all his trials. "I cannot do it," Joseph replied, "but God will give Pharaoh the answer he desires." This was a remarkable statement for several reasons. First, Joseph gave no credit to himself, acknowledging that any ability he had came from God. Second, he was confident that God would provide the interpretation, even though he had not yet heard the dreams. Third, he was willing to stand before the most powerful man on earth and speak about his Hebrew God, a courageous act that could have had serious consequences if Pharaoh had taken offense. Pharaoh proceeded to tell Joseph both of his dreams in detail, describing the fat and gaunt cows, the healthy and withered grain. As he spoke, Joseph listened with the same careful attention he had given to the dreams of his fellow prisoners years earlier. When Pharaoh finished, Joseph spoke with clarity and confidence that amazed everyone present. "The dreams of Pharaoh are one and the same," he said. "God has revealed to Pharaoh what he's about to do. The 7 good cows are 7 years, and the 7 good heads of grain are 7 years. It is one and the same dream. The 7 lean, ugly cows that came up afterward are 7 years, and so are the 7 worthless heads of grain scorched by the east wind. They are 7 years of famine." Joseph continued, his voice carrying the authority of divine revelation. "It is just as I said to Pharaoh. God has shown Pharaoh what he's about to do. 7 years of great abundance are coming throughout the land of Egypt, but 7 years of famine will follow them. Then all the abundance in Egypt will be forgotten, and the famine will ravage the land. The abundance in the land will not be remembered, because the famine that follows it will be so severe. The reason the dream was given to Pharaoh in 2 forms is that the matter has been firmly decided by God, and God will do it soon." But Joseph did not stop with the interpretation. Drawing on his years of experience in administration and his natural wisdom, he offered practical advice for dealing with the crisis that was coming. "And now let Pharaoh look for a discerning and wise man and put him in charge of the land of Egypt. Let Pharaoh appoint commissioners over the land to take 1/5 of the harvest of Egypt during the 7 years of abundance. They should collect all the food of these good years that are coming and store up the grain under the authority of Pharaoh, to be kept in the cities for food. This food should be held in reserve for the country, to be used during the 7 years of famine that will come upon Egypt, so that the country may not be ruined by the famine." The plan was brilliant in its simplicity and scope. During the 7 years of abundance, Egypt would systematically store 1/5 of each harvest. This would require massive organizational skills, enormous storage facilities, and careful distribution networks. It would be one of the most ambitious administrative undertakings in human history. Pharaoh and his officials were amazed not only by the interpretation, which had the unmistakable ring of truth, but also by the comprehensive plan Joseph had outlined. Here was a man who could not only understand divine communication, but could also translate that understanding into practical action. "Can we find anyone like this man?" Pharaoh asked his officials, "one in whom is the Spirit of God?" Then Pharaoh said to Joseph, Since God has made all this known to you, there is no one so discerning and wise as you. You shall be in charge of my palace, and all my people are to submit to your orders. Only with respect to the throne will I be greater than you." And so, in a single day, Joseph went from being a forgotten prisoner to being the second most powerful man in Egypt. Pharaoh took his signet ring from his finger and put it on Joseph's finger. He dressed him in robes of fine linen and put a gold chain around his neck. He had him ride in a chariot as his second in command, and people shouted before him, "Make way!" Pharaoh also gave Joseph an Egyptian name, Zaphanath-Paneah, and gave him Asenath, the daughter of Potiphera, priest of On, to be his wife. Joseph was 30 years old when he entered the service of Pharaoh, king of Egypt. 13 years had passed since his brothers had thrown him into that pit in Dothan. 13 years of slavery, false accusation, imprisonment, and being forgotten. But now those years of preparation were revealed as exactly that. Preparation for a responsibility that would affect not just Egypt, but the entire known world. As Joseph began his new role, organizing the massive project of storing grain for the coming famine, he could not help but remember the dreams of his youth. The sheaves bowing down, the sun and moon and stars paying homage. Those dreams had seemed so impossible during the dark years of his trials. But now he was beginning to see how God had been weaving a story of redemption that was far grander than anything he could have imagined as a 17-year-old boy in his father's house. The 7 years of abundance began exactly as Joseph had predicted, and Egypt's harvests were more bountiful than anyone could remember. Under Joseph's careful supervision, vast storehouses were built in every city, and grain was collected and preserved on an unprecedented scale. The administrative system he designed was so efficient and comprehensive that it became a model for future generations. During this time, Joseph and his wife Asenath were blessed with 2 sons. He named the first Manasseh, saying, "It is because God has made me forget all my trouble and all my father's household." The second son he named Ephraim, saying, "It is because God has made me fruitful in the land of my suffering." These names revealed Joseph's heart. He was grateful for the blessing of forgetting the pain of his past, but he also recognized that God had made him fruitful precisely in the place where he had suffered most. His trials had not been meaningless. They had been the very soil in which his greatest purpose had grown. As the 7 years of abundance came to an end and the 7 years of famine began, Joseph's careful preparations proved their worth. While neighbouring countries struggled with crop failures and starvation, Egypt had grain in abundance. People came from all over the known world to buy food from Joseph, and Egypt became the lifeline for countless nations. The famine was severe throughout the world, and it reached even into the land of Canaan where Jacob lived with his family. When Jacob learned that there was grain in Egypt, he said to his sons, "Why do you just keep looking at each other? I have heard that there is grain in Egypt. Go down there and buy some for us so that we may live and not die." So 10 of Joseph's brothers went down to buy grain from Egypt. But Jacob did not send Benjamin, Joseph's younger brother, with the others, because he feared that harm might come to him. Benjamin was now the only remaining son of his beloved Rachel, and Jacob could not bear the thought of losing him too. When Joseph's brothers arrived in Egypt and came before him to buy grain, they bowed down to him with their faces to the ground. Joseph recognized them immediately, but they did not recognize him. Here was the fulfillment of his boyhood dreams, his brothers bowing before him, but it came not with triumph, but with the weight of enormous responsibility. Joseph remembered his dreams about them, but he pretended to be a stranger and spoke harshly to them. "Where do you come from?" he demanded. "From the land of Canaan," they replied, "to buy food." Joseph accused them of being spies, testing them to see what kind of men they had become. Through a series of encounters, he kept Simeon as a prisoner and demanded that they bring Benjamin to prove their honesty. When they returned with Benjamin, Joseph's emotions nearly overwhelmed him, but he continued to test them. The final test came when Joseph had his silver cup planted in Benjamin's sack, then accused him of theft. When the cup was found, Joseph declared that Benjamin would become his slave. It was then that Judah, the same brother who had suggested selling Joseph years before, stepped forward and offered to take Benjamin's place as a slave. saying he could not bear to see his father's grief if Benjamin did not return. This act of selfless love broke Joseph's heart. His brothers had changed. The jealous, cruel men who had thrown him into a pit were now willing to sacrifice themselves for each other and for their father's happiness. Joseph could no longer control himself. He sent all his attendants away and revealed himself to his brothers. "I am Joseph. Is my father still living?" he said, weeping so loudly that the Egyptians heard him. His brothers were terrified, but Joseph reassured them, "Come close to me. I am your brother Joseph, the one you sold into Egypt. And now, do not be distressed and do not be angry with yourselves for selling me here, because it was to save lives that God sent me ahead of you. For 2 years now there has been famine in the land, and for the next 5 years there will be no ploughing and reaping. But God sent me ahead of you to preserve for you a remnant on earth, and to save your lives by a great deliverance. So then, it was not you who sent me here, but God." This was the heart of Joseph's story, not revenge, but redemption, not bitterness, but blessing. He had learned to see God's hand even in the betrayal and suffering he had endured. "You intended to harm me," he would later tell them, "but God intended it for good to accomplish what is now being done, the saving of many lives." Joseph brought his entire family to Egypt, where they were given the best land in Goshen. Jacob, who had mourned Joseph as dead for over 20 years, was reunited with his beloved son. The family was restored, the famine was survived, and the promises God had made to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob continued to unfold through their descendants. When Jacob died years later, Joseph's brothers feared that he might finally take revenge on them. But Joseph wept and said, "Don't be afraid. Am I in the place of God? You intended to harm me, but God intended it for good to accomplish what is now being done, the saving of many lives. So then, don't be afraid. I will provide for you and your children." Joseph lived to be 110 years old, seeing his family multiply and prosper in Egypt. Before he died, he made his brothers promise that when God eventually led them back to the Promised Land, they would carry his bones with them. Even in death, Joseph's faith looked forward to the fulfillment of God's promises. Joseph's story teaches us that God can use even the worst circumstances to accomplish his greatest purposes. The pit prepared Joseph for the palace, but more importantly, it prepared his heart for forgiveness. His sufferings were not meaningless. They were the very experiences that shaped him into a man capable of saving nations and reconciling families. In our own lives, we may face betrayal, false accusations, forgotten promises, and years of waiting that seem endless. But Joseph's story reminds us that God is always working, even when we cannot see his hand. Our calling is not to understand his timeline, but to trust his character and remain faithful in whatever circumstances we find ourselves. The dreams God gives us may take decades to fulfill, and they may come to pass in ways we never expected. But his promises are sure, his purposes are good, and his love never fails. From the pit to the palace, from slavery to salvation, from betrayal to blessing. This is the pattern of redemption that runs through Joseph's story, and through our own lives when we place our trust in the God who makes all things work together for good. Rest well tonight, dear friends of Sacred Slumber, knowing that your story too is being written by a loving God who specializes in turning mourning into dancing, ashes into beauty, and the deepest valleys into the highest mountains of purpose and joy. Sweet dreams, and may you find peace in knowing that no matter what pit you may find yourself in today, God is already preparing your palace for tomorrow. Hello, dear listener, and welcome to Sacred Slumber. Before we begin tonight's story, I'd love to know how your day has been. Whether it was filled with joy or challenges, you're exactly where you need to be right now. What time is it where you are in the world? Are you settling down for the evening, or perhaps finding a quiet moment in the middle of your day? Wherever you are listening from, know that you are part of our global community of souls, seeking peace and spiritual connection. If this is your first time joining us, please consider subscribing to Sacred Slumber. We're here to bring you stories that nourish the spirit and calm the mind. Tonight, we journey to ancient Judah, to a time when God called a young man named Jeremiah to carry a message of both warning and hope. This is a story about divine calling, about being reshaped by loving hands, and about finding purpose even in the midst of struggle. So settle in, take a deep breath, and let us begin. In the 13th year of King Josiah's reign over the kingdom of Judah, when the morning mist still clung to the hills of Anathoth, a young man named Jeremiah sat beneath the shade of an ancient olive tree. The leaves whispered secrets in the gentle breeze, and somewhere in that whisper something stirred within his heart. Something he couldn't yet name, but could feel as surely as the warm earth beneath his feet. Jeremiah was not like the other young men of his village. While they spoke boldly of their plans and dreams, he preferred the quiet company of his thoughts. While they gathered in the marketplace to debate and jest, he found himself drawn to solitary places where he could listen to the deeper rhythms of life. His father, Hilkiah, was a priest, and perhaps that was why Jeremiah felt such a natural pull toward the sacred, toward the spaces where heaven seemed to touch earth. On this particular morning, as the sun climbed higher and cast dancing shadows through the olive branches, Jeremiah felt that familiar stirring grow stronger. It was as if someone were calling his name from a great distance, though he heard no voice with his ears. The sensation was both thrilling and terrifying, like standing at the edge of a vast ocean, knowing you were meant to step in but uncertain of your ability to swim. Then, as clearly as if someone had spoken directly into his ear, came the words that would change everything. Before I formed you in the womb, I knew you. Before you were born, I set you apart. I appointed you as a prophet to the nations. Jeremiah's heart raced. He looked around, half expecting to see someone standing nearby, but he was alone with only the olive tree and the endless blue sky as witnesses. The voice came again, gentle yet unmistakable. Jeremiah, I have called you to be my messenger. The young man's immediate response was one of panic. Sovereign Lord, he whispered, his voice barely audible even to himself. I don't know how to speak. I am too young. Who would listen to me? I am nobody special, just a priest's son from a small village. Surely you have made a mistake. But the presence that surrounded him was filled with such love and certainty that his fears began to quiet. Do not say you are too young, came the gentle correction. You must go to everyone I send you to and say whatever I command you. Do not be afraid of them, for I am with you and will rescue you. In that moment, Jeremiah felt something touch his lips. Not a physical touch, but something deeper, more real than anything he had ever experienced. I have put my words in your mouth, the voice continued. See, today I appoint you over nations and kingdoms to uproot and tear down, to destroy and overthrow, to build and to plant. As the presence gradually faded, leaving only the normal sounds of morning, birds singing, leaves rustling, the distant lowing of cattle, Jeremiah remained sitting beneath the olive tree, stunned by what had just occurred. His life had been ordinary just moments before, and now he was being called to something extraordinary. The weight of it should have crushed him, but instead he felt a strange peace settling over his spirit. He didn't yet understand what lay ahead, couldn't foresee the years of rejection and persecution that awaited him, or the deep wells of sorrow he would have to draw from. He only knew that the God of his fathers had spoken to him, had chosen him for a purpose that was both terrible and wonderful. And though he trembled at the thought of it, something deep within him whispered back, Yes, Lord, I will go. Months passed after Jeremiah's calling, and he found himself struggling with the enormity of his task. The messages that came to him were not easy ones. Words of warning about the spiritual condition of Judah, prophecies of coming judgment if the people didn't turn back to their God. How could he, a young man with no credentials or authority, stand before the elders and priests and kings with such heavy words? One morning, as Jeremiah prayed in the quiet of his chamber, seeking guidance for this impossible mission, he heard the familiar voice of the Lord speaking to him once again. Go down to the potter's house, and there I will give you my message. Jeremiah had passed by the potter's house countless times in his life, but had never paid it much attention. It was a humble building on the outskirts of the village, marked by the constant sound of the spinning wheel and the earthy smell of wet clay. As he approached that day, however, he felt a sense of anticipation, as if he were about to witness something profound. The potter was an elderly man named Malachi, whose hands bore the calluses and clay stains of decades spent at his craft. His hair was white as wool, and his eyes held the patient wisdom of someone who had spent his life creating beauty from formless earth. When Jeremiah arrived, Malachi looked up from his wheel and smiled, as if he'd been expecting him. "Shalom, young prophet," Malachi said, his voice warm with genuine kindness. "Please sit and watch. I have work to do." Jeremiah settled himself on a wooden stool in the corner of the workshop, fascinated despite himself. He had never really watched a potter at work before, had never paid attention to the intricate process of creation that happened in this simple space. The wheel began to turn, and Malachi placed a lump of clay in the centre, his hands moving with practiced precision. At first the clay seemed to resist, wobbling and threatening to collapse. But Malachi's hands were steady and sure, applying just the right amount of pressure, guiding the clay upward into the beginning of what would become a vessel. Jeremiah watched in wonder as the formless lump slowly took shape, a wide base, curving sides, the promise of something beautiful and functional. But then something went wrong. Perhaps there was a stone in the clay, or a dry patch that wouldn't bend. The emerging vessel began to collapse, its sides caving in despite the potter's careful ministrations. Jeremiah expected to see frustration on Malachi's face, perhaps anger at the ruined work. Instead, the old man simply smiled and pressed the clay back into a lump ready to begin again. "The clay has its own nature," Malachi explained, his hands already starting to reshape the material. "Sometimes it has hard spots, or air bubbles, or impurities that make it difficult to work with. But clay is forgiving. It can always be reformed, reshaped, made into something new." As Jeremiah watched, the potter began again, this time working the clay more thoroughly, removing the impurities that had caused the first attempt to fail. Slowly, patiently, lovingly, a new vessel began to emerge, different from the first but no less beautiful. In fact, this second creation seemed to have a character all its own, shaped by the very challenges that had destroyed its predecessor. It was then that Jeremiah heard the voice of the Lord speaking to him, as clear as if someone were standing beside him. "Can I not do with you, Israel, as this potter does? Like clay in the hand of the potter, so are you in my hand." The words hit Jeremiah like a revelation. He understood now why he had been sent to this place, why he needed to witness this simple yet profound act of creation. The people of Judah were like clay in God's hands, sometimes stubborn, sometimes marred by the impurities of sin and rebellion. But God was not a harsh taskmaster who would discard them when they failed to take shape properly. He was like Malachi, patient and loving, willing to reshape them again and again until they became the vessels he had always intended them to be. "The message I want you to carry," the Lord continued, "is not just one of judgment, but of hope. Yes, I must sometimes tear down what is corrupt and broken, but I tear down in order to build up again, in order to create something better and more beautiful than before." Jeremiah felt tears welling up in his eyes as he watched the potter's hands continue their gentle work. Here was a picture of God's character that he had never fully grasped before. Not the angry judge he had sometimes imagined, but the patient artist who sees potential in every lump of clay, who never gives up on his creation, who can bring beauty from the most unlikely materials. "Thank you," he whispered to Malachi as he prepared to leave. The old potter looked up from his work and smiled. "The clay thanks the potter by yielding to his hands," Malachi replied. "Perhaps that is all any of us can do, yield to the hands that know how to shape us into something beautiful." As Jeremiah walked home through the narrow streets of his village, he felt a new understanding of his calling beginning to take root in his heart. He was not just a bearer of bad news, but a messenger of hope. The God who had called him was not a destroyer but a creator, not a tyrant but a loving craftsman who would never abandon his work. The words came to him then, the message he would carry to the people of Judah. If at any time I announce that a nation or kingdom is to be uprooted, torn down and destroyed, and if that nation I warned repents of its evil, then I will relent and not inflict on it the disaster I had planned. And if at another time I announce that a nation or kingdom is to be built up and planted, and if it does evil in my sight and does not obey me, then I will reconsider the good I had intended to do for it. It was a message of both warning and promise, of judgment and mercy intertwined. Like the potter's hands, God's discipline was always aimed at restoration, always working toward the creation of something more beautiful than before. Armed with this new understanding, Jeremiah began his prophetic ministry in earnest. But if he had hoped that his message of God's love and patience would be readily received, he was quickly disillusioned. The people of Judah, from the poorest peasant to the most powerful priest, seemed determined to resist the very hands that were trying to reshape them. His first major public appearance came during the reign of King Jehoiakim, Josiah's son, who had turned away from his father's reforms and allowed idolatry to flourish once again throughout the land. Jeremiah stood in the temple courts, his voice carrying across the stone courtyard as he delivered the message God had given him. "This is what the Lord says," he proclaimed, his young voice growing stronger with each word. "Reform your ways and your actions, and I will let you live in this place. Do not trust in deceptive words and say, 'This is the temple of the Lord, the temple of the Lord, the temple of the Lord.' If you really change your ways and your actions and deal with each other justly, if you do not oppress the foreigner, the fatherless or the widow, and do not shed innocent blood in this place, and if you do not follow other gods to your own harm, then I will let you live in this place in the land I gave your ancestors for ever and ever." The reaction was immediate and hostile. The priests, who had grown comfortable with their compromises and political alliances, saw Jeremiah's words as a direct threat to their authority. The wealthy merchants and nobles who had prospered by exploiting the poor and forming partnerships with pagan nations heard his call for justice as an attack on their way of life. "Who does this young man think he is?" they muttered among themselves. "He speaks of judgment and destruction like some kind of doomsday prophet. Where is his authority? Where are his credentials?" But Jeremiah continued, his heart breaking even as he spoke the words God had given him. He could see the spiritual adultery that had infected his beloved nation, the way they had turned from the God who had delivered them from Egypt and given them this promised land. They had made alliances with foreign powers, adopted their gods, and forgotten the covenant that had made them a people set apart. "My people have committed 2 sins," he declared, his voice now thick with emotion. "They have forsaken me, the spring of living water, and have dug their own cisterns, broken cisterns that cannot hold water." The imagery was powerful and heartbreaking. Jeremiah could see it so clearly. A nation that had access to the purest, most life-giving water imaginable, yet had chosen instead to dig broken wells that left them thirsty and desperate. They had exchanged their glory for worthless idols, their security for political alliances that would ultimately fail them. As the weeks and months passed, Jeremiah's message remained consistent, but the opposition grew fiercer. He was mocked in the streets, his words dismissed as the ravings of a madman. Children threw stones at him, and adults crossed to the other side of the road to avoid his presence. The loneliness was crushing, but what hurt most was seeing the people he loved rushing toward destruction, their ears closed to the voice of the one who wanted to save them. One particularly dark day, after being physically threatened by a group of priests who wanted to silence him permanently, Jeremiah found himself wondering if he had misunderstood his calling. Perhaps God hadn't really spoken to him at all. Perhaps he was just a deluded young man with an overactive imagination and a tendency toward melancholy. But then he remembered the potter's house, the gentle hands shaping and reshaping the clay, and he understood something profound about the nature of love. True love doesn't just tell people what they want to hear. It tells them what they need to hear, even when that truth is painful. The potter sometimes had to apply pressure to the clay, had to work out the impurities and air bubbles, and this process wasn't always comfortable for the clay, but it was necessary for the clay to become what it was meant to be. "I am not their enemy," Jeremiah whispered to himself as he walked through the quiet streets late one evening. "I am their friend. I am speaking these hard words because I love them, because God loves them, because we can't bear to see them destroy themselves." The revelation gave him strength to continue, even as the opposition intensified. He began to write down his prophecies, creating a record of God's words that could be preserved even if his voice was silenced. He wrote of the coming judgment, but also of the hope that lay beyond it, the promise of a new covenant, a time when God would write his law on their hearts rather than on tablets of stone. "The days are coming," he wrote, his hand moving quickly across the parchment, "when I will make a new covenant with the people of Israel and with the people of Judah. It will not be like the covenant I made with their ancestors when I took them by the hand to lead them out of Egypt, because they broke my covenant, though I was a husband to them. This is the covenant I will make with the people of Israel after that time. I will put my law in their minds and write it on their hearts. I will be their God, and they will be my people." Even in the midst of his loneliness and rejection, Jeremiah held on to this vision of hope. The potter was still at work, still shaping, still creating something beautiful from the clay of human hearts. The process might be painful, but the end result would be worth it all. There came a time when the weight of his calling became almost too much for Jeremiah to bear. The constant rejection, the threats, the loneliness of being God's messenger to a people who didn't want to hear from God. It all pressed down on him like a physical burden. He had been faithful to his calling for years now, and what did he have to show for it? A nation that seemed more rebellious than ever, leaders who actively opposed him, and a heart that felt like it might break from the strain. The breaking point came when Pashur, the priest who was chief officer in the temple, had Jeremiah beaten and put in stocks overnight for prophesying that Jerusalem would be destroyed. The humiliation was complete, displayed like a common criminal in front of the very people he was trying to save. When he was released the next morning, bruised and aching, Jeremiah's first instinct was to flee. He made his way to his favourite spot of solitude, a small grove of trees outside the city where he often went to pray. There, surrounded by the peaceful sounds of nature, he poured out his heart to God in words that were both complaint and lament. "You deceived me, Lord, and I was deceived," he cried out, his voice raw with emotion. "You overpowered me and prevailed. I am ridiculed all day long. Everyone mocks me. Whenever I speak, I cry out proclaiming violence and destruction. So the word of the Lord has brought me insult and reproach all day long." The words felt almost blasphemous as they left his lips, but they were honest words, torn from the depths of his soul. He'd given everything to this calling. His youth, his dreams of a normal life, his relationships with family and friends. And for what? To be treated as a pariah, a madman, a troublemaker. In that moment of deepest despair, Jeremiah made a decision that felt like the only sane choice left to him. He would be silent. No more prophecies, no more warnings, no more attempts to turn the hearts of a stubborn people back to their God. He would find a quiet corner of the world and live out his days in peace, letting others worry about the spiritual condition of the nation. The resolve felt good at first, like setting down a burden that had been crushing him. For several days, he said nothing about the visions that continued to come to him, ignored the urgings in his spirit to speak out against the injustices he witnessed. He tried to live like a normal person, to find satisfaction in simple pleasures and everyday concerns. But something strange began to happen. The more he tried to suppress the words God had given him, the more they seemed to burn within him. It was as if a fire had been kindled in his bones, a flame that grew hotter the more he tried to smother it. The visions wouldn't stop coming. The burden for his people wouldn't lift, and the words of God seemed to be blazing inside him like a furnace. But if I say, I will not mention his word or speak any more in his name, he found himself whispering, his word is in my heart like a fire shut up in my bones. I am weary of holding it in. Indeed, I cannot. The realization came to him gradually, like dawn breaking over the mountains. He couldn't stop being a prophet any more than he could stop being human. This wasn't just something he did. It was who he was. God had formed him in the womb for this purpose, had written this calling into the very fabric of his being. To deny it would be to deny himself, to attempt to live as someone he was never meant to be. But more than that, he began to understand that his struggles and sufferings were not signs that he had failed in his calling, but evidence that he was fulfilling it exactly as God intended. The potter sometimes had to apply intense heat to the clay to make it strong and durable. The fire in his bones wasn't a punishment. It was the very thing that qualified him to speak for God. "The Lord is with me like a mighty warrior," he declared, his voice growing stronger with each word. "So my persecutors will stumble and not prevail. They will fail and be thoroughly disgraced. Their dishonor will never be forgotten." The change in perspective was revolutionary. Instead of seeing his sufferings as evidence of God's abandonment, Jeremiah began to understand them as proof of God's presence. The fire in his bones wasn't consuming him. It was refining him, purifying him, making him into the kind of vessel that could carry God's words to a broken world. He thought again of the potter's house, of the way Malachi had worked the clay with such patience and skill. Sometimes the potter had to put the vessel into the fire to make it strong, to burn away the impurities and set the shape permanently. The heat wasn't cruelty, it was love, the kind of love that was willing to do whatever it took to create something beautiful and lasting. "I will speak," Jeremiah said aloud, his voice carrying across the quiet grove. "I will speak because I must, because the words are like fire in my bones, because God has made me a prophet to the nations. I will speak not because it's easy, but because it's necessary. I will speak not because people want to hear, but because they need to hear. I will speak because the potter is still at work and I am his instrument." The fire in his bones had become not a burden, but a gift, not a curse, but a blessing. It was the very thing that enabled him to continue when everything else told him to quit, the divine energy that sustained him through rejection and persecution. He was not just a messenger, he was a burning message, a living embodiment of God's passionate love for his people. The years passed, and Jeremiah's prophecies began to unfold with heartbreaking accuracy. The Babylonian army, led by King Nebuchadnezzar, laid siege to Jerusalem just as God had warned through his prophet. The city that had been called the joy of the whole earth was now surrounded by enemy forces, its people trapped within walls that had once seemed impregnable. During the siege, Jeremiah found himself in an impossible position. His prophecies of judgment were being fulfilled before everyone's eyes, but instead of vindicating him, this only increased the hostility toward him. The leaders of Jerusalem accused him of being a traitor, of collaborating with the enemy by undermining morale with his gloomy predictions. "You're deserting to the Babylonians," they shouted when he tried to leave the city on a simple errand. They arrested him, beat him, and threw him into a dungeon where he remained for many days, forgotten and alone. But even in that dark place, the word of the Lord continued to come to him, and strangely, it was not a word of judgment, but of hope. "Call to me and I will answer you," came the familiar voice in the darkness. "I will tell you great and unsearchable things you do not know." The message that came to him there in the dungeon was one of the most beautiful and hopeful prophecies he had ever received. It spoke of a time when the city would be rebuilt, when the people would return from exile, when joy and celebration would once again fill the streets of Jerusalem. It was a promise of restoration so complete and wonderful that it seemed almost too good to be true. "I will bring health and healing to it," God promised. "I will heal my people and will let them enjoy abundant peace and security. I will bring Judah and Israel back from captivity, and will rebuild them as they were before. I will cleanse them from all the sin they have committed against me, and will forgive all their sins of rebellion against me. Then this city will bring me renown, joy, praise, and honour before all nations on earth that hear of all the good things I do for it." Even as the sounds of warfare grew louder outside his prison walls, Jeremiah held on to these words of hope. The potter was still at work, still shaping, still creating something beautiful from the broken clay of human hearts and human history. When the city finally fell, it was as devastating as Jeremiah had predicted. The temple was destroyed, the walls torn down, the leaders killed or carried away into exile. The sight of Jerusalem in ruins was almost more than the prophet could bear. This was the city where God had chosen to dwell, the place where his people had worshipped for centuries. Now it lay in smoking rubble, its streets filled with the debris of a civilization that had forgotten its God. In the aftermath of the destruction, Jeremiah sat among the ruins and wept. The tears came not from a heart that said, "I told you so," but from one that was genuinely broken for the suffering of his people. He had warned them, yes, but he had never wanted to see them destroyed. He had hoped until the very end that they would turn back to God and avoid this terrible fate. It was then that he began to write what would become known as the Book of Lamentations, a collection of funeral songs for a dead city, poems of grief and mourning that captured the full depth of the tragedy that had befallen Jerusalem. But even in the midst of this profound sorrow, hope refused to be extinguished. "Because of the Lord's great love we are not consumed," he wrote, his hand trembling as he formed the words, "for his compassions never fail. They are new every morning. Great is your faithfulness." The words seemed to come from somewhere deeper than his own understanding, as if the Spirit of God was using his human grief to express a divine truth that transcended the immediate circumstances. Yes, Jerusalem had fallen. Yes, the people were scattered and the temple destroyed. But God's love had not failed. His faithfulness had not ended. His compassions were indeed new every morning, even in the darkest of times. "The Lord is good to those whose hope is in him," he continued, "to the one who seeks him. It is good to wait quietly for the salvation of the Lord." As he wrote these words, Jeremiah began to understand something profound about the nature of hope. It wasn't based on circumstances or on the absence of suffering. True hope was rooted in the character of God himself, in his unchanging love and faithfulness. The potter might allow the clay to be broken, but he would never abandon it. He might permit the vessel to be shattered, but only so that he could create something even more beautiful from the pieces. "For no one is cast off by the Lord forever," he wrote, his voice growing stronger with each word. "Though he brings grief, he will show compassion. So great is his unfailing love. For he does not willingly bring affliction or grief to anyone." The ruins of Jerusalem became, in a strange way, a place of worship for Jeremiah. There among the broken stones and scattered debris, he found a closeness to God that he had never experienced before. The external symbols of faith were gone, but faith itself remained. The building had been destroyed, but the builder continued his work. People would come to him there, survivors of the siege who were struggling to make sense of what had happened. They would ask him why God had allowed such suffering, why the innocent had to pay for the sins of the guilty, why the city of God had been given over to pagan armies. "I cannot answer all your questions," Jeremiah would tell them gently, "but I can tell you what I've learned in my years of walking with the Lord. He is like a potter who shapes clay, and sometimes the shaping process is painful. But he never works without purpose, and he never abandons what he has begun. The vessel may be broken, but the potter's hands are still at work creating something new from the pieces." In the final years of his life, Jeremiah found himself in Egypt, carried there against his will by a group of Jewish refugees who feared remaining in the land of Judah. It was not where he had expected to end his days, far from the city he had loved and served for so many years. But even in this foreign land, he continued to speak the words God gave him, continued to comfort and challenge the people who had been scattered by the winds of history. As he sat one evening by the banks of the Nile watching the sunset over the ancient land of the Pharaohs, Jeremiah reflected on the long journey that had brought him to this place. He was no longer the young man who had trembled beneath the olive tree at his first calling. His hair was now white, his hands marked by years of writing and rewriting God's words, his heart scarred by decades of rejection and persecution. But he was not bitter. Somehow, through all the pain and struggle, he had learned to see his life as part of a larger tapestry that God was weaving through history. He was just one thread in that tapestry, but he had been woven in exactly the right place, at exactly the right time, for exactly the right purpose. A young Jewish woman approached him as he sat by the water, her eyes reflecting the same uncertainty and pain he had seen in so many faces over the years. "Prophet," she said softly, "my heart is broken. I have lost everything, my home, my family, my future. How can I believe that God still cares about me?" Jeremiah smiled and gestured for her to sit beside him. "Let me tell you a story," he said, his voice warm with the wisdom of long experience. "Once God sent me to a potter's house to watch him work. The potter was shaping a vessel on his wheel, but something went wrong. The clay became marred, misshapen, useless for its intended purpose." The young woman leaned forward, intrigued despite her sorrow. "I expected the potter to throw the clay away," Jeremiah continued. "After all, it was ruined, wasn't it?" But instead, he gathered it up and began again. He worked the clay, removed the impurities, and slowly shaped it into something new. The second vessel was different from the first, but it was beautiful in its own way. Perhaps even more beautiful because it bore the marks of the potter's patient love. "But what does this mean for me?" the woman asked. "How does this help me with my broken heart?" Jeremiah reached down and picked up a small piece of clay from the riverbank. "This is what God showed me that day," he said, working the clay gently in his hands. "You are not ruined, you are not beyond hope. You are clay in the potter's hands, and he is still shaping you. The breaking you've experienced is not the end of your story. It's the beginning of a new chapter." As he spoke, the clay in his hands began to take shape, becoming a small but perfectly formed vessel. "God's love is like this potter's skill," he continued. "It can take the most broken, damaged clay and create something beautiful from it. Your pain is not wasted. Your tears are not meaningless. They are part of the process by which God is making you into the person he always intended you to be." The woman began to weep, but they were not tears of despair. They were tears of hope, of recognition, of a heart that was beginning to heal. "How do you know this?" she whispered. "How can you be so sure?" Jeremiah smiled, and in that smile was the peace of a man who had wrestled with God and found him faithful. "Because I have been clay in the potter's hands for 40 years, he said simply. "I have been broken and reshaped more times than I can count. I have questioned, doubted, even tried to run away from his calling. But through it all, I have learned one thing. The potter never gives up on his clay. He never throws it away. He keeps working, keeps shaping, keeps creating until the vessel is exactly what he envisioned it to be." As the stars began to appear in the darkening sky, Jeremiah continued to speak with the young woman and others who had gathered around them. He told them of the promises God had made, of a time when the exiles would return, when the city would be rebuilt, when God would make a new covenant with his people. He reminded them that their current suffering was not the end of the story, but part of a larger narrative of redemption and restoration. "The potter is still at work," he said as the evening drew to a close. "In your lives, in the life of our nation, in the great sweep of history itself, he's shaping something beautiful from the clay of human hearts and human history. Trust his hands, yield to his touch, and know that whatever he is creating in you and through you, it will be more wonderful than you can imagine." That night, as Jeremiah lay down to sleep, he thought once more of the potter's house and the lesson that had shaped his entire ministry. He had been privileged to be God's messenger, to speak his words to a generation that desperately needed to hear them. He had endured rejection, persecution, and exile, but he had also experienced the incredible intimacy of walking with God through every trial. His life had not been easy, but it had been meaningful. He had been clay in the potter's hands, shaped and reshaped according to God's perfect will. And though he would not live to see the full fulfillment of the promises he had proclaimed, he knew with absolute certainty that the potter's work would continue. The hands that had shaped him would continue to shape others, generation after generation, until the final masterpiece was complete. The last words he wrote in his journal that night were these: "The steadfast love of the Lord never ceases. His mercies never come to an end. They are new every morning. Great is your faithfulness. The Lord is my portion, says my soul, therefore I will hope in him." And in the quiet darkness of a foreign land, far from the ruins of Jerusalem but close to the heart of God, Jeremiah slept peacefully, knowing that the potter's hands were still at work, still shaping, still creating something beautiful from the clay of human hearts. The message he had carried for 4 decades would outlive him, would speak to countless generations of broken people who needed to know that they were not beyond hope, that the potter never gives up on his clay, and that his love truly is new every morning. The story of Jeremiah reminds us that even in our darkest moments, even when our lives seem shattered beyond repair, we are never beyond the reach of the potter's hands. Like clay on the wheel, we may be broken, but we are never discarded. We are loved, shaped, and reshaped by hands that know exactly what we can become. And in the end, that is enough. That is everything. In the quietness of this story's end, may you find the peace that comes from knowing you too are clay in the potter's hands, being shaped with infinite love and patience into something beautiful beyond your wildest dreams. The potter is still at work, still shaping, still creating, and his love for you is new every morning. Hello, dear friends, and welcome back to Sacred Slumber. Before we begin tonight's story, I hope your day has been filled with blessings and peace. Whether it's morning where you are, the quiet of afternoon, or the gentle embrace of evening, know that you are exactly where God wants you to be in this moment. I'm curious about where in this beautiful world you're listening from tonight. Are you nestled in your bed in a bustling city, or perhaps finding solace in the countryside under a canopy of stars? Wherever you are, whatever time it is for you, you are welcomed here with open arms. If this story touches your heart tonight, I encourage you to subscribe to Sacred Slumber. We gather here regularly to explore the profound truths and timeless wisdom found in God's Word, bringing comfort to weary souls and strength to troubled hearts. Your subscription helps us continue sharing these sacred stories that remind us of God's unfailing love and faithfulness. Now let us journey together to ancient Israel, to a time when kingdoms stood at crossroads, when truth was a dangerous commodity, and when one man's courage would echo through the ages. This is the story of Micaiah, the forgotten prophet who dared to stand alone. The sun blazed mercilessly over the ancient city of Samaria, its golden rays dancing across the limestone walls of King Ahab's palace. Within those walls, power brooked no opposition, and truth was often the first casualty of political ambition. It had been 3 years since the last war between Israel and Syria, 3 years of uneasy peace that sat heavy on King Ahab's shoulders like an ill-fitting crown. Ahab paced the marble floors of his throne room, his royal robes rustling with each agitated step. The king of Israel was a man consumed by his desires, a ruler who had long ago traded his soul to the altar of self-interest. His marriage to the foreign princess Jezebel had brought prosperity to his kingdom, but at a cost that would echo through generations. The worship of Baal had infiltrated the very heart of Israel, and the prophets of the Lord had been hunted, killed, or driven into hiding. Yet today something stirred within Ahab's ambitious heart. News had arrived that morning of Syrian movements near Ramoth-Gilead, a strategic city that had once belonged to Israel, but now languished under enemy control. The city's location made it a prize worth fighting for, a gateway that could secure trade routes and strengthen his kingdom's eastern border. As Ahab contemplated this opportunity, word came that King Jehoshaphat of Judah was approaching Samaria with a considerable entourage. Jehoshaphat was everything Ahab was not. A king who sought the Lord's face, who had torn down the high places of idol worship, and who ruled with righteousness as his compass. The irony was not lost on Ahab that he would need the help of such a man to achieve his ambitions. The great doors of the throne room swung open with a resonant boom, and Jehoshaphat entered with the dignity befitting a king of David's lineage. He was a man of medium stature but commanding presence, his beard meticulously groomed, and his eyes holding the wisdom of one who had walked closely with the Almighty. Behind him came his advisers and military commanders, their expressions respectful but cautious, as they entered the domain of Israel's controversial king. "Jehoshaphat, my brother," Ahab called out, his voice echoing through the vast chamber as he descended from his throne. "Welcome to Samaria. Your presence brings honour to my house." The two kings embraced in the customary greeting, though those who knew them well could sense the underlying tension. Jehoshaphat had come seeking alliance, but his heart was troubled by what such an alliance might require of him. "Ahab," Jehoshaphat replied warmly, though his eyes remained watchful. "It has been too long since we have spoken face to face. The Lord has blessed both our kingdoms with peace these past years." "Indeed," Ahab agreed, gesturing toward the laden tables his servants had prepared. "Come, let us feast together and speak of matters that concern us both." The banquet that followed was a spectacle of royal excess. Tables groaned under the weight of roasted meats, exotic fruits, and wine from the finest vineyards. Musicians played softly in the background, while servants moved like shadows, attending to every need. Yet beneath the veneer of celebration, both kings harboured their own purposes. As the evening wore on and the wine loosened tongues, Ahab finally revealed his true intention. Leaning toward Jehoshaphat with the conspiratorial air of old friends, he spoke in measured tones. "My brother, there is a matter that weighs heavily upon my heart," Ahab began, his eyes glinting in the torchlight. "You know that Ramoth-Gilead belongs to us, yet it remains in the hands of the king of Syria. Should we not take back what is rightfully ours?" Jehoshaphat set down his goblet carefully, his expression growing thoughtful. He had anticipated this moment, knowing that Ahab rarely extended hospitality without purpose. The question hung in the air between them like incense, heavy with implication. "Ramoth-Gilead has indeed been a source of contention," Jehoshaphat replied diplomatically. "What do you propose?" Ahab's smile was that of a merchant who senses a favourable negotiation. "I propose that we go up together against Ramoth-Gilead. Your army combined with mine would be formidable. We could restore the city to Israel and share in the glory of victory." The words were carefully chosen, appealing to both practical strategy and Jehoshaphat's sense of brotherhood among the tribes of Israel. Yet Jehoshaphat had not survived as king by making hasty decisions. His reign had been marked by careful consultation with the Lord, and he would not abandon that practice now. "I am as you are," Jehoshaphat responded slowly. "My people as your people, my horses as your horses. If the Lord wills it, we shall stand together in battle." He paused, his next words carrying the weight of true conviction. "But first let us inquire of the Lord." Ahab's smile faltered slightly. In his eagerness for military glory, he had hoped to avoid the complications that divine consultation might bring. Yet he could hardly refuse such a reasonable request from a potential ally, especially one whose righteousness was renowned throughout the region. "Of course," Ahab agreed, though his tone lacked enthusiasm. "Let us seek the word of the Lord." What followed was a demonstration of the spiritual corruption that had infected Ahab's court. The king summoned his prophets, all 400 of them, men who wore the garments of holiness, but whose hearts served earthly masters. They came in a great procession, their robes flowing and their voices raised in what appeared to be spiritual fervour. These were not true prophets of the Lord, though they claimed his name. They were court prophets, men who understood that their continued prosperity depended upon telling the king what he wished to hear. Their prophecies were crafted not in the secret place of prayer, but in the calculating chambers of political expediency. As the prophets assembled in the courtyard before the two kings, their spokesman stepped forward. His name was Zedekiah, son of Chenaanah, a man whose pride matched his ambition, and whose hatred for true prophets would soon be revealed in violent fashion. "Hear the word of the Lord," Zedekiah proclaimed. his voice carrying across the courtyard with theatrical intensity. "Go up to Ramoth-Gilead and prosper, for the Lord will deliver it into the hand of the king." The 400 prophets took up the cry with orchestrated precision, their voices creating a chorus of false assurance. "Go up to Ramoth-Gilead and prosper. The Lord will deliver it into the hand of the king." Some of the prophets had even prepared visual aids for their performance. They danced and shouted, waving swords and spears, creating a spectacle that would have been impressive to any observer unfamiliar with the ways of true prophecy. The din was tremendous, the enthusiasm seemingly genuine, and the message exactly what Ahab longed to hear. Yet as Jehoshaphat watched this display, his spirit grew troubled. Something about the performance felt hollow, manufactured. These men spoke with one voice, but it was not the voice of the Lord that Jehoshaphat knew from his own times of prayer and seeking. There was no cost to their prophecy, no challenge to the king's desires, no hint of the divine complexity that marked true encounters with the Almighty. As the prophets continued their enthusiastic proclamations, Jehoshaphat raised his hand for silence. The courtyard gradually quieted, though the echo of their shouts seemed to linger in the air like smoke from a dying fire. "Is there not here a prophet of the Lord besides these?" Jehoshaphat asked carefully, "that we might inquire of him?" The question fell like a stone into still water, sending ripples of discomfort through the assembly. Ahab's face darkened, and several of the court prophets exchanged meaningful glances. They all knew there was indeed another prophet, one whose very existence was a thorn in the flesh of everyone present. Ahab's response came through gritted teeth, his voice barely concealing his irritation. "There is still one man, Micaiah the son of Imlah, by whom we may inquire of the Lord, but I hate him, for he does not prophesy good concerning me, but evil." The honesty of Ahab's admission was startling in its nakedness. Here was a king openly declaring his hatred for a prophet based not on any moral failing or false prophecy, but simply because the man refused to tell him what he wanted to hear. It was a moment that revealed the true spiritual state of Israel's leadership. Jehoshaphat, ever the diplomat, sought to smooth over the awkward moment. "Let not the king say such things," he replied gently, though his words carried a subtle rebuke. Ahab realized he had revealed too much of his heart. With visible effort he composed himself and called for one of his officers. "Bring Micaiah the son of Imlah quickly," he commanded, though his tone suggested he would rather summon a plague upon his house. As the officer hurried away on his grim errand, the two kings settled in to wait. The 400 prophets remained in the courtyard, their earlier enthusiasm now tempered by the knowledge that their unanimous voice was about to be challenged by a single man they both feared and despised. The sun continued its relentless journey across the sky, and in the distance the sound of the officer's horse could be heard galloping toward the place where truth dwelt in isolation, where a forgotten prophet waited in the shadows of his integrity. The horse's hooves struck the dusty road with rhythmic precision as the king's officer rode toward the humble dwelling where Micaiah made his home. The prophet lived simply, far from the luxury of the royal court, in a stone house that spoke of function rather than ostentation. Here, away from the corrupting influence of political power, dwelt a man who had chosen faithfulness over favour, truth over comfort. Micaiah son of Imlah was not an imposing figure by earthly standards. Of average height and lean build, he bore the weathered appearance of one who had walked through many storms. His beard was streaked with silver, and his eyes held the deep weariness of a man who had spoken unpopular truths for too many years. Yet there was something unbreakable in his demeanour, a quality that suggested he had found his anchor in something far stronger than human approval. When the king's messenger arrived, Micaiah was in his garden, tending to the vegetables that provided much of his sustenance. The prophet lived modestly, supported by the occasional gifts of those few souls who still valued truth above comfort. He had long ago learned to find contentment in simple things, the satisfaction of honest work, the peace of prayer, and the quiet joy of communion with the Almighty. "Micaiah," the officer called out as he dismounted, "the king commands your presence immediately." The prophet looked up from his work, unsurprised. He had sensed in recent days that the Lord was preparing him for something significant. His prayers had been marked by an unusual intensity, and his dreams had been filled with visions he did not yet fully understand. "Very well," Micaiah replied simply, setting aside his tools. "Let me wash and prepare myself." As Micaiah went about the task of making himself presentable for the royal court, the officer felt compelled to share information that might save the prophet from making a costly mistake. The man had witnessed what happened to those who crossed King Ahab, and despite his loyalty to the crown, he possessed enough humanity to feel concern for this solitary figure. "Listen to me, Micaiah," the officer said, his voice dropping to a confidential tone. "The words of the prophets declare good to the king with one mouth. Let your word be like the word of one of them, and speak favourably." It was well-intentioned advice, offered by a man who understood the political realities of Ahab's court. The officer had seen the 400 prophets deliver their unanimous message of victory and prosperity. He knew that Micaiah's reputation for speaking uncomfortable truths could lead to imprisonment, exile, or worse. In his mind, he was offering the prophet a lifeline, a chance to align himself with the majority and avoid the consequences of standing alone. Micaiah paused in his preparations, considering the messenger's words. The offer was clear: conform, agree with the crowd, tell the king what he wants to hear, and enjoy the benefits of royal favour. It would be so easy, so practical, so utterly reasonable by every human measure. But as Micaiah looked into the officer's earnest face, he felt the familiar stirring of the spirit within him, that unmistakable presence that had guided him through decades of faithful service. The Lord had not called him to an easy path, but he had never failed to provide strength for the journey. "As the Lord lives," Micaiah replied with quiet dignity, "whatever the Lord says to me, that I will speak." The words hung in the air between them, a declaration of absolute commitment that left no room for compromise. The officer's face showed his disappointment and concern, but he knew better than to argue further. He had delivered his warning. What the prophet did with it was beyond his control. The journey back to Samaria was made in relative silence, the officer pondering the stubborn integrity of his passenger, while Micaiah prayed and prepared his heart for whatever lay ahead. As they approached the city, the prophet could see the banners of both Israel and Judah flying from the palace walls, confirming his suspicion that this summons involved more than a routine consultation. The palace courtyard was a scene of controlled chaos when they arrived. Servants scurried about preparing for what appeared to be an important gathering, while guards stood at attention in their finest armour. The 400 prophets were still present, clustered in small groups and speaking in hushed tones. Their earlier enthusiasm had given way to a more subdued attitude, though their confidence in their message remained unshaken. As Micaiah dismounted and followed the officer toward the throne room, he could feel the weight of many eyes upon him. Some looks were curious, others hostile, and a few held the barely concealed contempt of those who viewed his independence as a personal affront. He had grown accustomed to such reactions over the years, understanding that his very presence served as an uncomfortable reminder of the spiritual compromise that permeated the court. The great doors opened before them, revealing the opulent throne room where Kings Ahab and Jehoshaphat waited. The contrast between the two rulers was immediately apparent even to a casual observer. Ahab sat upon his throne with the restless energy of a man driven by ambition, his fingers drumming impatiently on the armrest. Jehoshaphat, seated in a chair of equal honour nearby, maintained the composed dignity of one accustomed to seeking divine guidance before making important decisions. "Ah, Micaiah," Ahab said as the prophet entered, his tone carrying forced joviality that fooled no one. "At last, our final consultant arrives." Micaiah approached the throne with measured steps, neither hurrying to show deference nor dawdling to display defiance. He had learned long ago that in the presence of earthly power, his allegiance belonged to a higher authority. When he reached the appropriate distance, he bowed respectfully but not obsequiously, acknowledging the king's position without compromising his own integrity. "You summoned me, your majesty," Micaiah said simply, his voice carrying clearly through the chamber. King Jehoshaphat studied the prophet with interest. He had heard reports of Micaiah's reputation for uncompromising honesty, and after witnessing the theatrical performance of the 400 prophets, he was eager to hear from someone who might offer a different perspective. Ahab leaned forward on his throne, his eyes fixed on the solitary figure before him. "Micaiah, shall we go to war against Ramoth-Gilead, or shall we refrain?" It was the same question that had been posed to the 400 prophets, the same inquiry that had produced such enthusiastic unanimity. Now it fell upon the shoulders of one man who stood alone, without allies or supporters, facing the combined expectation of 2 kings and their assembled courts. The moment stretched taut with anticipation. Everyone present understood that they were witnessing something significant, though few could have predicted the drama that was about to unfold. In the silence, Micaiah felt the familiar stirring of the Spirit, but what came first was not the word of the Lord, but something altogether unexpected. What happened next would be remembered and debated for generations to come. Micaiah, the prophet known for his uncompromising honesty, looked directly at King Ahab and delivered exactly the message the king wanted to hear. "Go up and prosper," Micaiah declared, his voice carrying throughout the throne room, "for the Lord will deliver it into the hand of the king." A murmur of surprise rippled through the assembled court. The 400 prophets exchanged glances of confusion and perhaps a touch of irritation. Here was the man they had feared would contradict their unanimous verdict, and instead he was confirming their prophecy word for word. Some of them smiled with what they imagined was vindication, while others seemed puzzled by this unexpected development. But King Ahab was no fool. Despite his many moral failings, he had known Micaiah for years, had heard his prophecies of judgment and warning countless times. Never once had the prophet told him what he wanted to hear. Never once had Micaiah's words aligned so perfectly with royal desires. The king's eyes narrowed as he studied the prophet's face, searching for the truth behind this suspicious compliance. There was something in Micaiah's tone, a subtle quality that suggested layers beneath the surface of his words. It was the same tone a parent might use when agreeing with a child's obviously foolish plan, allowing them to proceed while knowing full well what the consequences would be. King Jehoshaphat, too, sensed that something was amiss, though he remained silent, observing the interaction with keen interest. "How many times shall I make you swear," Ahab said slowly, his voice carrying a warning, "that you tell me nothing but the truth in the name of the Lord?" It was a remarkable moment. Here was a king who had just received exactly the prophecy he desired, yet his own conscience convicted him that it could not be genuine. Ahab understood Micaiah well enough to know that such easy agreement was completely out of character. In demanding the truth, the king was inadvertently acknowledging that he recognized the difference between authentic prophecy and the comfortable lies he typically preferred. Micaiah stood silent for a moment, and those watching could see a visible change come over him. The sardonic expression faded from his face, replaced by the solemn countenance of one who was about to deliver a message from the throne room of heaven. When he spoke again, his voice carried a different quality altogether, the unmistakable authority of divine revelation. "I saw all Israel scattered on the hills like sheep that have no shepherd," Micaiah began, his words falling like stones into the sudden silence. "And the Lord said, 'These have no master. Let each return to his house in peace.'" The impact of these words was immediate and devastating. The vision was clear to everyone present. Israel would be defeated, their army scattered, and their king would not return from battle. It was a prophecy of military disaster and royal death, delivered with the calm certainty of one who had seen beyond the veil of earthly circumstances. King Ahab's face flushed with anger, but beneath the rage was something that looked remarkably like fear. He turned to Jehoshaphat with the bitter satisfaction of one whose worst expectations have been confirmed. "Did I not tell you," Ahab said, his voice heavy with frustration, "that he would not prophesy good concerning me, but evil?" But Micaiah was not finished. The Spirit of the Lord had opened his eyes to see into the very council chambers of heaven, and what he had witnessed there needed to be shared, regardless of the consequences. The prophet's voice took on an even more solemn tone as he continued. "Therefore hear the word of the Lord," Micaiah declared. his words cutting through the tension in the room like a sword. I saw the Lord sitting on his throne, and all the host of heaven standing by, on his right hand and on his left. The court fell absolutely silent. Even the most worldly and cynical among them recognized that they were hearing something extraordinary. This was not the political maneuvering they were accustomed to, nor the comfortable reassurances of the court prophets. This was a glimpse into eternal realities, a revelation of divine purpose that transcended human understanding. And the Lord said, Micaiah continued, "Who will persuade Ahab to go up, that he may fall at Ramoth-Gilead?" So one spoke in this manner, and another spoke in that manner. Then a spirit came forward and stood before the Lord and said, "I will persuade him." The Lord said to him, "In what way?" And he said, "I will go out and be a lying spirit in the mouth of all his prophets." And the Lord said, "You shall persuade him and also prevail. Go out and do so." The revelation was staggering in its implications. Micaiah was claiming that the Lord himself had allowed, indeed, had orchestrated, the deception that had been proclaimed by the 400 prophets. It was a divine judgment in the form of false prophecy, a spiritual trap set for a king who had repeatedly chosen lies over truth. Therefore, Micaiah concluded with inexorable logic, "Look, the Lord has put a lying spirit in the mouth of all these prophets of yours, and the Lord has declared disaster concerning you." The silence that followed was deafening. Every person present was forced to grapple with the implications of what they had heard. The 400 prophets found themselves accused not merely of error, but of being unwitting instruments of divine deception. The kings faced the terrifying possibility that their carefully planned military campaign was actually a trap set by the Almighty himself. But the silence was short-lived. Zedekiah, the spokesman for the 400 prophets, was a man of considerable pride and ambition. He had built his reputation on his supposed connection to the divine, and Micaiah's words threatened not only his credibility but his entire worldview. The accusation that he had been deceived by a lying spirit was more than he could bear. With a roar of rage, Zedekiah strode across the throne room until he stood face to face with Micaiah. The contrast between them was striking. Zedekiah in his fine robes and carefully groomed appearance, representing the comfortable religiosity of the court, facing Micaiah in his simple garments, embodying the uncompromising voice of authentic prophecy. "Which way did the Spirit from the Lord go from me to speak to you?" Zedekiah demanded, his voice shaking with fury. It was a desperate attempt to challenge Micaiah's authority, to suggest that if anyone possessed a connection to the divine, it was surely the spokesman for 400 prophets rather than this isolated troublemaker. But before Micaiah could respond, Zedekiah's anger overwhelmed his judgment entirely. The sound of the slap echoed through the throne room like a thunderclap. Zedekiah had struck Micaiah across the face with sufficient force to stagger the prophet, leaving a red mark on his cheek that would serve as a visible reminder of what it cost to speak truth in the face of comfortable lies. The act of violence hung in the air like a poisonous cloud. No one moved or spoke, shocked by the sudden transition from theological debate to physical assault. Micaiah slowly straightened, touching his cheek where Zedekiah's hand had left its mark. When he looked up, there was no anger in his eyes, no desire for retaliation. Instead, there was a sadness that seemed to encompass not only his immediate situation, but the entire spiritual state of the nation. "Indeed," Micaiah said quietly, his voice carrying despite its gentle tone, "you shall see on that day when you go into an inner chamber to hide." It was both prophecy and promise. The day would come when Zedekiah's false confidence would crumble, when the reality of divine judgment would force him to seek shelter from the consequences of his deception. The words carried the weight of inevitable fulfillment, spoken not in anger, but with the sorrowful certainty of one who had seen the future and found it tragic. King Ahab had heard enough. The prophet's words had struck too close to uncomfortable truths, had challenged too directly the comfortable illusions upon which he had built his reign. The vision of divine deception, the prophecy of military disaster, the humiliating suggestion that his 400 prophets were unwitting instruments of judgment, all of it combined to create a rage that demanded immediate action. "Take Micaiah," the king commanded, his voice sharp with fury, "and return him to Ammon, the governor of the city, and to Joash the king's son, and say, 'Thus says the king, put this fellow in prison, and feed him with bread of affliction and water of affliction until I come in peace.'" The order was both punishment and insurance policy. By imprisoning Micaiah until his safe return from battle, Ahab was attempting to nullify the prophecy through royal decree. It was a desperate act of defiance against divine judgment, a futile attempt to bind the word of the Lord with chains and prison walls. But Micaiah was not finished. Even as the guards moved toward him, even as the shadow of imprisonment fell across his path, the prophet had one final word to speak. His voice rang out across the throne room with the clarity of absolute conviction. "If you ever return in peace, the Lord has not spoken by me." The words were a direct challenge to royal authority, a public declaration that put Micaiah's credibility as a prophet on the line. He was essentially saying that if Ahab returned safely from battle, then everyone present should conclude that Micaiah was a false prophet deserving of death. It was the ultimate expression of confidence in the word he had received from the Lord. But Micaiah was not content to let his challenge rest with the immediate audience. Looking around the throne room at the assembled courtiers, nobles and servants, he raised his voice even louder. "Mark it, all you people." It was a call to witness, an appeal to everyone present to remember this moment and test the validity of his prophecy against future events. The prophet was willing to stake everything, his reputation, his freedom, possibly his life, on the truth of what he had spoken. It was a level of certainty that transcended human confidence and entered the realm of divine assurance. As the guards seized Micaiah's arms and began to lead him away, the throne room erupted in a buzz of conversation. Some whispered among themselves about the prophet's boldness, others debated the implications of his vision, and still others tried to process the dramatic confrontation they had just witnessed. Through it all, the 400 prophets maintained their uncomfortable silence, uncertain how to respond to accusations that struck at the very heart of their prophetic claims. King Jehoshaphat watched the proceedings with deep concern. The righteous king of Judah had requested divine counsel, and what he had received was a prophecy that directly contradicted his military plans and predicted disaster for his ally. Yet something in Micaiah's bearing, some quality of authentic conviction, made it impossible to dismiss his words as the ravings of a madman or the spite of a disgruntled prophet. As Micaiah was led away, his footsteps echoing through the palace corridors, he felt no bitterness toward his captors or self-pity for his situation. He had spoken the word of the Lord faithfully, regardless of the consequences, and that obedience brought a peace that transcended his circumstances. The prison cell that awaited him might confine his body, but his spirit remained free, anchored in the unshakable certainty that he had been faithful to his calling. The cell where Micaiah was imprisoned was a far cry from the luxury of the royal court. Built of rough stone with a small barred window that provided minimal light, it was designed for punishment rather than comfort. The bread of affliction and water of affliction promised by the king proved to be exactly that. Meagre rations calculated to sustain life while providing a constant reminder of a royal displeasure. Yet in that dark cell, Micaiah found something that had eluded him in the freedom of his simple home. Absolute clarity about his purpose and calling. Stripped of all earthly comforts and securities, he was forced to rely entirely upon his relationship with the Lord. In the long hours of solitude, he prayed not for deliverance but for continued faithfulness, not for vindication, but for grace to endure whatever lay ahead. Meanwhile, preparations for war continued with increasing intensity. King Ahab threw himself into military planning with the fervour of a man trying to drown out unwelcome voices of conscience. He consulted with his generals, inspected his troops, and made elaborate arrangements for what he was determined would be a glorious victory. The prophecy of the 400 court prophets was repeated frequently, as if constant repetition could somehow make it more reliable. King Jehoshaphat, however, found himself deeply troubled by the day's events. The contrast between the theatrical unanimity of the 400 prophets and Micaiah's stark authenticity had left him with serious doubts about the wisdom of the planned campaign. Yet he had given his word to stand with Ahab, and the political implications of backing out now were significant. As the day of departure approached, Ahab made one final attempt to circumvent the prophecy that haunted his thoughts. If the word of the Lord through Micaiah was true, then King Ahab was destined to die in battle. But perhaps, the king reasoned, he could outwit divine judgment through human cleverness. "I will disguise myself and go into battle," Ahab announced to his commanders, "but you put on your robes." It was a cunning plan. By dressing as an ordinary soldier while Jehoshaphat wore royal garments, Ahab hoped to deceive the enemy about his identity and location. If the Syrians could not identify him as the king of Israel, perhaps he could survive the battle and prove Micaiah wrong. It was the kind of tactical thinking that had served Ahab well in political manoeuvring, but he was about to discover that divine judgment operates by different rules than human conflict. The morning of battle dawned clear and bright, with a gentle breeze that carried the scent of wildflowers across the plains surrounding Ramoth-Gilead. It seemed an unlikely day for the fulfillment of prophecy, too beautiful for the tragic events that were about to unfold. The armies of Israel and Judah had assembled in impressive formation, their banners flying proudly in the morning air, their weapons gleaming in the sunlight. King Ahab, disguised as a common soldier, moved among his troops with nervous energy. His royal armour had been replaced with the simple leather and bronze of an ordinary warrior, and his distinctive crown was nowhere to be seen. To any casual observer, he appeared to be merely another commander preparing for battle, yet those closest to him could sense his underlying anxiety, the tension of a man who was trying to outrun a divine decree. King Jehoshaphat, meanwhile, wore his royal robes with obvious reluctance. The righteous king of Judah had agreed to this deception as part of their military strategy, but his conscience troubled him. The memory of Micaiah's words weighed heavily on his mind, and he found himself offering frequent prayers for divine protection and guidance. The Syrian army was formidable, well-trained and confident in their ability to defend their territory. Their king had given specific instructions to his 32 chariot commanders: fight with no one small or great, but only with the king of Israel. It was a strategic decision based on the understanding that killing or capturing the enemy king would effectively end the battle and secure victory. As the two armies faced each other across the field of battle, the air was thick with tension and anticipation. Horses stamped impatiently, armour creaked as soldiers shifted their weight, and commanders made final adjustments to their battle plans. In the distance, the walls of Ramoth-Gilead stood as silent witness to the conflict that was about to determine its fate. The battle began with the thunderous clash of armies colliding, the sound of metal against metal mixing with the shouts of warriors and the screams of the wounded. Chariots raced across the battlefield like instruments of divine wrath, their wheels churning up clouds of dust that obscured vision and added to the chaos of combat. For a time, it seemed as though Ahab's strategy might succeed. Hidden among his soldiers, the disguised king fought with the desperation of a man who believed his life depended on remaining unrecognized. His years of military experience served him well as he wielded sword and spear with deadly efficiency, contributing to the initial success of the Israelite forces. But the Syrian chariot commanders were not easily deceived. When they spotted King Jehoshaphat in his royal robes, they immediately assumed they had found their primary target. A group of them converged on the king of Judah with deadly intent, their chariots cutting through the battle lines like ships through stormy seas. "Surely it is the king of Israel," they shouted to one another as they closed in on Jehoshaphat. The king of Judah found himself surrounded by enemy chariots, their occupants preparing to capture or kill what they believed to be their primary objective. In that moment of extreme danger, Jehoshaphat did what he had learned to do throughout his reign. He cried out to the Lord for deliverance. "Help me, O Lord," Jehoshaphat called out, his voice carrying above the din of battle. What happened next was a clear demonstration of divine intervention. As Jehoshaphat's cry reached heaven, the Lord moved the hearts of the Syrian commanders in an unexpected way. Something about the king's appearance or manner suddenly convinced them that this was not their intended target after all. "It is not the king of Israel," one of them declared, and just as quickly as they had converged upon Jehoshaphat, they turned away to search for their real quarry elsewhere on the battlefield. Meanwhile, across the chaos of combat, King Ahab continued his desperate masquerade. His disguise had served him well throughout the morning, allowing him to participate in the battle without attracting the special attention of enemy forces. For a brief moment, it seemed as though human cunning might indeed triumph over divine decree. But the Lord's purposes are not thwarted by earthly schemes, no matter how cleverly conceived. As the battle raged on, a Syrian soldier drew his bow at random, not aiming at any particular target, but simply shooting into the mass of enemy forces. It was the kind of arrow that soldiers loose when they cannot see clearly, through the dust and confusion of battle, hoping to strike something useful, but with no specific intent. The arrow flew through the air with the invisible guidance of divine providence. It passed over the heads of common soldiers, sailed between the wheels of racing chariots, and found its mark with the precision of perfect justice. The bronze point struck King Ahab between the joints of his armour, penetrating the one gap in his defences that his disguise could not protect. The king felt the arrow's impact like a thunderbolt, the sudden sharp pain followed by the warm spread of blood across his chest. He looked down in shock to see the Syrian arrow protruding from his body, its shaft trembling with the force of impact. In that instant, Ahab understood with perfect clarity that no amount of human cleverness could circumvent the word of the Lord. "I am wounded," the king cried out to his chariot driver, his voice tight with pain and the dawning realization of his doom. "Turn around and carry me out of the battle." The chariot driver, a loyal servant who had recognized his disguised king despite the common soldier's garb, immediately began maneuvering toward the edge of the battlefield. But extricating themselves from the chaos of combat proved more difficult than anticipated. The battle had intensified throughout the day, and enemy forces blocked many of the potential escape routes. As they struggled to retreat, King Ahab's condition continued to deteriorate. The arrow had found a vital spot, and blood flowed freely from the wound despite his attempts to stanch it. Yet with grim determination, the king remained propped up in his chariot, unwilling to let his army see him fall. His presence, even in his wounded state, served to encourage the Israelite forces and maintain their fighting spirit. The battle raged from morning until evening, the outcome hanging in the balance as both sides fought with desperate intensity. But as the sun began to set, painting the sky in shades of red that seemed to mirror the blood spilled on the battlefield below, King Ahab's strength finally gave out. The disguised king who had tried to outwit divine judgment slumped forward in his chariot, his life ebbing away with each laboured breath. As word of the king's condition spread through the ranks, the cry went up that would fulfill Micaiah's prophecy with devastating accuracy. Every man to his city, and every man to his own country. The army of Israel, leaderless and demoralized, began to scatter across the hills just as the prophet had foreseen. Like sheep without a shepherd, they abandoned their positions and fled toward home, their dreams of victory dissolving into the nightmare of defeat. King Ahab died as the sun set over Ramoth-Gilead, his blood pooling in the bottom of his chariot. The man who had spent his reign choosing comfortable lies over uncomfortable truths had finally encountered a reality that no amount of deception could alter. The word of the Lord, spoken through his faithful prophet, had been fulfilled to the letter. News of King Ahab's death spread quickly through the land, carried by the scattered remnants of his army and the merchants who followed military campaigns. In the palace at Samaria, the reaction was one of stunned disbelief. The 400 prophets who had proclaimed certain victory found themselves facing a crisis of credibility that would haunt them for the rest of their lives. In his prison cell, Micaiah heard the news with a mixture of sadness and vindication. He had taken no pleasure in prophesying disaster, had felt no joy in predicting the death of his king. Yet the fulfillment of his prophecy served as a powerful reminder that the word of the Lord does not return void, regardless of how unwelcome it might be to human ears. When the guards came to release him from prison, Micaiah emerged into the daylight a changed man. His body bore the marks of his confinement. He was thinner, paler, and bore the lines of one who had endured hardship. But his spirit was unbroken, perhaps even strengthened by his ordeal. He had spoken truth in the face of overwhelming opposition, had maintained his integrity under pressure, and had been vindicated by the very events that had brought tragedy to the kingdom. The political ramifications of Ahab's death were immediate and far-reaching. His son Ahaziah ascended to the throne, inheriting a kingdom shaken by military defeat and spiritual confusion. The influence of Queen Jezebel remained strong, but the dramatic fulfillment of Micaiah's prophecy had dealt a severe blow to the credibility of the Baal-worshipping establishment. Zedekiah, the false prophet who had struck Micaiah in the throne room, found himself in an impossible position. His confident predictions of victory had been thoroughly discredited, and his authority as a spokesman for the divine had been shattered. The inner chamber where he sought to hide, just as Micaiah had prophesied, became both a physical and spiritual reality as he struggled to come to terms with the magnitude of his error. The other court prophets faced similar crises of confidence. Their unanimous declaration of victory had been revealed as the lying spirit Micaiah had warned about, and their reputations lay in ruins. Some of them quietly retired from public life, while others attempted to reinvent themselves as followers of different deities. None of them could escape the uncomfortable truth that they had been deceived, and had, in turn, deceived others. King Jehoshaphat returned to Jerusalem a wiser and more cautious man. His alliance with Ahab had nearly cost him his life, and the experience had taught him valuable lessons about the importance of seeking genuine divine guidance rather than accepting comfortable confirmations of predetermined plans. The prophet Jehu, son of Hanani, met him upon his return with words of rebuke for his alliance with the ungodly king, but also with recognition that the Lord had delivered him from the consequences of his poor judgment. Throughout the kingdom, people began to reassess their understanding of prophecy and divine revelation. The dramatic contrast between the false assurances of the 400 prophets and the accurate warnings of the solitary Micaiah had provided a vivid lesson in discernment. Many began to understand that true prophecy was not measured by its popularity or its agreement with human desires, but by its faithfulness to the word and character of the Lord. Years passed, and the story of Micaiah's stand against the 400 false prophets became one of the most remembered episodes in the history of Israel. Parents told it to their children as an example of courage and integrity, while religious teachers used it to illustrate the difference between true and false prophecy. The tale grew in significance with each telling, not because it was embellished, but because its lessons proved to be timeless and universal. The first and most obvious lesson was about the cost of speaking truth. Micaiah had paid a heavy price for his faithfulness: imprisonment, isolation, and the hostility of the powerful. Yet his willingness to endure these hardships had ultimately served a greater purpose, preserving the integrity of prophetic ministry and providing a clear example of what it meant to fear God rather than man. His story became a source of encouragement for future generations of prophets and faithful believers who found themselves standing alone against popular opinion. The second lesson concerned the danger of groupthink and manufactured consensus. The 400 prophets had created an impressive display of unanimity, but their agreement had been based on political expediency rather than divine revelation. Their story served as a warning about the seductive power of majority opinion and the importance of seeking truth, even when it contradicted popular sentiment. The comfort of belonging to the crowd, they learned, was no substitute for the sometimes lonely path of authentic faith. The third lesson was perhaps the most theologically complex: the reality that God sometimes allows deception as a form of judgment. The lying spirit that had influenced the false prophets was not an independent force, but an instrument of divine justice, permitted by the Lord as part of his sovereign plan. This aspect of the story forced believers to grapple with difficult questions about the nature of divine sovereignty and human responsibility, helping them develop a more mature understanding of how God works in the world. The fourth lesson focused on the importance of discernment in spiritual matters. King Jehoshaphat's initial uneasiness with the 400 prophets had been a manifestation of spiritual discernment, a recognition that something was amiss despite the impressive display of consensus. His request for a prophet of the Lord had demonstrated the value of seeking authentic divine guidance rather than accepting convenient confirmations of predetermined plans. The fifth lesson was about the ultimate futility of human schemes when they oppose divine purposes. King Ahab's elaborate disguise had been a clever attempt to circumvent prophecy through human ingenuity, but it had proven utterly useless against the sovereign will of the Lord. The random arrow that found its mark had served as a powerful reminder that God's purposes will be accomplished regardless of human attempts to thwart them. As the years passed and the kingdom of Israel continued its spiritual decline, the story of Micaiah took on additional significance. It became a benchmark against which other prophets and prophecies were measured, a reminder of what authentic faithfulness looked like in the face of opposition. When Elijah stood alone against the prophets of Baal on Mount Carmel, people remembered Micaiah's solitary stand. When Jeremiah faced persecution for his unpopular messages, the example of Micaiah's courage provided encouragement and precedent. The story also served as a cautionary tale for those in positions of authority. King Ahab's admission that he hated Micaiah because the prophet never spoke favourably about him had revealed the dangerous tendency of leaders to surround themselves with yes men rather than truthful counsellors. Future kings and officials who heard the story were challenged to examine their own relationships with advisors and to consider whether they were seeking truth or merely confirmation of their existing beliefs. In the quiet of his later years, Micaiah often reflected on that pivotal day when he had stood alone before 2 kings and 400 false prophets. The physical scars from his imprisonment had faded, but the spiritual impact of his experience continued to shape his understanding of his calling and his relationship with the Lord. The prophet had learned that faithfulness was not measured by immediate results, but by obedience to divine instruction. His warning had not prevented the battle or saved King Ahab's life, but it had preserved the integrity of prophetic ministry and provided a clear demonstration of the difference between true and false revelation. Sometimes, he realized, the greatest victories were won not through changing circumstances, but through maintaining faithfulness in the midst of difficult circumstances. Micaiah had also discovered that standing alone was not the same as being alone. In his prison cell, deprived of human companionship and comfort, he had experienced a deeper intimacy with the Lord than he had ever known before. The isolation that had seemed like punishment had actually become a pathway to greater spiritual understanding and strength. He had learned that the approval of the crowd was a poor substitute for the approval of the Almighty. The prophet had come to understand that his role was not to be popular, but to be faithful, not to tell people what they wanted to hear, but to speak what the Lord had given him to say. This understanding had freed him from the burden of trying to manage people's reactions to his messages, and had allowed him to focus entirely on the sacred responsibility of accurate communication of divine truth. The peace that came from this clarity of purpose was worth more than all the royal favour he might have gained through compromise. As news of Micaiah's faithfulness spread beyond the borders of Israel, his story began to influence other nations and cultures. Foreign dignitaries who visited the kingdom often asked to hear the account of the prophet who had stood against 400 false prophets and accurately predicted the death of a king. The story became a testament to the power of truth and the importance of moral courage, inspiring people of various backgrounds to examine their own commitments to integrity and faithfulness. The story also had a profound impact on the understanding of prophecy itself. Future generations would use Micaiah's example as a standard for evaluating prophetic claims, recognizing that true prophecy was characterized by faithfulness to the Lord's character and purposes rather than by popular appeal or immediate gratification. The account helped establish criteria for distinguishing between authentic divine revelation and human manipulation disguised as spiritual authority. In the broader context of Israel's history, Micaiah's stand represented a crucial moment in the preservation of true worship and authentic faith. At a time when the kingdom was sliding towards spiritual apostasy, his unwavering commitment to truth served as a beacon of hope for those who still sought to follow the Lord with integrity. His example encouraged other faithful believers to maintain their convictions even when they seemed to be in the minority. The story of Micaiah also served as a bridge between the ministries of the earlier prophets like Elijah and later ones like Jeremiah and Ezekiel. His experience of standing alone against popular opinion and suffering for his faithfulness would be echoed in the lives of many subsequent prophets who face similar challenges. The patterns of persecution, vindication, and ultimate triumph that characterized his story became recurring themes in the ongoing narrative of God's relationship with his people. As we reach the end of Micaiah's story, we find ourselves confronted with questions that transcend the ancient world and speak directly to our modern hearts. In an age of social media echo chambers and manufactured consensus, the prophet's example challenges us to examine our own commitment to truth and our willingness to stand alone when necessary. The 400 false prophets of Micaiah's day have their counterparts in every generation. Those who tell us what we want to hear rather than what we need to hear, who offer comfortable lies instead of challenging truths. The temptation to join the crowd, to find safety in numbers, to seek approval rather than accuracy, remains as strong today as it was in ancient Israel. Micaiah's courage reminds us that faithfulness is not a group activity, but an individual responsibility. Each of us must decide whether we will speak truth or remain silent, whether we will stand for what is right or compromise for what is convenient. The prophet's example shows us that the path of integrity is often lonely, but it is never walked alone by those who trust in the Lord. The story also challenges us to examine our own relationship with authority and our tendency to surround ourselves with people who confirm our existing beliefs rather than challenging us to grow. Like King Ahab, we may find ourselves preferring the comfort of familiar lies to the discomfort of unfamiliar truths. Micaiah's example calls us to seek out voices that speak with authenticity, rather than those that merely echo our own opinions. Perhaps most importantly, the story of Micaiah reminds us that truth has a way of prevailing in the end, even when it seems overwhelmed by opposition. The prophet's vindication did not come immediately, and it came at great personal cost, but it came nonetheless. His example encourages us to trust in the ultimate triumph of truth, and to remain faithful even when the outcome is uncertain. In our own lives, we may face moments when we are called to be like Micaiah, to stand alone against popular opinion, to speak uncomfortable truths, to choose faithfulness over favour. When those moments come, may we remember the forgotten prophet who found his courage not in the approval of men, but in the approval of his God. The story of Micaiah teaches us that true strength is not found in numbers, but in conviction, that real courage is not the absence of fear, but the willingness to do what is right despite our fears, and that lasting victory comes not from avoiding conflict, but from maintaining integrity in the midst of it. As you close your eyes tonight and drift towards sleep, may you carry with you the quiet courage of Micaiah, the man who dared to stand alone because he knew he was not truly alone. May his example inspire you to speak truth with love, to stand for what is right with humility, and to trust in the ultimate triumph of God's purposes even when the immediate circumstances seem overwhelming. In a world that often rewards conformity and punishes authenticity, may you find the strength to be like Micaiah, faithful, courageous, and true. For in the end, it is not the approval of the crowd that matters, but the approval of the one who sees all hearts and knows all truths. The forgotten prophet's story ends, but its echo continues in every heart that chooses truth over comfort, courage over convenience, and faithfulness over favour. May that echo sound clearly in your own life, guiding you toward the kind of integrity that leaves a lasting legacy long after the voices of the crowd have faded into silence. Rest well, dear friends, and may your dreams be filled with the peace that comes from knowing you serve a God who honours faithfulness, rewards courage, and never abandons those who trust in him. The story of Micaiah reminds us that in God's kingdom, standing alone with truth is always better than standing with the crowd in deception. Sleep peacefully, knowing that like Micaiah, you're never truly alone when you walk in the light of divine truth. Hello there, dear friend. Before we begin this peaceful journey together, I want to know a little about you. How has your day been? Whether it's been filled with joy or challenges, busy moments or quiet pauses, you're exactly where you need to be right now. What time is it where you are in the world? Are you settling in for the night, taking a midday rest, or perhaps greeting the early morning hours? wherever you are, from the bustling cities of New York to the quiet countryside of England, from the mountains of Colorado to the shores of Australia, you're welcome here in this sacred space. If this story brings you peace, I'd love for you to subscribe to Sacred Slumber, where we gather each week to find rest in timeless tales of faith, hope, and gentle grace. Now, let's begin. Take a deep breath with me. Let your shoulders soften, your jaw relax, and your heart settle into this moment. Whether morning light is streaming through your window, afternoon shadows are dancing on the walls, or midnight quiet surrounds you like a gentle blanket, let us walk together through a story of gentle strength and unseen grace. We're about to enter a time long ago, during the days of the judges in ancient Israel. It was a time of chaos and uncertainty, when everyone did what was right in their own eyes. But this is not a story of chaos. This is a story of peace, of quiet faithfulness, of love that chooses to remain when it would be easier to leave. This is the story of Ruth, a young woman whose loyalty would echo through generations and whose humble heart would become part of the greatest story ever told. So close your eyes if you wish, breathe slowly, and let us journey together to the ancient land of Moab, where our story begins beside still waters of the soul. In the rolling hills of Moab, where the morning mist clung to the barley fields like a gentle prayer, lived a young woman named Ruth. She had married into a Hebrew family who had come to Moab during a time of famine in their homeland of Bethlehem. Her husband's name was Mahlon, and his mother was Naomi, a woman whose very name meant pleasant, and whose heart had once been full of joy. But sorrow has a way of finding us, even in the most peaceful places. First, Naomi's husband Elimelech died, leaving her alone with her 2 sons in a foreign land. The boys had grown into men and married Moabite women, Ruth and her sister-in-law Orpah. For 10 years they lived together, and Ruth learned to love not just her husband, but his faith, his God, and especially his mother, who had welcomed her with open arms. Then tragedy struck again, swift and merciless. Both Mahlon and his brother Chilion died, leaving 3 widows to face an uncertain world alone. In those days, a woman without a husband or sons had little hope of survival. They were vulnerable, forgotten, with no one to provide for them or protect them. Naomi sat in her small house, looking at the 2 young women who had become like daughters to her. The silence was heavy with grief, but also with decision. She had heard news from Bethlehem that the famine there had ended, that the Lord had visited his people and given them bread. Her heart longed for home, for the familiar hills of Judah, for the place where she had known happiness before sorrow came calling. "My daughters," she said softly, her voice worn thin by weeping, "I must return to my people. But you are young. You have your whole lives ahead of you. Go back to your mothers' houses. May the Lord deal kindly with you, as you have dealt with the dead and with me." She kissed them both, and they wept together. How can you say goodbye to someone who's been your family, your comfort, your companion through the darkest days? Orpah, after much tears and embracing, finally agreed to return to her people and her gods. It was the practical choice, the safe choice, the choice that made sense to everyone around them. But Ruth clung to Naomi with a determination that surprised them all. When Naomi urged her again to follow her sister-in-law, Ruth spoke words that would echo through history, words that came from the deepest place in her heart. "Do not urge me to leave you or to return from following you. For where you go, I will go, and where you lodge, I will lodge. Your people shall be my people, and your God my God. Where you die, I will die, and there will I be buried. May the Lord do so to me, and more also, if anything but death parts me from you." There was something in Ruth's voice that told Naomi this was not a decision made in the heat of emotion, but a choice carved in stone, written in the very fibre of her being. This young Moabite woman was choosing love over security, faithfulness over comfort, an unknown future over a predictable past. And so they began the long journey from Moab to Bethlehem, two women with nothing but the clothes on their backs and the strength of their love for each other. They walked through valleys where wildflowers nodded in the breeze, past streams that sang ancient songs, under skies that seemed to stretch endlessly toward hope. As they travelled, Ruth would gather berries and herbs along the way, always making sure Naomi had enough to eat. She would find the softest spot for them to rest each night, would share her cloak when the desert air grew cold. She had chosen this path, and she would walk it with grace and dignity, one step at a time. The journey took many days, and with each step toward Bethlehem, Ruth was walking further from everything she had ever known. She was leaving behind the gods of her childhood, the customs of her people, the language of her birth. She was choosing to become a stranger in a strange land, not because she had to, but because love had made the choice for her. When they finally crested the hill that overlooked Bethlehem, the city spread before them like a handful of pearls scattered on brown velvet. The sun was setting, painting the stone houses in shades of gold and amber. Smoke rose from evening fires, and the sound of children playing drifted up to them on the evening breeze. "Look," Naomi whispered, her voice thick with emotion. "There it is, home." But as they descended into the city, the women who had known Naomi in her happier days barely recognized her. "Is this Naomi?" they asked each other, seeing how sorrow had aged her, how loss had bent her shoulders and silvered her hair. "Do not call me Naomi," she told them, her voice steady but sad. "Call me Mara, for the Almighty has dealt very bitterly with me. I went out full, and the Lord has brought me home empty." But Ruth, standing quietly beside her, knew that Naomi was not truly empty. She had brought with her the love of this young woman, who had chosen to forsake all for the sake of faithfulness. And though neither of them knew it yet, they had arrived in Bethlehem at the beginning of barley harvest, when the fields were golden and ready, when provision was about to unfold in ways they could never have imagined. The story was just beginning, and the God who notices every sparrow that falls, who counts every tear that is shed, who remembers every act of kindness, was already preparing the next chapter of their lives. The morning air in Bethlehem was crisp and clean, carrying the scent of ripening grain and the promise of a new day. Ruth woke early, as she always did, listening to the gentle rhythm of Naomi's breathing beside her. They had found a small place to stay, but their provisions were nearly gone, and Ruth knew that something had to be done. She'd heard about the law of gleaning, a beautiful provision that the God of Israel had made for the poor and the stranger. After the reapers went through the fields harvesting the grain, the needy could follow behind and gather what was left. It was honest work, humble work, but it was work that could keep them alive. "Let me go to the fields," Ruth said gently to Naomi, "and glean among the ears of grain after him in whose sight I shall find favour." Naomi nodded, understanding the necessity but also the risk. Ruth was young and beautiful, and the fields could be dangerous places for a woman alone. But there was something in Ruth's quiet determination that spoke of inner strength, of a spirit that could not be easily broken. And so Ruth set out in the early morning light, joining the other gleaners who moved like shadows behind the harvest workers. She had wrapped her head modestly and carried a small basket, ready to spend the day bent over in the sun, gathering grain kernel by kernel. As it happened, she came to the field that belonged to Boaz, a man of great wealth and standing in Bethlehem. But more than that, though Ruth did not know it yet, Boaz was a relative of Naomi's late husband, a kinsman who had the right and responsibility to help family members in need. The phrase, "as it happened," seemed simple enough, but sometimes the most profound movements of providence come disguised as coincidence. Ruth's feet carried her to that particular field not by accident, but by the gentle guidance of a God who was weaving a story larger than she could imagine. Boaz arrived at his field that morning, as was his custom, to greet his workers and oversee the harvest. He was a man in his middle years, with kind eyes and calloused hands that spoke of honest work. When he saw his reapers, he called out, "The Lord be with you," and they responded, "The Lord bless you." It was more than a greeting. It was a glimpse into the heart of a man who knew that all good things come from above. But his attention was caught by a young woman he had never seen before, working quietly at the edge of his field. She moved with grace and dignity, even in the humbling work of gleaning. There was something about her that drew his eye, not just her beauty, but the way she carried herself with quiet strength. "Whose young woman is this?" he asked his foreman. "She is the young Moabite woman who came back with Naomi from the country of Moab," the foreman replied. "She asked permission to glean and gather among the sheaves after the reapers, and she has been working steadily from early morning until now with only a brief rest." Boaz watched her for a moment longer, seeing how she worked without complaining, how she was careful not to take more than was rightfully hers, how she paused to help an elderly gleaner who had dropped her grain. His heart was moved by her diligence and her kindness. He approached her quietly, not wanting to startle her. "Listen, my daughter," he said gently. "Do not go to glean in another field, and do not leave this one. Stay close to my young women. Keep your eyes on the field that they are reaping, and go after them. I have charged the young men not to touch you, and when you are thirsty, go to the vessels and drink what the young men have drawn." Ruth was so surprised by his kindness that she fell on her face and bowed to the ground. "Why have I found favour in your sight," she asked, "that you should take notice of me, since I am a foreigner?" But Boaz had already heard the story of her loyalty to Naomi, how she had left her own people to care for her mother-in-law. "All that you have done for your mother-in-law since the death of your husband has been fully told to me," he said, his voice warm with admiration. "How you left your father and mother and your native land and came to a people that you did not know before. The Lord repay you for what you have done, and a full reward be given you by the Lord, the God of Israel, under whose wings you have come to take refuge." Ruth's eyes filled with tears at his words. She had not expected such kindness from a stranger, such recognition of her small acts of faithfulness. "You have comforted me and spoken kindly to your servant," she said softly, "though I am not one of your servants." As the day wore on, Boaz continued to watch over her. At mealtime he invited her to eat with his workers, to dip her bread in the wine and share in the meal. He even made sure she had roasted grain to take home to Naomi. When she returned to her gleaning, he quietly instructed his workers to leave extra grain for her to find, to make her work easier and more fruitful. The sun was beginning to set when Ruth finally made her way home, her basket heavy with grain. She had gathered an ephah of barley, enough to feed herself and Naomi for many days. But more than that, she carried with her the memory of unexpected kindness, of a man who had seen beyond her status as a foreigner and a widow to recognize the faithfulness of her heart. When she showed Naomi all that she'd gathered and told her about the kindness of Boaz, Naomi's eyes brightened for the first time in months. "Blessed be he by the Lord," she said, "whose kindness has not forsaken the living or the dead. The man is a close relative of ours, one of our redeemers." Ruth continued to glean in the fields of Boaz throughout the barley harvest and the wheat harvest, always welcomed, always protected, always provided for. She would come home each evening with grain and with stories of the kindness she had experienced. And slowly, so slowly that neither of them noticed it happening, hope began to take root in their hearts once again. Little did they know that this was only the beginning of a story that would change not just their lives, but the course of history itself. For the God who sees every act of kindness, who remembers every sacrifice made in love, was already preparing the next chapter of their beautiful story. The harvest season was drawing to a close, and the grain had been gathered from the fields and brought to the threshing floor. It was a time of celebration and completion, when the hard work of the harvest gave way to the satisfaction of provision secured. The air was filled with the sound of winnowing, as the grain was separated from the chaff in the evening breeze. Naomi had been watching the growing affection between Ruth and Boaz with the wisdom of a woman who had lived long enough to recognize the hand of God in everyday circumstances. She had seen how Boaz's eyes followed Ruth, how he spoke to her with special gentleness, how he made sure she was always provided for and protected. And she had seen how Ruth, despite her natural reserve, had begun to smile more often, how she spoke Boaz's name with a special warmth. One evening, as they sat together in their small dwelling, Naomi took Ruth's hands in hers. "My daughter," she said softly, "should I not seek rest for you, that it may be well with you? Is not Boaz our kinsman, with whose young women you were? See, he is winnowing barley tonight at the threshing floor." Ruth listened carefully as Naomi explained the custom of the kinsman redeemer, how a close relative had the right and responsibility to marry a widow to preserve the family line and inheritance. It was not just about marriage, but about redemption, about restoring what had been lost, about ensuring that the names of the dead were not forgotten. "Wash therefore and anoint yourself," Naomi continued, "and put on your cloak and go down to the threshing floor. But do not make yourself known to the man until he has finished eating and drinking. But when he lies down, observe the place where he lies. Then go and uncover his feet and lie down, and he will tell you what to do." It was a bold plan, one that required great courage and faith. Ruth would be placing herself in a vulnerable position, trusting in the character of a man she had come to respect and admire. But she had learned to trust Naomi's wisdom, and more than that, she had learned to trust the God who had been guiding her steps from the very beginning. "All that you say I will do," Ruth replied simply. As the sun set and the first stars appeared in the clear night sky, Ruth prepared herself carefully. She bathed and anointed herself with fragrant oil, then put on her best garment. But this was not about seduction or manipulation. This was about approaching a good man with dignity and respect, trusting in his honour and in the customs that governed their society. The threshing floor was a place of hard work and celebration, where the grain was separated from the chaff and the harvest was completed. By the time Ruth arrived, the work was done, and the men had eaten and drunk and told stories under the stars. The atmosphere was one of contentment and satisfaction, of work well done and provision secured. Ruth waited in the shadows, watching as Boaz finished his meal and settled down to sleep beside the heap of grain. It was his responsibility to guard the grain through the night, to ensure that nothing was stolen or damaged. The night was warm and peaceful, filled with the sounds of crickets and the gentle rustle of the evening breeze. When all was quiet and Boaz was sleeping peacefully, Ruth approached with silent steps. Her heart was beating fast, but her movements were sure and deliberate. She gently uncovered his feet and lay down, then waited in the darkness for him to wake. It was midnight when Boaz stirred, suddenly aware of someone at his feet. He was startled but not afraid, turning carefully to see who was there. In the dim starlight he could make out the form of a woman, and he recognized her immediately. "Who are you?" he asked softly. "I am Ruth, your servant," she replied, her voice steady despite her racing heart. "Spread your wing over your servant, for you are a redeemer." It was a beautiful way of asking for his protection and provision, using the imagery of a bird sheltering her young under her wing. She was asking him to fulfill the role of kinsman redeemer, to marry her and restore the inheritance of her late husband. Boaz was deeply moved by her words, by the trust she had placed in him, by the way she had approached him with such dignity and grace. "May you be blessed by the Lord, my daughter," he said warmly. "You have made this last kindness greater than the first in that you have not gone after young men, whether poor or rich." He was older than Ruth, a man of substance and position, and he was amazed that she would choose him over the many young men who would have been eager to marry such a beautiful and virtuous woman. Her choice spoke of wisdom and character, of a heart that valued kindness and faithfulness over youth and passion. "And now, my daughter, do not fear," he continued. "I will do for you all that you ask, for all my fellow townsmen know that you are a worthy woman. And now it is true that I am a redeemer, yet there is a redeemer nearer than I." There was another relative who had the first right of redemption, and Boaz was too honourable to proceed without giving that man the opportunity to fulfil his duty. "Remain tonight," he said gently, "and in the morning if he will redeem you, good, let him do it. But if he is not willing to redeem you, then, as the Lord lives, I will redeem you. Lie down until the morning." Ruth lay down again at his feet, comforted by his words and his promise. She had taken a great risk in coming to him, but she had found in Boaz a man of integrity and honour, someone who would do what was right even when it was difficult. When the morning came, before anyone else was stirring, Boaz quietly measured out 6 measures of barley and helped Ruth arrange it in her cloak. "Do not go back to your mother-in-law empty-handed," he said with a smile. Then he sent her on her way before anyone could see her and misunderstand her presence there. Ruth returned home with her heart full of hope and her arms full of grain. When Naomi saw her coming, she knew immediately that something significant had happened. "How did you fare, my daughter?" she asked eagerly. Ruth told her everything that had happened, every word that had been spoken, every kindness that had been shown. When she finished, Naomi smiled with satisfaction. "Wait, my daughter," she said, "until you learn how the matter turns out, for the man will not rest but will settle the matter today." And so they waited, 2 women who had learned that sometimes the greatest acts of faith happen in the quiet moments, when we trust in the goodness of others and in the providence of God. The next chapter of their story was about to unfold, and with it the fulfillment of promises they had hardly dared to hope for. The morning sun was just beginning to warm the stones of Bethlehem when Boaz made his way to the city gate. This was where the elders gathered, where business was conducted, where legal matters were settled according to the ancient customs of Israel. His heart was full of purpose as he took his seat and waited for the other Redeemer to pass by. He didn't have to wait long. Soon he saw the man approaching, and Boaz called out to him by name. "Come over, friend, and sit down here." The man, curious about what business Boaz might have with him, came and sat down. Then Boaz gathered 10 of the city elders to serve as witnesses. What he was about to do would affect not just 2 people, but entire family lines and inheritances. "Naomi, who has come back from the country of Moab," Boaz began, his voice carrying clearly in the morning air, "is selling the parcel of land that belonged to our relative Elimelech. So I thought I would tell you of it and say, buy it in the presence of those sitting here and in the presence of the elders of my people. If you will redeem it, redeem it. But if you will not, tell me, that I may know. For there is no one besides you to redeem it, and I come after you." The other man considered this carefully. A piece of land was valuable, an investment that could bring profit and increase his holdings. "I will redeem it," he said confidently. But Boaz was not finished. "The day you buy the field from the hand of Naomi, you also acquire Ruth the Moabite, the widow of the dead, in order to perpetuate the name of the dead in his inheritance." Suddenly the proposition became more complicated. To marry Ruth would mean that any children born to them would be considered the heirs of her first husband, not his own. The land would eventually pass to them, not to his existing family line. What had seemed like a good business deal now became a sacrifice that would cost him more than he was willing to pay. "I cannot redeem it for myself," he said, backing away from the commitment, "lest I impair my own inheritance. You take my right of redemption, for I cannot redeem it." It was exactly what Boaz had hoped to hear. According to the custom of the time, the man removed his sandal and gave it to Boaz as a sign that he was transferring his right of redemption. The sandal was a symbol of walking in someone else's place, of taking on their responsibilities and privileges. Boaz accepted the sandal and turned to address the elders and all the people who had gathered to witness this transaction. "You are witnesses this day that I have bought from the hand of Naomi all that belonged to Elimelech and all that belonged to Chilion and to Mahlon. Also Ruth the Moabite, the widow of Mahlon, I have acquired to be my wife, to perpetuate the name of the dead in his inheritance, that the name of the dead may not be cut off from among his brothers and from the gate of his native place. You are witnesses this day." The crowd erupted in celebration and blessing. "We are witnesses," they called out joyfully. "May the Lord make the woman who is coming into your house like Rachel and Leah, who together built up the house of Israel. May you act worthily in Ephrathah and be renowned in Bethlehem, and may your house be like the house of Perez, whom Tamar bore to Judah, because of the offspring that the Lord will give you by this young woman." It was a beautiful blessing, invoking the names of the great matriarchs of Israel and expressing the hope that Ruth would become equally honoured in the history of God's people, and how prophetic those words would prove to be. Meanwhile, Ruth and Naomi had been waiting at home, their hearts full of anticipation and hope. When the messenger came running to tell them what had happened at the gate, they could hardly believe their ears. The legal proceedings had gone exactly as they had hoped. Boaz had redeemed not just the land, but Ruth herself, and they were to be married. The wedding was a joyous occasion, celebrated by the entire community. Ruth, the young Moabite woman who had arrived in Bethlehem as a poor widow, was now the honoured wife of one of the most respected men in the city. But more than that, she had found in Boaz a man who valued her faithfulness, who cherished her loyalty, who would love and protect her for the rest of their days. As the seasons passed, Ruth and Boaz settled into a life of contentment and purpose. Boaz was a generous provider, and Ruth was a wise and gentle wife. Naomi, no longer bitter but filled with joy, lived with them and was cared for in her old age. The house that had once echoed with sorrow now rang with laughter and love. And then came the greatest blessing of all. Ruth conceived and bore a son, a healthy, beautiful child who would be raised in the love and fear of the Lord. The women of the neighbourhood came to congratulate Naomi, saying, "Blessed be the Lord who has not left you this day without a redeemer, and may his name be renowned in Israel. He shall be to you a restorer of life and a nourisher of your old age. For your daughter-in-law who loves you, who is better to you than 7 sons, has given birth to him." They named the child Obed, which means servant or worshipper, and Naomi took him on her lap and became his nurse. The child brought healing to her broken heart, restoration to her empty life, and joy to her golden years. But the story doesn't end there. Little Obed grew up to become the father of Jesse, who became the father of David, the great king of Israel, and through David's line would come the Messiah, the Saviour of the world. Ruth, the foreign woman who had chosen loyalty over security, faith over fear, had become part of the most important family tree in all of human history. In the genealogy of Jesus Christ, recorded in the Gospel of Matthew, we find these words: Boaz the father of Obed by Ruth, and Obed the father of Jesse, and Jesse the father of David the king. A Moabite woman's name is written forever in the lineage of the Son of God, a testament to the truth that God's grace knows no boundaries, that his love extends to all who seek refuge under his wings. Ruth's story teaches us that faithfulness in small things leads to blessing in great things, that loyalty and love are never wasted, that God can take our deepest sorrows and weave them into his greatest joys. She reminds us that sometimes the most profound acts of faith happen not in grand gestures, but in quiet decisions to remain faithful, to keep loving, to keep trusting, even when we cannot see the end of the story. As we come to the end of Ruth's story, let us pause beside these still waters and reflect on the gentle truths that flow through this ancient tale. Like a quiet stream that shapes the landscape over time, Ruth's life teaches us lessons that can transform our own journey of faith. Ruth's story shows us the profound power of remaining faithful, even in seasons of pain and uncertainty. When Naomi urged her to return to her people and her gods, Ruth could have chosen the easier path, the path that made sense to everyone around her. Instead, she chose love. She chose to remain loyal to a woman who had shown her kindness, to a faith that had captured her heart, to a God she was still learning to trust. Her famous words, "Where you go, I will go, and where you lodge, I will lodge. Your people shall be my people, and your God my God," were not spoken in a moment of emotional impulse, but from a deep well of commitment that had been growing in her heart over years of walking with Naomi. In our own lives, we face moments when loyalty is tested, when it would be easier to walk away from relationships, commitments, or callings that have become difficult. Ruth's example reminds us that some of the most beautiful chapters of our lives are written in the ink of faithful love, even when that love costs us something precious. Have you ever chosen love when it would have been easier to walk away? Perhaps you stayed with a friend through a difficult season, remained committed to a calling when it became challenging, or continued to love someone even when they couldn't love you back in the same way. These quiet acts of loyalty are never wasted. They shape us into people of depth and character, and they often open doors to blessings we never could have imagined. One of the most beautiful aspects of Ruth's story is how rarely God's name is mentioned, yet his presence is evident in every chapter. The phrase, "as it happened," appears when Ruth comes to Boaz's field, but we understand that this was no accident. It was divine providence working through ordinary circumstances to bring about extraordinary results. God's guidance in Ruth's life came not through burning bushes or angelic visitations, but through the kindness of a stranger, the wisdom of a mother-in-law, and the legal proceedings at a city gate. He worked through the natural rhythms of harvest and gleaning, through cultural customs and family relationships, through the everyday decisions of people who were simply trying to do what was right. This reminds us that God's hand is often most visible in hindsight, in the moments when we look back and see how perfectly things came together, how doors opened at just the right time, how people entered our lives precisely when we needed them most. The God who numbers our days and knows our needs is constantly at work in the ordinary moments of our lives, weaving together circumstances and relationships for our good and his glory. Can you see moments in your own life where something just happened at the perfect time? Perhaps you met a lifelong friend in an unexpected place, discovered an opportunity through a chance conversation, or found help arriving just when you needed it most. These are not coincidences, but glimpses of a loving God who is intimately involved in the details of our lives. Ruth's story is ultimately about transformation, about how God can take our deepest losses and weave them into his greatest purposes. She began as a young widow in a foreign land, with no prospects and no security. She was an outsider, a foreigner, someone who by all human standards had little to offer the grand story of God's people. Yet her simple acts of faithfulness, her quiet loyalty, her willingness to work humbly in the fields, positioned her to become part of the royal lineage of David and ultimately of Jesus Christ. Her name is recorded forever in the genealogy of the Messiah, a testament to the truth that no one is too small, too foreign, or too broken to be used by God for his purposes. Ruth's transformation from widow to wife, from foreigner to family member, from poverty to provision, reminds us that our current circumstances do not define our future possibilities. The God who saw potential in a Moabite gleaner sees potential in each of us, regardless of our background, our mistakes, or our limitations. No matter where you come from, no matter what losses you have experienced, no matter how ordinary your life may seem, your story can become part of something bigger. Your faithfulness in small things, your acts of love and loyalty, your willingness to trust God even when you cannot see the whole picture. These are the threads that God uses to weave his magnificent tapestry of grace. Perhaps you are in a season of loss right now, wondering if your pain has any purpose, if your faithfulness matters, if your small acts of love make any difference. Ruth's story whispers hope into those questions. It reminds us that God wastes nothing, that he can bring beauty from ashes, that he specializes in writing stories of redemption and restoration. The title of Ruth's story, Beside Still Waters, comes from the 23rd Psalm, where David writes about the Good Shepherd, who leads his sheep beside still waters and restores their souls. Ruth's life exemplifies this truth. In the midst of chaos and uncertainty, she found peace in her commitment to love and faithfulness. In the midst of loss and grief, she discovered that God's provision was always enough for each day. Her story teaches us that peace is not the absence of problems, but the presence of God in our problems. It is not found in perfect circumstances, but in perfect trust. Ruth faced real challenges, real losses, real fears, but she faced them with a spirit of quiet faith and humble obedience. The still waters of God's peace are available to us in every season of life. They flow not from our circumstances, but from our relationship with the one who is the source of all peace. When we, like Ruth, choose to trust in God's goodness, even when we cannot see his plan, when we choose to remain faithful even when the path is unclear, we find ourselves beside still waters where our souls can be restored. As you drift toward rest tonight, may you carry with you the gentle strength of Ruth's example. May you know that even in quiet places, even in fields of sorrow, even in long roads and sleepless nights, grace is never far away. The God who saw Ruth's faithfulness, who provided for her needs, who wove her story into his greater plan, is the same God who sees you tonight. Your acts of loyalty may seem small, but they matter. Your faithfulness in ordinary moments is building something beautiful. Your willingness to trust when you cannot see the whole picture is positioning you for blessings you cannot yet imagine. Rest now in the peace that comes from knowing you are held by a love that will never let you go, guided by a wisdom that sees the end from the beginning, and called into a story that is bigger and more beautiful than you can possibly imagine. May you sleep beside still waters, where your soul can be restored, your strength can be renewed, and your hope can be refreshed for whatever tomorrow may bring. The God who led Ruth from loss to legacy, from sorrow to joy, from emptiness to fullness is leading you too, and his plans for you are good. Sweet dreams, dear friend. May you wake tomorrow with the quiet confidence that comes from knowing you are deeply loved, perfectly guided, and part of a story that extends far beyond what you can see. Like Ruth, who could never have imagined that her simple decision to stay loyal to Naomi would lead to her becoming the great-grandmother of King David, you too are part of a tapestry being woven by hands far wiser than your own. Your faithfulness today, your love tomorrow, your trust in the unseen God who walks beside you, these are the threads that he is using to create something beautiful, something lasting, something that will echo through generations. Rest now in the shadow of his wings, knowing that you are safe, you are seen, and you are more precious than you know. The same God who led Ruth beside still waters is leading you too, and his love will never fail. Amen.